community by community, to let them understand the essence of being together as a people. That movement has really died down in my state. And even when it was high, when things were high, it wasn't about the state. It was about the presidency. As I can tell you that Deltans, 99% of Deltans don't know who is the Labour Party candidate in Delta State. 99.9% of Delta States, even the obedience themselves, does not know the name of the governorship candidate of Labour Party in my state. And then talking about the Deputy Senate President. Yes, Deputy Senate President is in the race. And of course, he is not just, he's the number 4th person in Nigeria. But that does not translate into strength of the party in my state. APC in my state is a rejected party. Nobody in Delta State will, in his right senses, vote a candidate of the APC. As I'm talking to you in the entire House of Assembly.
But he's the Senate. He's the Deputy Senate President, and this is not his first time at the National Assembly. So when you say nobody will vote for him, who are the people who voted for him, and why is he there?
I said nobody in his right senses would vote for APC in my state, especially for the governorship position. Now, let me explain. He may be a strong person within his party structure, which of course earned him the number 4th position in Nigeria, which is the Deputy Senate President. But that does not translate into strength of the party in my state. Individual strength in his party structure does not translate into party strength in my state. My state is a full PDP state, and we are in PDP because PDP have continued to deliver dividends of democracy to our people in Delta State. And as such, Delta stand with them. I was trying to explain something to you. In the entire State Assembly, we have 29 members of the State Assembly. Only 2 of them, 27 are PDP, we are PDP, and only 2 of them were in APC. As of today, a member of the House of Assembly representing the Deputy Senate President constituency just decamped to the PDP with thousands of his followers, leaving only 1 person of the APC in the House of Assembly who does not even come from the constituency of the Deputy Senate President. So as we talk to you, PDP has the 99.9 majority with only 0.1 minority from the APC. Now, when we are talking
how did you arrive? I'm sorry. You're national TV. How did you arrive at these statistics? I mean, you have 1 vote. You have 1 vote. So does every other member of the PDP. They have just 1 vote. You can't tell me on national TV that the PDP has 99 point. Come on. Where did you arrive from? Where did you arrive at that statistic from?
Practical. It is practical.
Can you kindly explain to me how you arrived at this? Because, like I said, you have 1 vote. So does every other member of your political party. You can't call the elections before it even starts in the first place. Are you still there? Comrade, can you hear me?
We are in a word-to-word campaign, 270 wards of Delta State.
Okay.
And almost all the wards have been rounded up. When you go to that place, you see the crowd like the crowd in a local government campaign structure.
Oh, I think that we're having a connection issue there with we lost that connection with you for a bit. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Go ahead quickly, in closing.
Do word-to-word campaign. They selected 3 wards in every local government to campaign. Out of 3 wards in every local government that you have like at least 10 wards, some 11 wards, 13 wards, translated to winning. When you are able to campaign in only 3 wards. Out of the 270 wards, APC have selected only 75 wards to campaign in their word-to-word campaign, because they wanted to borrow from the word-to-word campaign PDP has done. If they have the strength, they would have gone to the 270 wards like PDP did. But as we are talking to you, they're only going to 75 wards. Out of the 250, there's 70 wards. That translates to 3 wards or 4 wards per local government. And in some local government, we have 14 14 wards, we have 11 wards, we have 13 wards, we have 12 wards. So how does campaigning in only 3 wards out of 13 wards, 14 wards translate into winning? Even when you look at the structure, if you're just because you are not in Delta, if you are in Delta State, nobody is even talking about the APC governorship candidate.
Okay.
Why? Unless few persons that are his age. If you even look at the spread, the governorship candidate is from Delta Central. The chairman of the party is from Delta Central. 90% of the people who constitute the campaign committee council is from Delta Central. It's only the DG of campaign that is from South, and the DG of campaign cannot even win his unit. The same DG, the same person, what do they call him, Orubebe, who was shouting at the National Assembly because he wasn't able to deliver, is now the campaign DG. You don't use a failure to come to win election. You only reaffirm failure.
Ogaga Gene, we have to go. I want to say thank you. I wish you and the PDP in Delta State good luck. Hopefully, your peace process and, of course, your campaigns go well. I'm wishing every other political party in Delta State the same luck. Ogaga Gene Ogeneyole is the Deputy DG for More Delta Youth Project in Delta State, and is also a member of the PDP. Thank you so much for being here. It's good to have you again. Well, thank you all for being part of the conversation tonight. That's where we draw the curtains. We'll be back tomorrow with the biggest stories on the Nigerian political scene. And my name is Mary Anna. Come see you tomorrow.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 and they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized
and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayome Sale, and today we have a full house. It's our ladies' night out, and we have NJ, Mwajaga, Mary, and Laide Oroko. How are you ladies doing?
I'm doing great. Today, everybody just get ready for my energy. You know why? This will be my final episode this year, and I have to go out with a bang.
sort of similar to how the Saudis did against Argentina, trying for the offensive trap. And
All right, thanks for staying with us. We apologize for the network or the audio glitch that we had. All right, so I mean, today we're discussing something that's been trending online, right? We've had issues with so many people accusing our First Lady of, being almost like a tyrant. I mean, that's her new name, according to Aisha Yesufu. And here's what we found as today's quote. Anyway, no drug, not even alcohol, causes the fundamental ills of society. If we're looking for the source of our troubles, we shouldn't test people for drugs. We should test them for stupidity, ignorance, greed, and love of power, right? I mean, that was a quote for the day that we found. So some have called her the newest tyrant on the block, as I mentioned earlier. In case you do not know who we're referring to, is our very own First Lady of Nigeria, Mrs. Aisha Buhari. She earned this title for allegedly supervising the tracking down, beating, and the eventual detaining of a young man called Catalyst at Abdul Aminullahi, right? Who posted on Twitter in Hausa saying, "Sumama anchi kudin talakawa." And koshi, meaning that, our mothers have eaten the money of the poor and they are full. That was the literal meaning of that quote in Hausa language. So, and of course, he put a picture of the First Lady alongside that post. Now, again, this sparked up a lot of conversations on Twitter, and on the basis of this, we want to also share our 2 cents. As you already know, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we're analyzing this recent event around Aisha Buhari, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, asking the question, can power drunkenness be curtailed in Nigeria? And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's go on a break to see what we found in the news. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, Chadwick Boseman Day, observed on the 29th of November, is held on the late star's birthday and is a day for us to remember the actor who sadly left us too soon. Boseman was perhaps most famous for playing Black Panther in Marvel franchise, but also played James Brown in Get On Up, as well as featuring prominently in 21 Bridges and 42. Known for his welcoming, humble personality and down-to-earth nature, Boseman died on the 28th of August in 2020 as a result of some complications due to colon cancer. Now, he was 43 years of age when he died, and on Chadwick Boseman Day, we remember his talent, but also the wonderful person that he was. I mean, if you watch the Wakanda Forever, it was all over the place. You could tell that, there was just something missing, and they just tried so hard to ensure that his presence or his absence, wasn't felt that much. But they tried, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. But hey, I mean, Chadwick, just watching the clips after he had passed, different interviews and everything, he was just a warm person.
He had so much strength. The thing that I found really big about it was that he had been going through it for years. And there were interviews where he had fallen asleep because he was just fatigued from all the drugs, and people didn't realize that he was ill, and they were insulting him, he's losing weight. Meanwhile, a friend of mine lost a son from the same colon cancer. Shortly after, he didn't get to live as long as Chadwick did with it, and he suffered. So when they say truly that you never know what someone might be going through, for instance, Tenny, who just lost weight, we don't even know if it's intentional, if it's cosmetic. Do you understand? So let them announce what the changes are all about. I'm just bringing it
No, it's
another
very
way.
important because I remember
Because you never know.
I remember how people were just, you know, like attacking him and all of that, and nobody knew.
Nobody knew.
Nobody knew.
Yeah, I just felt bad that is that the peak when his career was just taking off. Yeah.
Sad. All right, so quickly, let's run through our stories because we have a lot to unpack for the topic today.
We have to run through.
Let me start with you, Mary.
3 Nigerian stowaways rescued dehydrated after spending 11 days on the rudder of a ship from Nigeria to the Canary Islands. They were found perched on the rudder of the Alintini oil tanker at the Las Palmas port by Spanish Coast Guard. I don't know how sad it is that we now have
I'm happy that
Japa.
they found them alive. But I keep on saying
You're
that
happy they found them alive?
Yes, because most times, no. Why would they not be happy that
They're going to take them back to Nigeria.
Let them take them back to Nigeria.
That was not the point of taking the risk.
No, but some of them have died.
Won't they rather die?
Perish. Just let me land on somebody
else's. I don't understand.
Have you seen documentaries about stowaways and all the people that have tried to go to Turkey through different... They don't care. Just let us take our chances.
On Netflix, I think The Swimmers. I don't know if you've seen it.
I haven't seen it.
About when the war turned, when they left, the two sisters that left, and they were, you know, of course, they had to cross the high sea and all. See, my point is, I'm happy that they found them alive.
True.
You know, I'm happy that they found them alive because the things that you hear, how you see a dead body dried up, you know, and all of that, because they were
the stench they would have had to live with.
Yeah. I'm happy that they were found alive. NJ, your story quickly.
Mine says the value of food imports in the second quarter of 2022 stood at 464.45 billion, showing an increase while compared to the value recorded in the first quarter, which was about 443.36 billion. This is data from the National Bureau of Statistics. And it's saying that the country has failed to grow more food for its fast rising population, which has made, you know, imports, brought the value of the imports so high between the first quarter and the second quarter. I think that's a difference of about, yes, it has increased by 4.76%. You know, and this is it seems like it's only going to get worse. So it just shows that we have there's a lot to do in this country.
Absolutely. Lady, your story quickly.
Very quickly, I just want to say, Thames says that I am not your Christian savior. I won't fit into the box you're trying to put me, which I can summarize by referring everybody to Philippians 2:12-13. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, and stop using fellow humans as role models and then trying to chastise them for living their lives and playing judge and jury. Let me keep it brief so we don't...
Let's keep it brief.
Yes.
All right, so NANS, the National Association of Nigerian Students, has apologized to Aisha Buhari, the wife of the president, over the arrest of the student of the Federal University Dutse Jigawa, Aminu Mohammed, right? I mean, that's the topic we're discussing today. So condemnation, of course, had trailed the arrest, and, you know, it was alleged that it was DSS that had picked the guy, but they came out to find out that it was the Federal Capital Territory Police who had traced Mohammed to Jigawa, where he was picked up, right? And NANS has apologized on behalf of the student, and they are also asking for his release. And this is really interesting.
Making a statement.
Yeah, let's leave the conversation for when we go into the conversation. I just wanted to mention that. Let's leave the conversation. So when we come back from the break, that's our conversation for today. Of course, we're discussing power drunkenness, and we're asking, is it possible to curtail in this country? Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, so when we say one is power drunk, we simply mean the person is having a strong an unreasonable feeling of being able to control other people. Now, words like self-importance, conceit, egoism, delusion of grandeur, grandiosity can be used to describe such a person. Now, whilst condemnations, trailed the reported arrest of Mohammed over a tweet on the First Lady, notable Nigerians, including our social media activist, Aisha Yesufu, knocked Aisha for allegedly using her power against the student. Now, while initial reports were that Mohammed was arrested by the Department of State Service, that NANS also revealed that he was rather arrested by, like I had mentioned in my What's in the News, in the Federal Capital Territory Police Command, who traced him to Jigawa, where he was picked up. Now, on the basis of this, not really focusing on Aisha Buhari, right, alone, because, but as us as Nigerians, right, we can't help but say something on the subject of power drunkenness, right? We have to say something about the power drunkenness, and it's very, very much prevalent in our climate. So we're asking, is it possible for it to be curbed or curtailed in this great country of ours? Now, that's the question. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So now, I like this topic, and I know people will be quick to just jump because, again, Nigerians are very easy. If your politician, your president, your whatever does something, we are so quick to chop. But let us really look at the subject of power drunkenness on its own. Take away the actors that played in this. I always look for teachable moments. So if something happens in the news, I'm not talking about it because I just feel like attacking the person or whoever did it. It's for us to learn. It's like this is a moment for us to now reflect and teach ourselves. Power drunkenness lives and breathes in every single Nigerian. It's not something that is unique to just only people that are in positions of noticeable authority, that you can see them. Your gate man, he has, say Oga wants to, secretary wants to see, a PA is standing in the way of you seeing the Oga, you hold your file. Like, these things are something that it lives and it breathes within us. Yep. So it's not something, so that's why I'm trying to set this foundation well, so that when we're talking, we're not just focusing on Aisha Buhari. Yes, whatever it is that she's been alleged to do is a show of power drunkenness, right? But she's not alone in that, because if everybody was given the opportunity to exert power, we will, and we will do it with so much, rigor and excellence. We won't even mix words, right? Everybody looks for that opportunity where, like, you're in charge, right? So, I mean, let's first of all dissect the conversation. When you saw the post about the young man that was detained and all of that, what came to your mind, right? And then we can then go around to discuss power drunkenness, if it is actually possible to curtail it.
If it had been a country like France where they are slapping their presidents, I wonder what would have happened.
That hand would have been,
as in amputated on the spot. You're seeing governments, even America, where they are throwing shoe at president, just to show that we're upset with your policies or whatever is going on. Nobody has died. Nobody has gone to go and meet them without using legal precedents to justify the picking up the arrest or whatever as an assault, not even because it's presidential. It's just a grievous bodily harm kind of assault that they're picking them for. So because somebody made a statement, you send people, please, I can't separate it just yet. Go ahead. You send people to go and pick them up. This same you, who somebody said something about the other day, and you got on Twitter and said, you're a dog, oh. Do you remember when she said that? That she, our first lady, talking as if she forgets that she has an office, telling someone that me, I'm a dog.
She does not have an office.
Well, she's a public figure.
Yeah, she has a role.
She has a role. She's a public figure. She represents
something,
and she should represent class when she's in that seat. Coming on Twitter to say such a thing, what should your fate be in that kind of instance? Like you said, we have everybody trying to show power. The people oppressing us are us, one another. We don't even get to see the people in the positions of power to oppress us. The security at the estate gates, they know you're residents. But if you don't bring your code, you are not coming in. You shall have dropped me a few times when I'll be calling them, give Orokpa access. They'll be looking at me as if they don't know that I live there. That's authority. Misuse of power. Because, I mean, you're not robots. You can use your gumption. Same thing, petrol attendants. When there's scarcity, they go show you power. It is their period now. I will not come by you. So next thing is to move to somebody else. So let us move on to you. In this town hall meeting.
This happens everywhere. It's happening in the office. It's happening in the office. And that's the reason why even the system is almost like service providers are. Like when you are requesting for service from a service provider, it's almost like they're doing you a favor because everyone feels like they're going out of their way to do something that they're already being paid for, and that's even coming from the payment, you know, from the service delivery kind of point. Yes. So everyone feels like they're doing you a favor when they're actually doing something that they are paid to do. So this runs through all areas of our life. It's not just because we are seeing this story and it's because the person in question is a popular figure, but it happens on a daily basis. From the low, anyone who has power over you, even at that, have an issue with the police, have an issue with LASMA, then you know they would act like they don't care. You would like be driving Range Rover. See,
well, this
moment you will insist, I'm doing my job.
I'm telling you,
Oga, I'm just doing my job, and you will, because it's almost like. Everyone wants to carry out that frustration from home, from the world, from the country, from the president, from the way things are happening globally. Everyone wants to carry out that aggression to someone else.
I like where let's note that point because we need to know why. Because for everybody that is given an opportunity, they must exert that power. But let me hear your thoughts, Mary.
I think people are just bitter about it. And I mean, I don't want to say that if maybe I'm put in such position, I'll be pushed to, but I think it's unnecessary. I think every human has the capacity to actually be that way, but because of training and, you know, self-control, you have to, you know, curtail it. The same thing, you have a house girl. I used to tell my mom, why are you shouting? You don't need to shout. But then she insists that if you don't shout, the person is not going to listen to you. Because over time, some people have just proven dumb. So you just feel like the only way to communicate is shouting. But there are better ways to talk to a person. You don't have to downplay them or maybe, you know, give them house girl clothes, you know, so they're different from you. I mean, it's sad what people would do, but it's like saying, would you not be a good person because there are so many bad people out there, or because you've been done so many bad, so you're going to now be a bad person? I think that's where the hassle is.
So I like that point. Of course, you also emphasized on it that this is coming from somewhere, right? Because I don't understand. And this is not people just, I mean, the bank person at the bank, the bank teller, you are supposed to be a customer service.
Angry.
So that means, so when I say that, you see, when I say that distance, because we were arguing in the makeup room, and I say to you that I can beat my chest to say that power drunkenness can be curtailed, right? It just takes, no, it can.
It can.
It can. But you see, it takes the willpower, and it takes a level of maturity. You know, do you know what it means that you can actually align it? How did they talk the word? You can extinguish, you can alienate an entire place. You have the power, you have the weapon. I remember when Michelle Obama was giving her speech about, you know, why it is important to pick the right person as the president of the United States. Because from the fingertip, you just have one button to press and you can actually crush the entire, you understand? Because of the amount of power that they wield in terms of like nuclear weapons and all of that. Yeah. But you see them, they have gotten to that level where there's some level of maturity and control, right? So this now just tells me that the reason we have a lot of power-drunken people all over the place, especially in this country, is because we have a lot of recklessly, emotionally loose people. Because people are bad. No, people do not have stable emotions in this country. I'm
There's-
serious.
there's no
There's
system-
no
there's no
system.
system to
The
control
reason
that.
why we have power drunkenness in this country is because nobody faces consequences
True
for
that.
overexerting their power.
And there's no
much
system in place.
There's
to-
no system to give the checks and balances. We see people that do something wrong and they retire immediately because they've embarrassed the office. Do you understand? We don't have those consequences here.
I get you for the part of consequence, and that is another reason why we have power drunkenness on the rise. Because again, nobody is held accountable. Everybody just does what they feel like, but you see, if I am emotionally stable, right, and you come and you give me a slap, I would choose to look at you and just not. Even if I have the power to remove you. No,
I don't think.
Yes, I have, because I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen, right? Okay. I have the power to completely take you away from the surface of the earth.
I understand what you mean.
See what the president of France did. That is, see, let me tell you something. It takes a level of maturity and emotional stability to do that. Somebody that acts irrational, you can never do that. That somebody you that have the power to like end his entire lineage,
and then you take it too far.
Do you understand?
Yeah,
If somebody, so there are some people that you can't even attempt to want to do these things to. I mean, bigger people, we don't have. That's what I'm saying. Immaturity maybe is the better word.
Yeah.
But you see, bigger people are the ones that says. I mean, when Michelle Obama was talking about when they go low, you take the highway. How many of people in Nigeria can truly take the highway? That somebody does something to you, and you know you have the capacity to really destroy and just finish the person, but you choose not to. That is a whole new level. And we do not have that. It takes a lot of self-control.
But Nigerians survive on oppression. I oppress you, you oppress me. Everything about us is, let me show you I'm on a different level. I still wrote it in my status. In Nigeria, nobody practices all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others than in Nigeria. That thing in Animal Farm, that statement, nobody practices more in this world than Nigerians do. They want you to know, I'm not on your level. If you, this weave on that you did now, if I ask which one it is, you will tell me it is this brand, the cheaper one that we buy in the trenches. Someone will want you to know that my own is not your type. I'm on another level. When people start making the statements of, do you know who I am? Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? That you think you can talk to anybody? Or when they even use sirens anyhow, that's part of it. When they use ambulances anyhow.
Because you're not even giving a voice if you're not that way.
Exactly.
Like most times. So everybody just wants
So everybody just want, we are mad people in Nigeria. Yes, we are. You know how they say in Nigeria, before you ask anybody any question, you say, hello, sorry, excuse me, please. Who are you? You're already calming them down with like 500 because everybody is on a charged level in this country. We are charged.
He's on the road, the guy is, you can't pass me. My driver in the office is so, I tell him, hey, you're not kind. You're not a kind driver. You're a good driver, you're not kind. As in, because I sit in front of him and I can feel the anger as in when somebody is in front. I say, calm down, allow him now. Yeah, you should beg me. I say, very calm guy, good driver, but I always know, and I'm always calling you to. I say, calm down. Just be kind. Be kind. It's not everybody you're fighting.
It goes back to what I said. It's just transferred aggression. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on out there. People are going through a lot in their homes, from work, from everything.
They not just come out and mad.
I'm telling you, just meet someone, you say, excuse me, yes. And the response is that, so you have to, that's why I understand.
Hello, sorry.
You're not saying, sorry, please, excuse me. For some people, you should,
technically, when you're driving on the road, right, technically, once you put on your indicator that you're going left or right, this person should just allow you. But you see, I've noticed, guess what? That indicator thing only works in some parts of Lagos. Let's use Lagos as an example.
Which parts?
If you go, some parts of Lagos it works. If you go to,
it depends on the mood of the driver.
If you go to those Iyanokmaja side, you must bring out your hand. And you must do like this.
On this one, like the expressway.
It used to work before, but now it's like trenches have come there.
It didn't used to. The driver told me on Saturday.
Swerve.
Swerve, but if you don't move, I will take it. It's aggression. We don't understand.
So
normal language.
How do we now curtail it? So we need to go on a break, right? When we come back on the break, I want to open our phone lines, right? I want us to talk about practical solutions, right? How we can start to curtail it, because this is not helping us. It's not helping us as people. We need to really put it on it. Like, we need to check it. Somebody that you have worked so hard. You've worked so hard, you have done the job, you have submitted your invoice, and just because somebody feels like I have the power to hold on to
the funds.
Yeah, so you have to grease my palm.
It's not even about greasing palm at some point.
Just that.
It's not even about saying you want to grease palm.
I saw her at the party last week. I didn't like the way she greeted me. So let her hold on for the
hold on. Yes.
I will show her that I'm not
as easy as that.
It's
and
that
you know
easy.
these female officers in like immigration, they're like that too.
We females everywhere, our species.
Don't bring a word that you cannot finish. Let's go to the break. Right, when we come back from that break, I want us to talk practical solutions, right? We need to find solutions to this, because I know it is possible. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Alright, so if you just tuned in, it's our ladies' night out. We're discussing the topic, can power drunkenness be curtailed in Nigeria, right? That's the question we're asking. Is it possible? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow. Now, our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember, don't forget our rules. Turn off the volume of your television set or whatever you're watching us from. Turn it down so we can hear ourselves, right? So let me hear you, ladies.
Hear you.
How do you think we can begin to curtail power drunkenness?
Unfortunately, I don't pray for us to have the military take over yet again. But the only time I've seen people actually behave themselves is under military rule, where we had war against indiscipline. I think that was when Nigerians first heard the word Q. Because they know soldier, you know the hair go, you know the hair come. So once they're giving you an instruction that this is how we're going to do it, and you don't, it's koboko. But I don't want us to go back to that. And it's so funny, I said it a few weeks ago, that it's funny that it's the same military ruler that we had that put all these things in place, that we now have it as a civilian. And unfortunately, it's his wife that is the catalyst for this discussion. So it just makes you see things that, depending on what they're gaining, they play different roles. Do you understand me well? They play different roles. Because when they were a military ruler, it was everybody, you have to obey me. Now you're a civilian, you're piping down on the things that caused discipline then, that should just have continued under civilian rule. Why against indiscipline?
There should be freedom of speech. I mean, I don't know.
So I think we have Abdullahi from Niger State. If you're live. Abdullahi, are you there? Hi, thank you for calling.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Go ahead, you're live.
Yeah, from Niger State.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Contribution to this discussion is the people are going through a lot of things, like doing Okada, taking herself, and all those things. Are you getting me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
We can hear you,
okay,
sir.
I think you
like I can hear the echo, I'm not sure.
Okay, we got your message. You said people are under stress, right? So Mary, you were going to say something before the call came in. You lost the thought.
It comes back to mental health.
Mental health, right?
Yeah, the mental health of the nation. You know, a lot of people are just moving, and we've spoken about this before. They're just moving, let's go. And so that's why, because you're already on that stress level, once somebody just touches you, it's like big flex, like what? You know, so there's that shock. You know, you see people walking.
So can we excuse the actions of the First Lady
the alleged actions of the First Lady for that maybe she's probably had it of too many batching and attacks, so she just decided, you know what, I'm going to use this one.
That's a possible, as a scapegoat. Yeah, it's a possible fact, you know.
But
then and then it just shows that your citizens don't have freedom of speech.
And also,
maybe they want to ban social media now.
You can't say you are frustrated to the level of sleeping, waking up, and actually sending people out. If it was a murder, they would say it's premeditated. You would never escape with manslaughter because you planned it. The picking up of the guy.
The tracking down.
The tracking down, the picking up.
All the way to
all the way to Jigawa.
There are all those people.
You didn't track anybody.
All the kidnappers, nobody has. So they can actually
track people.
Tell you that if the military wants to work or any operating security operators,
you have the excuse for using that kind of service to do that for your own personal use. When we have other people, you should be tracking.
Going back to abuse of power, right?
Yes.
Power, drunkenness, and all of that. Even within companies, right, or government officials. I remember, I mean, God will continue to bless Fashola. I mean, because when he was governor, I don't know about his position as a minister, but I know that there were so many things that he did that showed the example that power drunkenness can be curtailed, right? Because even as a governor, it was him that started this no siren thingy, and it stuck even to all the other governors, right? The no siren. I mean, everybody became sane.
Yes,
you know. That one he did. The issue of the housing, I've said it several times, right? The housing, normally before in the civil service, because they had access to the information, they will share it amongst themselves.
Yeah.
No, you see, that is abuse of power because you're privy to an information. The thing that's supposed to benefit a greater good of people, you then colobi the thing and just, you know, within yourself.
You're not able enough to let it go.
And it doesn't go to the people that truly need it. You know, so I mean, abuse of power happens everywhere. And I know that it just takes a leader that stands right to say, you know what, this has to stop. And it will. Because even these things you're talking about, gracing of palm, bribery and all of that, all of those things, all of them put together, it can be stopped. It just takes us to have one good head. But let me take Suleiman. Hi, you're live.
Yeah,
good evening.
Concerning the First Lady on the road. Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. The guy put out a statement about her, and she reported to the police. And the police did their job. So I don't think it's about power drunk.
Okay, so let me explain.
There's a law in Nigerian constitution. There's a law in Nigerian constitution. Once you put out a footnote about someone, and it's confirmed that it's not true, you can report to the police, and the police can arrest for that thing. That's fake news.
Okay, thank you, Suleiman. So let me read again what the boy said, and I will speak it in Hausa and I will translate it again. He said that. Sorry, let me quickly find it says su maman anchi kudin talakawa an koshi. In simple translation, right? He says the mothers have gotten fatter by eating the masses' money.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Did he mention Aisha?
Hold on. You know, he put a picture there.
Okay.
He put a picture there. In fairness, let's analyze this thing without emotions. Mrs. Aisha Buhari was like this, very slim.
Yes.
In 2015. Okay, you have the picture.
I do have a picture.
While in 2022, I mean, reasonable size. In fairness, this is just practicality. Then, right, this is not an attack. I feel that it was not meant to get that level of treatment. Somebody says, like, you have been eating my money, you've stolen my money.
Say, see how you are fat, you are eating my friend's money.
Eating my friend's money.
They say it to friends.
These are things that people say.
You are eating my friend's money, you don't fat.
My husband is taking good care of you.
Look at you, everything.
These
when
are
we carried you.
that people make.
But she may not be happy with her weight, so he hit her the wrong way that day.
It's not even the weight matter. It might be, but hey, if somebody says that to you as a mother, knowing that you have a lot of hungry people in your nation, what are you supposed to do? You're not supposed to beat the person. You're not supposed to arrest the person. You're not supposed to track the person down.
Abi,
you look for
Let me take
you come back.
I tell them say na menopause, na menopause.
You look for a good youngest, your PR manager. That's why they are paid.
Youngest old man. Thank you for calling.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How we dey?
We're good, though.
We miss you now 2 days, oh.
We miss you too. You gonna miss us
And
tomorrow.
I say the talk so that I won't go break again, Abi.
Hallelujah.
Will I say that is unfair, or will I say we're gonna miss you again?
Please miss us. It's good.
You better let him know it's going to miss
you. Yeah, see, this last caller don't provoke me to go. I'm kind of busy. I just wanted listening to you guys and enjoy the play. But the last caller is sounding like one of the people that will trample on people's rights and think he don't understand that where your rights stop is where somebody's rights starts.
Yes.
We have the court of law. If there's a defamation of character, that person should be arrested and taken to court. I think that report came after they were looking for that child, who is about 5 days or 6 days, which already the guy's own right has been trampled on. As for this case now, it's no more defamation of character. It's now kidnap. They should understand how it works. And thank God that our Nigerian courts are coming up with policies and they are trying to the law. At least your headline today is saying what is happening to the IGP. So basically, the other day you saw what the court said about the head of EFCC. We should learn how to follow due process. Yes, somebody can defame your character. The court has already given you a backup there, what you can do to get your rights. If you miss to jail this guy, if anybody comes and said, okay, this guy said something to the wife of the president and he was taken to the court and the court gave him so days in sentence or so years or fine or something, nobody will be talking. But this case, we saw some level of overpower, showing him that he's nobody. And the law is for everybody. So that is why it's there. And it's still the same law that took them to that office, that they are using my hard-earned tax to pay them. If time is there, I would also say the person can take my hard-earned tax chop. Come on the seminar and go beat somebody for this Buhari time. It's unfair, Jare. Let them understand what the law says.
Thank you.
We all have our rights. We have encroachment, we have personal character. We even have a breach of trust and other things. They should understand.
Thank you.
If I just don't even catch myself.
And I was going
to
thank you so much, youngest old man. And it's good that he's bringing this up. And I was going to tie it to the video. I think it was Adiola that shared it on the group because I've been seeing it around social media, but I don't pay attention to watch it. Where that lady went to the house in which country was that? In Gambia, where she was talking about how ashamed she was that within her constituency, people are hungry, people are dying, people are suffering, and yet they are feeding fat on the people, on the masses. I mean, these things are not something that are new
or peculiar to Nigeria.
Yeah. The only thing that we're seeing is that can we just have leaders that are being empathetic? If somebody says you are fed fat on the what's it called, on the masses, the income of the masses is supposed to go to the masses. That is not the time.
That's why you should come out and start looking for solutions.
Not only even solutions. That's the time for you to come and with facts and figures and defend how you have really helped the people. Not to go and now attack the people. But let me take Loma, then I'll come back to you like this. Okay. Sorry. Loma, you're there.
Good evening, my dear sister.
Good evening, Loma.
Good evening, yes. See, if I call somebody stupid, if I tell somebody you're stupid, it depends on how you take that stupid that makes it become an issue. If I say you have grown fast on my money, on our national patrimony, if you overlook it, you make it of non-effect, you will not go after that person. But this time around, because we are so intoxicated with power, and we think we have made ourselves demigod, and at any slightest provocation or any word, you will now make it look as if somebody has really injured you. Sometimes somebody can tell you that you look at your head like a fish. But if the way you take it will make you to react. So sometimes let us learn how to overlook issues, no matter the position we occupy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Imagine someone saying such to a Michelle Obama. this is when she would probably call a group together, focus group, and say, we need to find out what this man's issues are. Because someone who's speaking with so much pain is probably saying something that we're not privy to. Maybe there's information that I'm not getting. Let us do an outreach, find out. You're my citizen now. If I was your mother, biological mother, if I don't feed you, you go vex. So it's not even about I'm angry with you per se. It's that, madam, there are people suffering in this country. How come you are gaining weight, ma?
And it's not just the weight. It's not just the weight.
I never said
Let me take Austin from Benin.
Hey!
Austin, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, good evening to all of you.
Hi, good evening.
I'm afraid we are beginning to justify bad behavior in this country. That young man in the first place is not even up to the age of the last child of the first lady. Now, what that young man said to the first lady is an insult. He's not joking, it's an insult. He wasn't joking. Now, how do you say such a thing to the first lady who is not even holding any position in government? If the woman is not holding any position in government, it's not an official, it's just a first lady. And then you look at her and you say, oh, you are fat because you are eating the common people's money. I mean, that's an insult.
So
I'm not justifying the arrest anyway.
Can I ask a question?
I'm beginning to even wonder the kind of children we are now raising in this country.
Can I ask a question?
This is Africa, this is Nigeria. We are supposed to respect our elders.
Someone
for crying out loud.
Okay.
So that young man was very, very, very wrong. But I'm surprised this evening that everybody is justifying and saying what he did is, so it's not right. And we must not continue to abuse people in government. It's not fair now. It's not fair.
Thank you, Austin. I like the fact that you are saying what you have said, right? But this is not a conversation around age.
Yes.
So I like when we have conversations and we try to, because this is one of the biggest problems that we've had in this country. There's a young girl, we were supposed to discuss that one today, but we just kept it for you people because the way we even said that the way she insulted, our generation, our mothers and our fathers and all of that, we decided, just to stay away from it. But hey, when we're having conversations like this is not the time to talk about age. Your child is hungry. Mommy, I have not eaten. Mommy, I have not eaten. And look at the way you're looking good. You're wearing all the beautiful jewelry. You're doing all of those things, right? And yet your child is hungry. And that was the question I wanted to ask Austin. What was she supposed to do? Let's even forget about what she did. What do you think she should have done? But we have Peter.
Sorry, before Peter comes, could I quickly say, Austin, who said she doesn't hold any role, but she's using the people to show Pepe.
Can a
normal
Nigerian just
a normal Nigerian can send those people to go and pick someone
without any court of
Let me
law,
take Peter from Port Harcourt.
order.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're live, quickly.
Yeah, good evening. It's me. I was in Benin before, your regular caller.
Oh, thank you, Peter.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Go ahead.
I just bumped into this conversation now. But the truth of the matter is that we don't have a country, we don't have a nation. Impunity thrives in Nigeria. Because I wonder why that young man would be arrested and being prosecuted. Are we in the medieval age? There are some pertinent questions we need to ask ourselves with the kind of Nigeria we wish to see before God calls us. I'm afraid we might not see the Nigeria of our dreams, where equity, justice, and fairness thrives.
Absolutely.
It's sad because any rich person that has power can oppress anybody in this country. If you feel abused, if you feel that somebody has trampled on your rights, go to strong institutions and get redress from it. But in this part of the world, we have strong men and not strong institutions. If we have strong institutions, things like this will be addressed. Okay, you've been abused. Take the legal means. You don't trample on somebody's right and arrest somebody
and you just judge a person. There's no lawyer that can defend that man. That's it. I miss this program. God bless you guys.
Thank you. We miss you guys too. Let's take comments. I have a headache.
Hello, ladies. Good to see you all looking beautiful and delightful to the eyes. Power drunkenness can be curtailed when Nigeria begins to think about its citizens as humans and not resources to be used and abused. Our lack of humanity in all that we do has brought Nigerians to an all-time low, that everyone has become so desperate to make ends meet, irrespective of whose head they have to crush to get there. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Let me take our regular fan. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. The answer is no, because it is in our hands to discipline ourselves to curtail it. In Nigeria, generally, we are power drunk. Sister Laide made mention of us going back to military regime to behave ourselves. Do we have to do so to behave? Another thing is that people offload their frustrations on you when you have a contract with them, and if you cost it, God will help us all. Aisha Buhari is an example of power drunkenness. My name is Daniel Elo, who is regular fan. Laide, you have a comment quickly.
I have an epitome. A pistol. I have watched the First Lady from afar as someone who speaks her mind. Remember when she told the nation that her hubby was captured by a cabal? Inasmuch as I want bad behaviors, reckless bashing through fake news, punished, and don't take laws into your hands. I didn't get that. But what is the business of DSS to chase a poor boy that is using the sledgehammer to kill an ant? If the said student posted offensive material, why not commit him to face libel? Let the DSS track the kidnapper, security threats, not usurping the job of police. Madam First Lady, I'm not justifying the post. If you are hurt, follow the civil matter, please. There are two sides of the coin, please. Let social users be circumspect in whatever they post, while those high up, like First Lady, should also not use the sledgehammer. This is Austin from Delta.
So Austin, I want to quickly correct that the story I took said that it is not the DSS, it is the police in the Federal Capital Territory that tracked him down, that they didn't use the DSS. So let us believe what they've said. Mary, go ahead quickly.
Can power drunkenness be curtailed in Nigeria? My take on this is yes. It can when laws are in place to enforce good behaviors and to curtail bad behaviors among the people. Generally, without proper laws in place, human beings are still in their state of nature, which is their state of brute, might, and power. When there are laws in place, people will begin to know where their rights begin and end, where the rights of others begin and end. When people know their rights and that of others, they will not be reacting anyhow and taking laws into their own hands. Life in Nigeria always shows Nigerians and Nigeria's society are still in the state of brute and nature.
Okay, I think we have a final call. Femi from Ibadan. Go ahead, you're live.
Thank you very much.
Quickly.
I just want to make sure that the First Lady knows about the arrest and the business of this guy, because a lot of these things, they do things on their own without their principal knowing. A lot of them are overseers just to prove to their principal that they are very hardworking and they love their principal. They go and do a lot of things that was not approved by their principal. So, and the little I know about First Lady, she's educated, and I know she has two masters from abroad, something like that. So I'll be surprised if she's getting this low to go and be arresting.
Okay, let's be, well, I mean, I'm sure she must have seen all the news in going round. So if she didn't order the arrest or she didn't report the case, she would have come out to say no, she's not party to it. But she has not denied the fact that she actually reported the case to the police, right? But we have to wrap up. We've really run out of time. I really wanted us to discuss the young lady that talked about what's it called, being in the diaspora. That girl really bashed. you talk of insult, you never see insult.
That one,
and that was insult.
Missile to her.
No, but as in they was a nuclear weapon. I mean, this boy. Listen, I feel like he was just. You know how somebody is trying to express the
mommy,
pain.
Please pay attention to us.
This is it.
That's all he was trying to do.
You know, people are hungry. People are hungry.
Starving, man.
Yes. So people are hungry. People are angry, and all of that. And that's not the time for you now saying you want to
young man's face.
It's sad. Well, thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, everyone. We miss you guys too. We're going to miss you again when we go on another break. I'm announcing this so you will know. You know what? Thank you, Mary. Thank you, NJ. Thank you, Lady. We had a fantastic conversation. Yes, now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for the day, here it is again. Anyway, no drug, not even alcohol, causes the fundamental ills of society. If we're looking for the source of our troubles, we shouldn't test people for drugs. We should test them for stupidity, ignorance, greed, and love of power. Oh, you're deep, go. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy. We love.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
Good morning and welcome to the run-up. I am Uchechukwu Onodo.
And my name is Nyamgul Agaji. We're glad to know that you're there and watching us today, and we hope that today will be both informative, educative, entertaining, and everything that you want to have in a program.
And today we're looking at the statement made by Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State, wherein he said that Nigeria would break if the current ruling party, the APC, wins the presidential elections come 2023.
We also will be talking to someone who is doing a very marvelous job in the hinterlands, in the slums, trying to get children to read by gathering a lot of books and opening libraries for children to read in Ajegunle, and hoping that someone watching today will also make it a point to do something positively to further the cause of education in Nigeria.
And moving on from there, we're going to be having, usually do, a surprise guest towards the end of the show, and we hope you have a great time having these amazing conversations with us.
We do also hope that we are going to have Mr. Okeo Sayantolu, who was this morning tackling the fire that erupted in Yaba, to get an update, but whether we get him or not, we're hoping that they have done a very wonderful job there this morning. But let's kickstart immediately with Honorable Kehinde Bamgbeta, former Commissioner for Information in Lagos State. Good morning and welcome to the program, Honorable.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay. APC, PDP, Labour Party, and so many other parties. But there seem to be a lot of problems within these major three parties. I'm talking about the APC and the PDP. Let's start with you, the APC. You are a chieftain in APC. What are the chances, seeing that we have so many problems within the party and the cry of some Nigerians that some of the things that you did not sit down well with them? What are the chances of APC from your perspective in the 2023 election?
I think thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this event. The most important thing that has happened is the launch of the manifesto of the APC. It responds to the yearnings of the average Nigerian. It has done a self-critique of what we have done in the last 7.5 years, and it has proposed new measures, new perspectives, new targets to ensure that the party continues to respond to the yearnings of the Nigerian people. So I think that is a major landmark in this campaign, the fact that we have been able to do our own self-criticism. We've seen where we seem not to have done very well, and we have seen where we have done extremely well. And we want to improve on this, and we are offering Nigerians a better, an improved version, and a more popular democratic option going forward. That is basically it. And that tells us that in terms of the mass of the people following us, we have already done our registration, and we know that we have large number of people across the length and breadth of this country ready to vote for our party. We, however, do not think that we should rest on our horse. We are every day trying to develop early warning systems, rejig our structures, engage, and as much as possible, convince Nigerians that we have an improved model, an improved mechanism, and a better delivery package than what they have witnessed before. And that basically is where we are now. So based on those factors, I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to win our elections come 2023.
I know my colleague is itching to also pitch in something, but let me just add this or have you clarify this. Before this manifesto was unveiled, as it were, your party, especially the presidential candidate of your party, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had always said that it was going to continue with the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari, which means whatever Buhari has done, he will make sure he continues and solidifies whatever the gains have been. Now, with the...
That is not correct. Your interpretation is not correct. When you say you are going to continue with the legacies, it means those ones that are admired by Nigerians. It does not mean old hook, line, and sinker acceptance. So I think we need to, when we take the words, let's also interpret them very well. It does not mean that it will be a old thing. It will take the legacy, the ones that are admired by Nigerians, the one that Nigerians can attest to as having worked will be taken. But the ones that have not worked will be improved upon. That's basically what it means. Thank you very much.
Can you identify some of these ones that will be jettisoned for the greater good of Nigeria?
Well, you see, when you say jettisoned, I use the word improve on them. For example, you will have seen, for example, what we talk about security. And we think that there has to be more work in terms of security. For example, in terms of mobilizing Nigerians behind our security forces, there is a lot of inadequate communication about what our security forces are doing, about the challenges they are facing on the field. And the point is, can we improve the weaponry, for example? Can we improve intelligence gathering, for example? Can we also collaborate with other nations that are having the same problem and increase our capacity for combat readiness? These are areas that we can improve upon. And that's why we say that areas that people are complaining about. The first is that we did the research across the country, getting what people think about some of our policies, and we have seen some of those things, and we are working on those areas that we think people are having issues. Take, for example, we are talking of agriculture. This government has done a lot about local rice, but we could do much more than that. Right now, we know that 35% of the land available in Nigeria is under cultivation. Now, we intend to move it to 75%. And to achieve that purpose, we are looking at the river basins to see how we can use river basins to irrigate more land and therefore bring them under cultivation. We are looking at generating commodity boards to ensure that the farmers have better deal for whatever they are producing. We are looking at establishing more farmers cooperatives and providing them credit, and also providing more mechanized machines and the implements that they can use on the farms. So what has gone we have to improve on it. In terms of security of the farmers, the Buhari government, for example, introduced what we call the Rangers program under the NCD and the NSCDC, where rangers move to the farms and try and stand by the farmers and secure them. Now, we want to expand that, by developing also a civilian version of it. So that the farmers can feel at home, can feel secure when they're going to the farms. These are areas of improvement. And of course, we have looked at the exchange rate. We have understood that this exchange rate that we're talking about, is partly due to the monetarist perspective, the dominance of monetarist tools in managing the economy. We are saying that we want to shift the focus from monetary to fiscal options. In other words, we are trying to say that as much as possible, exchange rates will depend on the productive capacity of the economy. And therefore, our challenge is to see how fast can we encourage more production. If there's more production, how can we encourage more exports so that the naira can be strengthened? We are looking at debt obligation. Debt issue is also one of the issues we are having. We are saying, how do we now generate the kind of revenue to be able to pay back our debt as fast as possible? And that's why you are going to have a lot of taxes being lowered, but being spread so that more people can pay. Some of those things. So we are not just coming with an old thing. We are not just repeating what has been done, but we are looking at those areas where people are complaining, where the show is pinching their Nigeria and trying to see how best can we, within a short period, respond to their yearnings. So that's really is the way forward for us.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this question. The APC primary elections in Rivers State has just been nullified. Can you give us an insight on why you think this happened and how do you react to this situation?
There is never a perfect election. When you have an election, things go wrong. There will be one or two imperfections, and therefore, until a litigant goes to court to raise issues about the process of an election, you may not know exactly where things went wrong. So I'm just saying basically that whatever may be the outcome of the litigation, I'm quite sure this is also not the end of it, because there will be appeals. And until it gets to the final supreme authority, we may not exactly know the state of the matter. So I will want to caution myself that this is rather too early to begin to comment, because there are stages in this that this matter will go, and until the final judgment is taken, you cannot really be able to know whether you are saying the right or not. And not being a lawyer, I have to also be very careful, even though I'm a political consultant and scientist, but I know that when you start at the primary level, there will be an appeal, and then until we find the final judgment, that's where we know whether this has really been annulled or it can still stand.
Some people have said your party has some kind of arrogance. You do the things that you like to do, whether it has public opinion or not. And that is the complaint, one of the complaints that the Rivers people, the person who took the APC Rivers State to court brought, that the people that were supposed to be on the delegate list were not put on the delegate list, that some other people were put. So it was wrought with irregularities, and the people that were thrown up as the candidates were not supposed to, because they were not elected by the bona fide delegates. How do you respond to the perception people have that APC is arrogant in the way they do their things, in their selection, in their utterances and all that?
Well, that's rather a wrong impression, and it's rather unfortunate that some people can have that opinion. It's basically important that a governing party that has control of the presidency and more of the governors cannot afford to be arrogant to the people. It's holding whatever it's holding as power in trust for the people. And that basically means that if you start with our president, you can see what we preach and what we do is humility, and recognizing that ultimately power belongs to the people. So there's no reason any sensible, serious politician or representative of the people can afford to be arrogant, because sooner than later you will have to call back to these people and seek their mandate. Now, having said that, the process of election of delegates is quite very, very clear, and it basically starts with the fact that every ward has a certain number of people that you should elect as delegates, 5 per ward. That is the prescription of the party. And for you to qualify to do it, you must have spent some time within the party. You must have taken the forms, paid for the forms. Now, in this process, we'll talk of management of a particular process. Along the way, in the process, there must have been one hiccup or the other that has led to this. But I also said this is a complaint that the lower court has had two parties and they have taken a decision, but the party that feels it has not gotten the enough justice, it also has the legitimate right to go to the next level and plead its cause. And that's why we say that it may be too early, too hasty to be judgmental about this matter. What I know is that if really people who are not supposed to be delegates became delegates, then you have to ask yourself, I mean, why, how did that happen? I mean, how did that happen? But it's not a matter of arrogance. In politics too, there is a lot of competition. Groups and their tendencies who are always competing for advantage within the process. And in that process, influence will be part of it. So I don't want to prejudge this matter. All I want to say is that a party is an organization of human beings. Human beings compete for power. And in that process, people can take advantage, and certain processes can actually be abused. But until we get the final position of this matter, I would not want us to rush to the press.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes,
just very recently, Governor Obaseki of Edo State has come out to say that in a statement, he said that the country, Nigeria, would break if the APC wins the forthcoming presidential elections. I am not asking you to react directly to that, but then why would someone make a statement like that? Do you think that your party probably somehow has given off the notion or the body language that your party is not in for the unity of the country? What do you say about that?
Is that Governor Obaseki is one of is probably one of our very, very, very worst governors. He has not done very well. You are aware that he just recently went to a water facility and wanted a place where he had been for over 6-7 years. He just visited the water corporation and wanted to now sack everybody, complaining about the way the place has been run down. That shows basically that he's not on top of his job. Now, if a person who within his own state is not on top of his job, I think he will be taking much more than he can chew if he attempts to go into a national platform and begin to ventilate what basically is a very wrong-headed idea. The fact of the matter is that knowing the pedigree of the president who served in Nigeria, who was in the Civil War, who fought to make Nigeria one, you will expect that one major thing that you cannot take from President Buhari is that he's committed to the Nigerian Federation and he is ready to defend it to the last pint of his blood. Now, if there are issues of a crisis, insecurity in the country, which the government is doing everything possible to stop, to combat, I will expect a very responsible governor who attends the Council of State meeting and who has intelligence with him to be much more responsible and patriotic in the statements. These are not the kind of time for you to make very divisive comments. Where you can play politics, you can campaign, but campaign on what you promised Nigerians to do. Your party, the PDP, which you used to be in our party, and then he ran into another party. That, of course, shows that there was no principled basis in the first place for him to have been in the party. But if you even want to campaign, that was campaign based on what we promised Nigerians, how Nigerians will look better, how the country will improve, how the exchange rate will come down, how the inflation rate will go down. Those are the basis on which we should be engaging each other. Not on such trite, such backward ideas as a party coming back, and that mean that that Nigerians will be divided. Is he the only Nigerian who will vote? This is an election, and people are going to vote. He should allow Nigerians to vote. He himself, he will face this very soon. So Nigerians are the ones who have the votes to determine the fate of everybody. And making irresponsible statements, about the future of Nigeria is rather on becoming of a governor. And I think basically it's something that he should have. It should feel. It should be honorable enough to withdraw that statement, because it is clearly very, very irresponsible.
Revisit the achievements of this present administration, and some of which you are going to build upon if you become the party at the center again in 2023. The present administration came on the heels of security, corruption, fighting of these ones. That will bring the economy to a level that $1 will be 1 naira. And right now, $1 naira or $1 is almost like 1,000 naira.
Yes.
So the way to solving a problem is by identifying what the root cause of that problem is. What have you identified, your party that is trying to give us a new lease of life, according to how you're saying, what have you identified as the reason for the failure, or at least the perceived failure, because you may not agree with me that security, economy, and all the corruption and everything, it really didn't rear the head that we hoped, or it didn't really get the kind of fight that we hoped this administration was going to give it. So what are the problems that led to the perceived failure of the present administration in fighting these 3 areas that you intend to address, that makes you have the confidence that the incoming administration, if you win, will be better than this one?
Now, let us understand very clearly that a nation has a history, and the economy also has a history. And let us understand that at the time the APC government came into being, there has been another party, the People's Democratic Party, which has been government for 16 years. Let us also understand that it was a consensus. In fact, the basis on which that government lost power was a general agreement that it has wasted resources and set the nation back many, many decades. Now, the yeoman's job of transforming deficits to plus within a shorter period is a major challenging issue, and we have to recognize that for many months, many of the structures put in place by the PDP had to be undermined, had to be combated, had to be transformed. And one of the single purpose initiatives in that respect was the TSA. The TSA was meant to ensure that a lot of agencies and ministries and departments who are holding on to government resources, are forced to remit them back when they were not used, so that there could be a central accounting system for most of government operations. And by the TSA alone, millions of naira were saved because of many ministries having over 20, 30 accounts in various banks, bank charges, and all sorts. And of course, it also meant that the corruption environment was shrunk, was reduced to the barest minimum. People didn't have the kind of leeway that they had under the PDP to go out there and concoct and engage in various dubious transactions, which took away a lot of government money. So the TSA remains a major factor, and we have to look at it very well as a major achievement of the government. And another area where you have to look at, for example, is that the government turned its attention to agriculture. The government said, let us produce what we eat. And the government took that seriously to the extent of having to shut down the borders of the country to limit the importation of rice, so that the local growers of rice, could work. And we saw the evidence at the end of the day, the return of the rice pyramids. In Kano, in Katsina, and Kebbi, in particular, we were able to achieve increased production of local rice, and not just local rice alone. Also went to cassava, also went to other products. Now that meant that we have been able to at least, work our talk of saying that Nigerians should produce what they eat. And interestingly, one of the people working against this is one of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, who is an importer of baked beans. And also that means that what is importing is killing the beans farmers who are not able to get the right prices for their products because of this massive reckless importation of food items into the country. We continuously suppress the living standards of our people and our farmers.
We need to just...
So agriculture is one area, therefore, where we can proudly say that we have done very, very well. And what we are going to do is to make sure that as we fight insecurity and reclaim more farms from the insurgents, more farmers return to their farms and the production of food will become another issue. And of course, going forward in this area, we have already said that the Bank of Agriculture, which is a major credit agency for funding agric, will resume its operations. Right now, what is happening is that you are turning monetarism into fiscal areas where the central bank is the one producing money. When in fact the Bank of Agriculture is laying prostrate. So we intend to ensure that the Bank of Agriculture takes back its place as a major funder and credit agency for promoting and producing better foods for the country. And not just that, we have also said that we intend to increase cultivation of land under cultivation from 35% as it is today to 75%. And our strategy for doing that is to start with the river basins, to use irrigation to reclaim more lands to come under cultivation and target crops that have very strong yields so that Nigerians will have no reason to continue to import food items into this country. We have discussed that. We have said that the farmers need a better deal. And in better deal, we say that we're going to bring back the commodity boards of old.
We're trying to have a conversation. And if you're not going to listen to us so that we can have a conversation.
Well, this is
Well, you asked me, you just did a manifesto and it's a very, very 80-page document.
But you need to also let us
there are other things.
I get to tell Nigerians what we have in stock for them. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few things. When you say some things, we would like to just, lest we forget, ask some questions that are pertinent to what you have said. But because for lack of time, let's just see this. The common man on the street doesn't really know what TSA has done to Nigeria. All he knows is that the debt profile of Nigeria is getting to $60 trillion. All he knows is that the dollar is higher. All he knows is that a bag of rice that was 16,000 is now up to nearly 40,000. And when you talk about you improving agriculture, you improving the economy, you bring in some innovations that have helped to save the naira, everybody will just be wondering what that is. But maybe since we are still studying the manifesto together, that would be matter for another day. We have just discovered that a lot of issues have been raised, and we might need to call you back another day to come and say some things. So for now, we'd like to just thank you for being a part of our show today.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, I really wished that he would have had a conversation.
Yes.
He would have, so that we can ask other questions and then make it clearer to Nigerians, answer the questions that are burning on the on a regular Nigerian's mind. Because when you begin to use terms like the TSA and they don't understand it. You understand? I probably would know what a TSA means because I had to do research over and over on certain issues because of the programs and the kind of work that I do. How about the person that is selling foodstuff in Yaba Market? Does the person understand what TSA is?
Now, even if I know the meaning of it, and even as a learned person, if it doesn't translate to making my life better.
And food on my table.
Food on my table, will I even really care? All those are terms. You tell me big terms and it doesn't translate into a better livelihood for me. How would I even see that you're doing something for me? I will say, take us back to Egypt where we will eat our cucumbers.
I hope he's able to answer the questions in a better, a more relatable manner the next time we'll have him. But it was amazing talking to him otherwise. It is still the run-up and we're going on a quick break. When we return, the run-up will continue, and we're going to be having even more interesting conversations. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, we're glad to know you're still there and watching us. It's a run up, and we're joined by our second guest. Her name is Grace, and she's graciously doing something really lofty in the slums, in areas where the children are less privileged, in areas where children don't have access to books and they don't have people to encourage them to read. She has been doing a lot, gathering books, opening libraries, and encouraging children to read. It's our pleasure this morning to welcome you, Grace, to our program, The Run-Up. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I was just trying to ramble up, just talking randomly and trying to describe the kind of work that you do. But give us an insight to what you do and what motivated you to do what you do.
Okay, so I work as the director of Transforming Lives and Communities Initiative, which is an NGO focused on bridging education inequality gap, because I believe every child deserves equal access to quality education. So if you look at communities like Ajegunle, the low-income communities, you just realize that there are a lot of deprivations, and which in turn affect every one of us, whether the rich, the poor, the middle class. So I said, you know what, we have to begin to create institutions. We have to begin to create programs that would bridge this inequality gap, so every child, irrespective of where they are, can have equal access to quality education.
And how long have you been doing this, Grace?
Okay, so based on research, when we started out, we were trying out different stuff to see how an underserved community can be transformed. So we started out 2014, 2015, but we took flight in 2018 when we realized that, okay, we need to nip it on education and good governance. So these are the strategies that we use to drive the change that we are hoping for. So we've been doing it for almost, technically from 2018 to date, that's about 4 years.
How would you describe your level of success so far?
Yeah, I think it's very encouraging. Very encouraging. If it wasn't encouraging, I'm not sure we would have been continuing. One of the key things that we use as our performance indicator is civic engagement. We want to see how more people can become patriotic, love their community, see what they can do for their community. So the increase in our volunteer strength as an organization is very amazing. Seeing young people, seeing secondary school students coming around to the library saying, I want to volunteer, I want to give back, I want to do my bit. I mean, that is so beautiful. That's like a big success for us. And then we also have what we call behavioral improvement evaluation, which is one of the strategies, one of the performance indicators that we use to assess how well we have done. We've seen children at the library, shape up in their behavior, be more kind, be more compassionate, be more collaborative. That's another milestone for us. And then we also have the performance improvement evaluation. Of course, when you have a library, you want to ensure that these libraries are directly impacting on the academic performance of these children. And it's been great. We've seen kids who move from maybe like 8th position to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, by virtue of the fact that they visit our library.
Okay, what would you say has been the challenge, the major challenges that you face? I mean, what you run is like an NGO, and you probably fund these things by yourself. What are the challenges you would say you've faced over the years, and what's the biggest of them all?
Okay, so the first was skill set. You know, the people, finding people who are passionate about what you want to do. It's not easy to run a big vision by yourself. So you need quite a lot of people. So at that, initially, people didn't even understand what volunteering was. They said, come and volunteer, come and work with us, community service. They're like, what's in it for me? What's in it for me? So when we continued anyway, and then we began to make it interesting, we began to make our volunteering opportunities interesting for people to come on board. And we have seen that aspect, that challenge taken care of. Also, we had funding issue initially because I was doing more with my funds. Of course, I still was consistent because I strongly believe in what I'm doing. Even the team also believe in what we're doing. So we were consistent, and little by little by little, we're getting more buy-ins from individuals, getting more buy-ins from private organizations, friends, even from out of the country who follow our works online. So these are challenges. The major for us right now is funding to do more, you know, but I think we've overcome, and we're still overcoming the volunteering, the people challenge, which it's something that we have seen progress on.
But you're doing something on the one hand, and the government is also trying to do something on the other hand. What are you doing? How is your collaboration? How would you describe your collaboration with the government and with the private enterprises? And then from which area do you think you can have more of the funding that you're talking about here?
Okay, so we never leave out attending stakeholders forum in the local government, because everything we do is premised on the fact that if every local government is actively functioning, Nigeria's development is going to be a lot faster. So people need to get involved at community level, your local government level. So we never leave out attending any of the maybe stakeholders forum, budget preparation forums in the local government. That's where we talk to them about what we are doing, why they need to make investment plans, why they need to make investment projects, or maybe for the girls in the community, for the teachers, for schools. So, and we've seen them collaborate. Initially, it was a struggle. Maybe they didn't believe in what we were doing, but right now we're getting some support from them. Like I told them the last time that it could be more. It could be more, you know. So, and therefore, private organizations, yeah, we work with them. We talk to some of them. Of course, some people, I think they see CSR as a form of brand awareness. So if you're not in the high-profile communities, if you're not doing stuff that would gain national attention, you know, they might not want to come on board, which is very, very sad. You know, but because I feel CSR is not supposed to be like a brand awareness platform for you as an organization. My apologies to organizations that own the right to do whatever they want to do with their money, but that part is a little bit of a struggle for us, although we're getting better over time. Initially, we didn't really get buy-ins, but now people are seeing the impact. They're seeing the numbers of persons that we are impacting. They're seeing the number of persons that are benefiting from our programs, benefiting from the project, so we're getting more buy-ins. So we don't leave out the government in anything we do. I mean, if we all synergize, complement each other, I know we're going to have greater impact. So the government, yes, they support, not as much as we expect, but then it's getting better. From where we were, when they didn't even give us a dime, they never came around. But now we've had them come around, we have them invite us for the stakeholders forums because they know we want to make inputs, they know we have the intention of the community at heart. So I think we're not doing anything in isolation. We're working in collaboration with all of these stakeholders, the government, the private organizations. But I think my big concern is with the private organizations and how they think CSRs should be about brand awareness for them. So they should look in the direction of, you know, those communities, those rural communities, those marginalized communities that are not even seen, NGOs that are not even heard of, and they're doing something great. I think it's very important for them to look in that direction if we really want the development of our nation.
All right, let me ask you this, because we're rounding off already. What would you say is the bigger picture for you? I mean, you're doing something very graceful. Out of your own volition, you came out to organize these people, and you all together are doing something amazing for these children in these areas. What is the bigger picture that you see when you think about it, and what should we be expecting in the future?
Okay, so for our children, we're on a mission to ensure that they have equal access to quality education, quality learning opportunities, so that they do not fall in the path of crime, poverty, and teenage pregnancy, which is very common amongst low-income communities like our community. So for us, we want to establish a learning center, which is what we call the Community Library and Discovery Center, where these children can have access to what they ordinarily cannot afford in their low-cost schools. So that we bridge that inequality gap. We close that gap between what the children of the poor learn, what and how the children of the poor learn, from what and how the children of the rich learn. So we're going to close that gap. Now, we cannot go to every individual school to establish the quality learning center that we are looking for. It would take forever for us to achieve that. But then if we have community centers like this that we have in mind, this big picture, in every local government, especially local governments of low-income communities, then I think we will be giving every child equal opportunity. We will be improving the quality of education, which will in turn improve the quality of people our communities and nation have. So we're looking at having that big center where, whether it is science, technology, art, math, different learning experiences that would harness the potential of every child in Nigeria.
Okay, Grace would like to thank you so much, and we're hoping that this thing you're doing in Ajegunle, because Lagos is not just Ajegunle, will be replicated in all the local governments of Lagos State and beyond Lagos State. Since your vision is for all of Nigeria, we pray that you have the wherewithal to do what you have planned to do. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, that was Grace Nkwocha, who is doing something really amazing.
Yeah,
sometimes we sit back and complain that education in Nigeria is going down when we as individuals can actually do something.
Everybody might not have the opportunity or everything it takes to have a big organization like Grace does, but when you see a person like Grace, you could volunteer and help her out. It could be money that you have for buying the books, it could be books that you have that you're not using, you could donate them. Everybody has a role to play.
Like they say in St. Patrick's Mission, some go to the mission by going, or some give to the mission by going, and some go to the mission by giving. So you can either volunteer to become the priest, or you pay for a priest to be educated. So that's what everybody can do. You either give your time or your resources and all that. Anyway, we'll take a short break now and return with the news. And when we are done with the news, we'll take our final guest that we are hoping you're just guessing, and we'll get to meet at that time. Stay with us.
Stay with us. All right, welcome back. It is still the run-up, and we're having a very talented young man with us this morning. He's a musical artist. He also creates content, does many things. These talented people, you don't know where to catch them from. And with us this morning is Color Boy. Hi, Color Boy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, your name is Cola Boy, and when I heard about you the first time, I was like, does he chew cola a lot or what? So why did you decide to use the name Cola Boy as your stage name, as it were?
Yeah, I've gotten questions like that a lot. When I was starting my career independently, one of the first songs I recorded back then was titled Oji. Meanwhile, Kola Nut from the word Kola Nut. So Kola Nut means Oji in Igbo language. So I thought the first track was Oji, which means Kola Nut. And then Kola Nut represents something great in where I come from, the East. There is literally no meeting without a kola nut. So there's a saying, he who brings kola brings life. So after I recorded that song, I found out that people started calling me Kola Boy. And I wasn't bearing the name Kola Boy then. I was bearing the name Onyx. But somehow, some way people started calling me Kola Boy. And then at the point, I just had to switch. So and I got a real meaning from the word cola, from the kola nuts meaning. It actually made so much sense to go with the name Kola Boy. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the recent tour that you went for at the East. You had just come back from Enugu, and of course you have a very recent body of work. Your EP had just dropped, and unfortunately I couldn't be there for the listening party, but just tell us about it, the listening party and the EP.
Okay, the listening party was held last 2 weeks in Enugu State. The title of the EP is Kola from the East. 5 songs featuring Flavor, Anidons, MCR and Ojadilibu. The idea of the EP was actually to create something that kind of bridges the gap between the old ancestral sound and the modern sound. You know, just like the song of Malicha, the one that was dropped before the EP, I found out that even the song was able to cut across both the old and the new, so everybody could relate to the song. It's not just like it was made for just the older generation, or it was made just for the new generation. So what my brand actually is trying to do is to kind of bring that ancestral sound, and then more like a fusion of the ancestral sound and the new modern sound. Yeah.
Okay, Kola, we like a situation in Plus TV where we bring people that are not that, the Nigerian parlance says blown, you know, you never blow like that. But we like to discover talents and sell the talents to the world. But the world that we want you to be a part of will have to make very informed choices in the political space. And we're wondering, with the influence that you're beginning to gather, you know, when you're collaborating with Flavor and the rest of the big names, it means that you're somewhere there. We're wondering how much of this influence you're also using to educate people of your ilk, people of your type, people of your kind of profession and all that, to get involved in electioneering, in politics, and making sure especially that the defining year of 2023 is what we want it to be, to take Nigeria to El Dorado. So how much involved are you in the politics of Nigeria?
I would say from my own end, I've been doing everything I could, you know, to sensitize people about how important it is to get involved in, you know, exercising their rights as citizens of Nigeria, the ones that are of age. We've been involved in activities, a whole lot of them, trying to sensitize people to get their PVCs and everything, to get ready for voting, because we can't just keep complaining every time. We, the youths, we have to be fully involved. And I've done a couple of things too. You know, when the registration was going on, I had to go down to a lot of locations, you know, because I feel when you are an influential person, people tend to like it's kind of every move or every activity you get involved in, it kind of influences a lot of people to come to you. So I had to go. Even though I had registered before, I still had to make some moves and go to just let people know that, okay, this is the right thing for us to do. And I will keep doing such too. Yeah, I will keep doing such, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, 2023 is coming. I'm just wondering, if you were to select a president, what kind of qualities would you want in a president as a person now?
First of all, I think someone, we first of all need a younger person, right? We need a younger person, and then we need someone that has a different ideology and a perspective of the whole thing about governance. Because what we've had so far, we've had people that had this tribal mentality, and we've had people that I think we've had selfless leaders. To be sincere, we need someone that understands the fact that what we need now is just to rebuild a country that is almost gone, and not someone that is self-centered, not someone that wants what, because that's the word we always hear. Everybody wants to go there to get a national cake, and that's not the kind of person we need there right now. We need someone that understands the mess that the country is in right now. Someone that actually understands that this is beyond religion, this is beyond tribalism, this is beyond ethnicity, this is, I don't know, you understand what I mean though? I'm not a politician, I know the right terminologies, but just someone that is selfless.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Color Boy. Over time, you've proven that you're a very traditional person, and we see how you infuse that in your music. It's a very beautiful thing, actually, for a young man in your age bracket to understand the place of culture. And it's also beautiful to know that you're very interested in the political end of things also. You're not just in the entertainment sector. You're using your influence to be a part of politics and governance. That is a very beautiful thing. Thank you so much, Colaboy, for coming on the run-up this morning. And we have your video, Omalicha, that will be coming up very soon. We hope that you continue the great work that you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching us right now, and before the news, you saw the lofty things that a young lady was doing. Grace Nkwocha there was doing something with the young ones in Ajegunle, and hopes to replicate all this in all the local governments of Lagos State and possibly the entire Nigeria. You too can do something no matter how young you are. Kola is doing it, Grace is doing it. What are you doing? Well, as we wrap up, I hope that tomorrow that you're going to be a part of the program again. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. And as we round up with Omalicha video, my name is Uchechukwu Onodo. Do have yourself a wonderful day ahead.
It's Bami on the beat.
Omalicha, boys want to gafe hanekiri your beauty me well on throat to roge keriri and dem aneburu Jericho mu abudumbudi mu abura kara maka chuko mu abudagidi nwa seitewe asing the fight away you got container dem offload the fight away asing madam nwa seitewe asing the fight away the free boss have already so the fight away nwa fight away Omalicha mama de bombo ya tebo Omalicha mama de bombo ya tebo Omalicha The thoughts of you, they bust my head. The blast, I don't know. Up now, we get today, that would be a waste of food. They steady dripping it and they making one check and go talk. Kugo banya madam, my soul, I say, my spec. Right on the beat, touch on the beat, man, will do my check. And through to God, I cross my heart, my was in hero. And when they get to make I push it up, but my for city go. Say, Mama, Lita, Mama, Genevieve na Divasa, Chimamanda DJ, Momo Nyoko Wen, Uche Queen Femori, Regina Daniel, some Mamoro number, Ijechi Unyenedo Compo, Tenedo Missy Juliet Compo, Omo Meresu Wadam and Kano, and what you are to pretty barista, Mrs. Ebere, Riako Bibana. The angels is a boy who chief priest. And was a told you what I am. Much respect to OG. I go anymore. I never oh, yeah. Pull up, boy. Retro mix.
Furniture making is an act of turning or building wood pieces into amazing objects. It is a wide market and its requirements are lower in terms of quality and finishing. Furniture making business is just like every other profession. It is mainly distinguished by how you choose to present it. The furniture industry has so much improved in Nigeria from the roadside carpentry and has grown to become a billionaire industry. The market for furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. The furniture market globally is a huge market which is estimated to be about $360 billion market, with the most prominent players being the United States and the China market. Nigerian furniture market is a vast market which is estimated at 70 billion naira, with an annual growth rate of about 2.35%, which is due to the massive increase in urbanization and population growth. Despite the massive rise of the locally produced furniture in Nigeria, the furniture making business is still much hampered by the high demand for imported furniture. In 2004, the Nigerian government banned the importation of furniture, thereby creating opportunity for investors to push capital into furniture business. To start a furniture business in Nigeria, you don't require an expert furniture making skills. You can hire the services of skilled furniture makers to help make the furniture while you run and own the business. You can keep them on your payroll and source for your customers. The furniture business has a very high profit margin, making it a very high profitable business to venture into. You don't have to wait until you have millions before you can start furniture business. You can start furniture making with small capital and grow into a big shop. With about 450,000 naira, you can start a furniture business. But the profitability of the business is mainly anchored on the area or location of the business, the bargaining power of the furniture maker, and the level of experience in the business.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am Moremi Akon. Our guest today is the founder and CEO of Jones Wood Creation Limited, a reputable furniture producing company that creates bespoke furniture products and decorations. She is an enterprise entrepreneur with demonstrated experience in project management, business supervision, development, negotiation, customer service, strategic planning, and analytical thinking. She studied chemical engineering and bagged her BEng degree from Anambra State University. In 2018, she was awarded a certificate of the Yali Emerging Leaders Program at the Regional Leadership Center, West Africa, Accra, Certificate of Appreciation by the Ready Set Work Faculty, Lagos, a beneficiary of the Seed Stars World Investment Readiness Program 2019, and an organizing member of the Girls Skill Up Initiative 2019. A certified Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women alumni. Wow, that's quite a bio. Our guest is Joan Mbogu. Hi, Joan. Thanks for coming on the show today.
Hi, Moremi. Thanks for having me.
That was quite a bio. Like, I was running out of breath at some point. Okay, so how did you find yourself in the furniture making space from engineering?
Okay, so, well, for me, it was at the time where I just resigned from an engineering company I was working in, I think, 2011. And I had a colleague of mine. We went to the same university and he visited. He's an architect actually, but apparently he was running furniture making company. And he came that day and he was just telling us about what he's been doing in the furniture space. It was quite an interesting story and I picked interest. I wanted to know more. Even though he was operating from Abuja, I was in Lagos. I wanted to know more. So I told him, okay, you know what? I want to know more about this furniture thing, being an architect. So he was all about how you could design, you know, procure materials, build the furniture piece, and finally install. For me, it was quite interesting. And before I knew what was happening, after that day, after the discussion that day, anywhere I go and I see a furniture piece, I'm trying to like relate it with the story he had just told me. And I remember telling him that, okay, you know what, I want to do this because at that time I had just resigned. I was not really doing anything within that space. So he said, okay, and he was willing to bring me on board. So we did quite some jobs. We did quite some jobs that time. I got some small jobs. Maybe you want to make your table, your chair, and I was involved. And it's been from one small job to the other, and the story
and you're
has.
Here today.
Yes, I'm
so
here
did you
today.
actually have to learn how to like put wood together?
Yes,
and
I did. Yes,
Oh, wow.
so I did. So at least from the engineering part, I'm a very hands-on person, and I try to know like details of everything I want to do. So yes, I did. At the initial stage, maybe not, yes, but later on, after I began running my own company, I saw the need to really get into the operational aspect of furniture making. So yes, I did, and also, of course, I've taken a lot of training since then. So you see some videos online on DIY, how these things are done. So I really, put my interest in that, and yeah, I'm hands-on.
Oh, well, I'm really trying to just imagine you being hands-on.
I am. I spray.
Together. Wow.
I spray. At least I can operate my equipment. I have a panel saw. I can operate it. I can operate my edge binder. I can operate my planer. So it's not like I do it, but hey, if you are making a guide for me, I'll tell you that I can do this thing. Yes.
I think that's one of the perks of actually learning.
Yeah.
The putting furniture together itself.
Yeah.
So that people won't, like, as you say, shakara you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been in this industry for quite a while.
Yeah, quite a while.
And we know that there are very few females in this industry.
Yes.
Okay. Even though a lot of people are getting into it now, but it's still more male dominated. Anyway, so what improvements would you like to see in this furniture making space in Nigeria?
So improvements, well, first of all, I would like to see increased in the kind of quality we make overall in the furniture industry.
You mean locally?
Yes, locally, of course, locally. And also increase in productivity. And I'm looking forward to a time where maybe our NUC can have furniture making as a course people can study in school. Yes, so because it's really interesting that we have a challenge presently in the industry of having skilled workers. So if somebody can go to the university and study furniture making or carpentry, I mean, you can imagine somebody graduates and I'm a furniture maker, BSc holder.
I'm a furniture maker makes it
look too right?
I'm a carpenter.
Although there was a time if you ask me, I'm like, okay, I'm becoming like carpenter. Yes, that's what I am. So if we can have that in the university curriculum, I think it's going to be great, and it will help bridge that gap of when we're saying that there's shortage of skilled furniture makers in the industry. And of course, encourage the ladies because, hey, we pay attention more to details. And furniture making actually involves paying attention to what you're dishing out.
And getting hands-on as
so
well.
those are some of the things I'm looking out for we can have in the industry, especially from abroad. I think it's obtainable abroad, but Nigeria, we have not really embraced it. So there's this thing about you're a carpenter, like you said, they just look at you like you're the roadside hammer. No, it's beyond that. There is the technology has really shifted from that part to, you have state-of-art equipment right now that you use. There are lots of, it's really, really taxing. It's not an easy thing. Yes, those artisans, they just hit these, join things together, but
it's more than that.
Yeah, so if you come from the design point of view, there's a quality part of it, there's an installation part of it, so those needs like professional guidance, and that's what we're looking at. Okay, if we can have furniture maker graduates, it's going to be awesome.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So how's the journey been running this establishment? Tell me about some of the challenges.
Let me say this up front. It is not easy, right? But hey, there's been highs, there's been lows. It is not an easy, especially like you said, being in a male-dominated industry. So it's not something like you can just come and sit down and work. Most times you have to, like I said, you have to know your onions so that when the guys are not doing it well, you can always correct. So challenges majorly is having access to those skilled carpenters, like staffing. Yes, it's a huge challenge. So what I've tried to do personally is that I have this training arm in the organization. So what I do, I encourage people, especially the females, even if you don't know how to do anything, just come. I have some cheap the good carpenters, so they can actually put you through like apprenticeship. So when they've gone through a certain period of time, we can enroll you as a proper staff, and some of them will just, you know what, I want to start doing my stuff. So the major challenge is really staffing. Yeah.
So that's been your major challenge, staffing.
Yes, staffing, and maybe another thing will be clients not having to pay completely. I don't know whether it's a Nigerian thing, but you have people when you've delivered
this particular one about clients, we'll talk about it shortly.
Yes.
I want to hear how clients make it a challenge for you running your business.
Okay.
So we'll do that after the break.
Okay, thank you.
We will be back for more conversations with our guests after the break. I'm still here with Joan Mbogu, founder and CEO of Jones Wood Creation Limited. Okay, Joan, so very quickly, I want you to touch on the client's issue very quickly. So how have they made it challenging running your business?
So when I mean challenge, you don't get funds as when due.
So is it that, okay, they don't pay in time,
yes,
or they overprice your work? Underprice your work?
No, they don't pay on time.
Okay.
So, most times, really what we have payment term that like, before we execute your job. But you see some clients, they just decide to hold, maybe you have like a 15% remaining after you've delivered the job, or a 20%.
But that's the Nigerian way.
But it's not good. It's not helping the business, because the truth is that most times we're actually running or trying to deliver a project with your funds. So it's not like I have one fund somewhere that I want to use, then maybe after I've delivered and then you pay. So we expect that, okay, once your job is delivered and you're okay, some clients will just be waiting for you 1 month. So it's like they're waiting for something to spoil. So they can now hinge on it. Do you get? So it's really sad. Like you have contract, but they don't keep to their own side of the contract. You've delivered, but
how about you specifying it? Like, this is how we work, sir, ma. This is expected on this date and that date and that date.
We do that. So the corporate clients are good. They comply. Right, I think most of the times the challenge we have are individuals. So they don't keep to the contract. So you tell them, they'll say yes, but when you now finish, sometimes you're calling them, you're begging, like. But you know what? There's something that I've started doing recently. So I'll try as much as possible, even though it's not working, but somehow it has improved the payment, the final payment thing. So we try. What I do is that I will finish your job. Yes, then I'll send you pictures. You can see your job, and I'll tell you I'm not coming until you pay that money. So some comply.
You found a way around it.
Yes.
Hopefully that works in the long term.
Yeah.
Okay, so Amidst all these challenges, you're still in business. I want
course.
you to give us some tips on how to run, just very few tips on how to run a profitable furniture making business in Nigeria of today.
Well, in Nigeria of today, I like that, because running an entrepreneur in Nigeria, it's not an easy feat. So, well, for me, I would say, I think basically have a business plan. I think that's like the first thing, not just a furniture company. For any business you want to do, have a business plan, develop it, be part of that business plan so that you can understand everything your business entails. So maybe I'll just highlight some key things from the business plan you should have in relation to furniture making. So one of it is understanding your audience. What niche are you trying to serve? So you need to understand that. And maybe secondly would be, what part of furniture do you want to specialize in? Because furniture as a whole is broad. Do you want to do woodwork, like you said, woodwork, or do you want to do man-made materials? Sorry, I'm going to be using some jargons. Do you want to do woodwork, or you want to do man-made materials? That's the engineered boards. So those are two different things. And there's a metal part of furniture. So do you want to combine that? So you need to understand that and the people that will need those products. Because again, you can't be making something that is not needed. So when you understand those two and know your onions, know what is entails from the beginning to the end, even if you don't want to get involved, at least have that knowledge. Yes, so that you can make informed decisions as the owner of the business. And maybe lastly will be, of course, know your numbers. Yes, you must know your numbers, have a proper bookkeeping record, and promote your business. Should it be visible, carry it on your head, say it, let people know what you are doing. Because if after you've done your business plan, you are sure that what you're doing is profitable and there's a need for it, market your products and you'll be good to go.
Interesting, Jane.
Yes.
So let's have some furniture talk.
Okay.
So what are the things to look out for when creating a furniture piece?
Things to look out for. So like I said earlier, there are different categories. I would like to stay on woodwork.
Okay, woodwork.
Because I like woodwork. So interesting thing about woodwork is forgiving. You can play around woodwork compared to the man-made materials. Now, why I said
what
that
do you
is
mean man-made materials?
man-made materials are like the engineered boards. They've been processed synthetically. Unlike wood, wood is from the forest, like raw wood. So those other ones have been prepared. So you have limitations to what you can do because it's already like what they call it, like ready-made, refined. So you have limitations. But with woodwork, you can exhibit your creativity. You can think of something to make as a furniture person and you do it with woodwork. Like you can play around with it. It's robust. You can, and it's forgiving. So even if you make errors in woodwork, you can always maybe cut it, plane it, or grind it to just make maybe, but with man-made, you can't do that. Once you've made an error, you might have to start getting another material to do that. So with woodwork, it's easier. You can exhibit, you can do a lot of creative stuff with woodwork. So that's one interesting thing about it. And you know, having to design like a piece, like conceptualize something and producing it, there's nothing as fulfilling as that. Like it's a great feeling. So yeah.
I already feel like I know how to do it. But we'll talk more about this shortly.
I know.
We will go on a short break. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with John Mbogu of Jones Wood Creation Limited on the business of furniture making in Nigeria. Okay, John. As someone who's been in business for a while and is involved in, the business of everything itself, what common errors do you see business owners make? In business, small business.
Okay. Common errors. Well, I think one crucial one is wanting to do everything by yourself, because you feel that you're the visionary, you're the one that know everything. Like I was in that space at the time, I wanted to just be everywhere. I think it comes with the fact that maybe with professionals, like you just want to be everywhere. It's not, it's a very big mistake. So one is going to wear you out. You're going to be burnt out. And as a visioneer, you're not supposed to be like everywhere. You're the visioneer, you're supposed to be thinking strategically. What's the next business, and not really getting into the nitty-gritty. Yes, you can oversee, but not carrying everything. So get people, employ people. Even if you cannot employ, you can outsource, right? So you can just get maybe like work with somebody for a period of time and get it sorted out. Don't try to carry everything. You know, you're going to wear out. And if possible, if you need to get a partner or somebody to collaborate with, do that. There's
Collaboration,
nothing.
how easy is collaboration in this part of the world?
Well, like you say, I think for us in Nigeria, or for this our client, we see it as competition, but it isn't. Or maybe most people won't rather collaborate with you because they see you as a competitor. But I don't. Like, I have like two or some of my colleagues that once in a while we work together. So for me, it's about, like I said, not doing everything. There are some jobs that when I get, I know that at this time, I don't have the capacity to execute. I don't want to now bug myself, then I will not meet timeline. I'm now having to now try to beg the clients. I mean, why do I need to go through that stress? So I call my colleague. I say, okay, I have this job. You know, let's take this part. I take this part and deliver. Everybody's happy. You know, and again, it's just about me trying to concentrate on my strength. I can't, yes.
So which is?
Yes, so my strength.
Running the business?
Yes, so running the business when it comes to having to collaborate. So there are some parts of furniture that I know that I can do without any stress, right? The woodwork thing. So I can do without any stress. When you ask anything outside that is still within furniture, maybe the upholstery type of furnishing, or maybe the man-made type, I try to get my other colleagues in the industry to handle that part. Although not that I can't do it, but I have my strength. So when it comes to those parts that I'm not very good, I outsource them. Do you get? And you know, apart from the operational part, there are other parts of the business you need to get involved. There's a marketing part of it. I don't have to be the one to always market. I can get a digital marketing person, you know, but sometimes you have an entrepreneur. He's the person going to look for the business. He's the one procuring the materials. He's the accountant. He's the everything. Yes, at the beginning stage, those things you tend to wear a lot of hats. But as time goes on, you should consciously know that you need to shave out, and because you need to grow beyond that level. Like I said, I was in that space at the time, but hey, I know better. Yes, I know better, and so that I can live to enjoy this money that we are all chasing. You're just making money, and you're tired or you're falling sick because of the work.
Okay,
yeah.
So how would you advise small business owners to raise capital, you know, to upscale their business? I'm sure you know that raising capital, getting funding in this part of the world can be difficult. Let me say it that way. Let me put it that way. Can be difficult. So, but what's your advice?
Well, my advice for people trying to raise money, first of all, I would say that don't try to raise money to run an idea. So, because I've been in that space before. So while I was running Jones Wood Creation, there was this idea that was coming up, another business, and I was just like, this thing is going to be great. I need to launch it. But you know, I tried to talk to a few of my friends about it, and I discovered that it was great on paper and talks, but this thing might not be profitable, especially in this our climate. Maybe abroad, yes, that idea would flourish. So don't try to raise money to run an idea. Now, if as a business person you want to raise money, I would say, first of all, start with your own funds. Like, I'm telling you practically from what I did, and that has worked for me. Start with your own funds. If you have family, if you have relative friends, try and get those pool funds. Run that idea. I would say do like an MVP analysis. Validate that MVP. Make sure that you're meeting a need and it's profitable, at least with the funds that you have gathered within. Once you've tested the waters and it's working, then you know that, okay, you are ready to raise funds, because at that time you have a traction. I mean, if you carry that idea or whatever you're doing to any prospective investor or any bank, at least they can see what you've done. you have history, they will fund you. So one of the ways you can raise money at that time when you've tested the waters and you know that what you're doing is profitable, you can do pitches. There are lots of pitch competitions where you can win a grant. At least start with that. Accelerator programs, because yes, they might not be big money. It's like maybe 3 million, 5 million, but once you get that, because again, you are building a traction, you're building a history for the bigger players that want to play into your own business. So you need to start, you need to, go through that. Except maybe you have one relative or uncle that has one big money that they don't care.
How easy do they part away with it?
So with that, anybody will listen to you at that stage, and yeah, you will get the
Amazing,
money.
Joan. Before I let you go, what advice do you have for women in business?
Women in business, first of all, it's not, like I always say, some people make this thing look glamorous, but in real sense, it isn't. So I'll tell you something. I had somebody that was kind of watching me on social media, seeing all the beautiful things we're doing, young graduates, building technology person. So I think he was observing me for like a year. Then later he now applied that he wanted to be an intern. And when he came, I had an interview with him and we enrolled him. And the guy said something to me, said, "Madam, like, I don't know, this job is this, is like this. Like, you make it so easy. We see the glamour on Instagram, on social media, but man, this is serious work. So it's not hard, but giving up is not an option. Go through the process, it's a journey. And as long as you're consistent, the fruits are in front. Opportunity will meet you based on what you have done, based on your track record. And also as a woman, I think it's necessary we build our confidence. Confidence stems from the fact of knowledge. So if you're running a business, even if you don't have a knowledge, like I didn't have a knowledge of furniture, but I consciously had to seek knowledge. I'm still training as I speak to you. There are lots of things that I still do, I still learn. So build your confidence by being knowledgeable of your craft.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot today. Don't be surprised if I actually start doing some woodwork tomorrow.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
Well, we wish you all the very best at Joan.
Thank you, Murray.
I hope you've been imparted on this episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Do join us the same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I'm Murray Akon. See you next week.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As you can see, we're on the floor today because we're working abs and our core muscles. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips and with me is Elvis in the house. All right, so we're going to start with a quick stretch while we're here and then go straight into our workout of the day. So deep breath in and out, in and out, in and out. Last one, in and out. Drop your head side to side, nice and gentle. Don't strain that neck. 2 more. 1 more and relax. Now head down and up, down and up. Make sure your chin touches your chest. That's a good one. Good. 2 more. 1 more. And relax. Now from this position, you're going to stretch your hands forward and just relax those shoulders and your lower back. Drop your forehead down to the floor if you can. If not, just stay in a neutral position. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's roll up gently. Hands behind your back, clasp and squeeze those shoulder blades together as you raise your chest to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Hands on your shoulders, rotate backwards for 4, 3, 2, and 1, and opposite direction, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and shake it out. Okay, so we're going to start with our bird dog. Now, bird dog is always in your all fours position. We're going to extend the left leg out and the right leg. And now we're going to touch our ankle in this tiger crunch here. So here, here. Have we got it? And your time starts now. Let's go. Now, reach for those ankles. Extend your leg back and try to touch your ankles. It's very easy to touch the knees, but we want you to go further. Touch your ankles. Very good. You have 10 seconds left. Come on, push. 2 and 1 and time. Awesome. Next workout is push-ups. Now, Elvis is going to do normal push-ups, but I'm going to do my push-ups on my knees. So pelvis to the floor, and we work down and up. Take your time. Don't rush it. Just make sure your chest goes all the way down. 2 and rest it. Good job. Now your next workout is up and down plank. So we go down and up. I'll do the easy version and Elvis will do the hard version. Come on, let's go. Down and up. Keep your knees down. If you can't do what Elvis is doing, just stay with me. And rest it. Good job. Our next workout is bicycle kicks. We're going to send the elbows to the knees. Are we ready? Let's go. Come on. That's it. Come on. Push those elbows to the knees. If this is too quick, slow it down. Slow it down. One more. And relax. Now, leg raises. Sit on your hands. It makes it easier. Extend your legs out. We're lifting those legs up to the ceiling. Let's go. Up. Woo! And down. And up. Now, if this is too difficult for you, let your legs touch the floor. If this is still too difficult for you, lift one leg up at a time. All right? There are options, but I'm going to stay here because I want my six-pack to be complete this February. All right? If that's your goal, stay with me. One more. And relax. Now we're going to stretch really quickly. So let's sit down, legs crossed, nice and easy, and relax. Deep breath in and out, into the stomach, and out. So imagine you're blowing air into a balloon, and out. Last one, in and out. Left elbow down on the mat, reach over. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the other side. Stretch the sides. 4, 3, 2, and 1. How flexible are you? Let's try. Walk those hands forward and head down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Walk back. Excellent job. Shoulder stretch, clasp hands together, turn over and push. Let's take it up to the ceiling and grow tall. Very long torso. Lovely. And release those fingers and down. Hand across the chest. Good job. Trap that elbow. Very nice. And the other side. This is a good stretch for the shoulders, especially after the up and down planks. And relax, shake it out. Head circles, last one. Head down, circle right, all the way around. Try and relax while you do this. One more. And let's rotate in the opposite direction. Left. One more. And relax. Awesome workout, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations. This is the very first edition of the program, and it's such a privilege for me that my first guest is someone with whom I have this very personal relationship. A great performer he is, a leader, an icon, someone who at the very tender age of between 13 and 14 formed his own band. This man has put so much into the music industry in Nigeria. He's turning 79. That means he has spent close to 63 years performing. My guest is a member of the Federal Republic, someone who has mentored great numbers of young, aspiring, and successful musicians. Please welcome with me Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey. Ebenezer Obey began his professional career in the mid-1950s after moving to Lagos. After tutelage under Fatai Rolling Dollars Band, he formed a band called the International Brothers in 1964, playing high life and juju fusion. The band later metamorphosed into Inter-Reformers in the early 1970s with a long list of juju album hits on the Decca West Africa music label. Though he did not create the juju music style, Ebenezer Obey has been a seminal force in reinventing what has become part of Nigeria's national sound. Well, sir, I know that everybody calls you evangelist now, but we're going deep into music. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Lego.
Yes, sir. It's good to see you. And I see that you're looking very healthy.
It's my pleasure to see you too.
Yes, sir. It's really, really nice to see you. I want us to go back to Idogo.
Okay.
That's your roots.
Yes.
What was it like growing up in Idogo?
Well, I think I will have to put the whole story of my life in order. You are right to talk about Idogo being my root. But I want to say that both my parents, my father and my mother, they are from Abeokuta. My father is from KC, Abeokuta. They call us Omulakisi, Omorula Shika. That is our Oriki, Omoson Abinu. Ẹni bá ṣe ìkà lọ́sàn kò ní fara rẹ̀ lọ. So my father is an Egba man, and my mother is from Owu. So
Owu Lakoda.
Yes, and Omoye, Omajiri, and so on. That's my mother. But the miracle about the boy, Ebenezer Obey, started with the fact that my mother got married to her first husband. And she lived with him for 20 years without having the fruit of the womb. And it was the parents of that husband of my mother that called the family of my mother and said, for 20 years now, they have tried enough. So they said they think it's better that my mother will find her way. So it was a sudden thing that they were not expecting. So because of that, my mother passed through a very bad period. And when the family, my mother's family, saw that that thing was too much for my mother, then they asked my mother, they advised, they counseled her. Don't kill yourself because ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ la ò sí. Ilé àánú Olúwa kì í ṣú. wọ́n á lọ forí ara ẹ̀ pamọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ní Ìdọ̀gọ̀. Go and hide yourself in Ìdọ̀gọ̀. Forget about
a man.
Don't kill yourself. And my mother was a good believer. So the pastor in Lagos prayed for my mother. That was how my mother left Lagos for Ìdọ̀gọ̀. On getting to Ìdọ̀gọ̀, my father was a carpenter by profession, very good carpenter. And in those days, they combined farming. So my father was combining farming with the carpentry job he was doing. But my father was a friend of my mother's brothers. My mommy's senior brothers. So when she got there, my father saw my mommy and said, in Egba dialect, "Èmi rè má fẹ́ àbúrò yín yìí o. Á bí ọmọbìnrin mi, á dẹ̀ bọ́kùnrin mi."
Very prophetic.
Yes, so prophetic. That's something that my mother said, me, I don't want to marry a carpenter, but as God wanted it. My mother, who was never pregnant for
20 years.
Got pregnant. And my father said, I've been marrying me, I did me. So the first born
was a female.
Was a female. And the pastor in Lagos told my mother, just be praying. Ma gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run wọ́n ní mi ò lè bímọ. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. And my mother was praying along that line that the pastor directed her to pray. And when my sister came, so my mother said she told my father she want my father to want them to name my sister Grace. Well, it was grace that the pastor was talking about. Your grace is sufficient for me. They said I cannot have fruit of the womb, but you alone I have, and your grace. So that's why they named my sister Grace Olasumbo Amoke Fabi. And then when she was married to Kayede, later on, she has been with the Lord a few years ago. So.
And then you came?
Then I came. When I came, my mother said, me that they said I cannot even have a baby, Iketamosi. The only children you can have, either you have girl, a boy. Kusiketamo. I have the female and I have the
male.
So my mother said, she told my father again, let us call this one Ebenezer. Ebenezer is ready to want this day in the Oluwa ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé. If you don't ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé.
And then Remilekun. Who named you Remilekun?
My father named me Remilekun because my father had only one son. That was my late senior brother. And my late senior brother was 14 years older than me. You can see. So
it means both of them, your parents had experience.
Yes. It was a kind of breakthrough. So my mother, Olashupo.
Yes, so there's Olasumbo. So now Olashupo.
But my father always called me Oluremi. All my father's relations, they call me Oluremi.
Up till now?
Yes.
Wow.
So that was how. And now in Ìdọ̀gọ̀.
Growing up in Ìdọ̀gọ̀.
Growing in Ìdọ̀gọ̀.
Yes.
My everything, my mother became pregnant, but came to Lagos for her clinic at Mercy Street Hospital. That was where I was born. And immediately I was born, I was taken back to Ìdọ̀gọ̀. I grew up in Idogo. I started school in Idogo. My everything, just the music, everything.
It started in Idogo.
Started in Idogo.
So really, there is no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
Yeah, no, there's no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
Without Idogo. Even if Mercy Street wants to claim you,
it's
still Idogo.
That's why I used to say that I was born in Lagos. Yeah. I was made in Idogo. Because my mother and my father slept and have an affair in Idogo. He became
the baby.
Baby. But the baby was delivered at Mercy Street, Lagos. So I'm a Lagosian.
By birth.
By birth. So, but Idogo. So I'm an Egba man, born in Lagos, made in Idogo. An African, a Nigerian.
Presented to the whole world. Thank you so much for taking us back down memory lane. Sir, going back still, what was that inspiration that made you start a band? Because in 1957, you renamed your band.
Yes.
Why?
You know, in the school, I was influenced to music through the church choir. My mother told me that I used to trouble the choir. When I was crawling, I would crawl to where the instrument is. She would be carrying me. So much that the pastor carried me one day and said, this boy must become a good musician. Just prophecy. And he prayed for me, gave me back to my mother. So I became a member of the band, the church and the school band. I became the school band leader. Anything music and drama, I was extremely good. And from there, that led to the Idogo Boys and Girls Youth Club. In the youth club, we have drama, music. I belong to the drama.
All forms of entertainment.
I was the youngest, but I was the most talented. I do the vocal, I compose.
And it's been like that ever since.
The day they started, they formed the band as a club, Ifelodun Mambo Orchestra. I was in Lagos and I dreamt that, I saw that they bought drums and they are trying to play the drums one by one. But I got there and I started playing the drums and they carried me. So when I called, and the dream came true. I was on holiday in Lagos with my father. The day I arrived in Idogo, that brother is late now, Brother Jimo Akiwande. He said, we have heard that you are going to come from Lagos today. Follow me. I said, let me go and greet my mother. I said, no, you know, when you get to Mama, we will not allow you. My mommy was a very disciplined person. So I followed him. When I followed Mr. Akiwande, exactly as I saw in the dream, drums, and I just started, I picked this one, and they have been looking for wood. When I take the bongo, it was called double toy. Bongo. When I take the double toy, I have memorized how it sounded in Adeolu Akisonya's band. Adeolu then was playing Agidigbo music, Mambo Orchestra. I took it, they just carried me, they shouted. So that was how.
That's it.
And I became the star of that band. But my mother will not leave them. My mother was fighting those people that you are teachers already, they have started teaching. Allow my son to finish his own education. So, and I will not listen. My mother would talk to me, wake me in the midnight. Olasupo, Aremu, Omolakesi, Omoye, mo fẹ́ lulu yìí, àbí o fẹ́, mo fẹ́ jẹ́ lawyer. Kí wọ́n pè mí náà ní ìyá lawyer, because my mother is from Owu. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ doctor, kí wọ́n pè mí náà ní ìyá doctor. Àbó fẹ́ kàn pè mí ní ìyá doctor ni. I said, I will, tó bá ṣoríire fi ìlú yìí lẹ̀, ìwé rẹ̀ ni ó gbajúmọ̀. She said, have you had? She'll be crying, I'll be crying. Promise me, and I said, I promise her. But the following day, when they start the lesson, she is the one who will call me. Lashpo, I want to see better. Your people have started. Show love. I said, no, I'm not going. But I will watch my mother just run out. I will go there. She will come there, pull me, beat me, do everything. Don't do lie to lie. Above a good pleasure car. Mo fẹ́ gun pleasure car. Ó fẹ́ lọ lóyìnbó ẹ̀. Tó bá lọ lóyìnbó, mo ní oyélu. But I was doing that. My mommy's problem was too much with those people who founded the band, one by one. So by 1957, I now formed my own professional band. I became professional.
1957, you were 15 years old?
Yes, 15 years, precisely 15 years. Before then, I was known, but something I did not take note. When I entered the school in the morning, obey, the atmosphere changes. Teachers were my friend. The fame started then.
But why did they call you Obey?
You need obey. As then in those days, teachers were allowed to discipline the pupils. If at times we were 30 or 35 in the class, if the teacher taught us something, and maybe 7 or 8 or 10 didn't do well, we then line out. The line out means the teacher wants to punish you. We say, I'm going to give each of you 6 lashes of cane. Give me your hand. If you give the teacher your hand, but every pupil didn't want to be
caned.
Sorry, sir. Excuse, sir. You want to explain. The teacher will say, obey first and then complain. Give me your hand. After I've given you 6 lashes of cane, you can now explain. He knew that immediately you receive the lashes, you cannot explain, say anything. Yeah. So I was privileged as the prefect, class prefect. They call it prefect or monitor.
Yes.
So when the teacher line out, so he doesn't want to be, the teacher didn't want to be repeating. So it's I'm the one who will say, obey first and then complain, obey. That's how, when I entered the school, that's obey. That's how it became so it's my company name. Now. Ebenezer Obey Fabi, yes.
Interesting. I thank you for saying star. I remember that when you started recording music, you stuck with one record company.
Yes, Decca was
very tenacious.
Decca.
Everybody went elsewhere. You just remained with Decca.
Yes.
I also know that you later became a director in Decca.
I'm finally the owner of the place.
So how did you get into Decca?
You see, God has his own way of doing things.
Yes.
When I look back into my life, every path I've treaded in life was ordered by God. Because in those days, it's not like this when we have the technology that you can record. You have to find the company. And on that day, I didn't even have money to go to Lagos. Decca's studio was at Abuloja, close to University of Lagos. It's still there. Their office is at Abiboki in Lagos. I have to trek all the way from Mushin. I still remember from Mushin to Babalosha to Alakija to Dioro, Alakara, Yaba, Oyigbo, Enkata Bridge, Udumota.
All the way.
When I got there, the gate man didn't say that I cannot enter. When you trek such a distance. Today I'm holding handkerchief, but then it was not. I took my buba, I stretched it up So the man just looked at me and said, who is this boy? I said, I'm a sow, I'm a feature sow. I come to record, my record will sell. He said, no, I cannot enter. I said, my record will sell. God entered his heart. He said, okay, go. When I entered, I saw the secretary. The secretary was typing. He didn't even look at me. He saw me like this, he was typing. Good afternoon. My name is Ebenezer Obi. I'm a feature star. I come to record for your company. My record will sell. He will look up like this and he said, okay, I'm sorry. The artist manager is not in. He's on leave. He'll be back in 3 weeks' time. You can come back in 3 days. I track all the way from Mushi and I'm going to track back. I'm a feature star. He said, I'm sorry, you cannot see the managing director. I said, I would like to see the managing director. As I was discussing with that secretary, the managing director just pressed the intercom and the thing sounded on the table of the secretary. So the managing director heard all that we were saying and he asked, what is all that noise about? So there's a young man here. He said he's a future star. He said he wanted to see you. I said he cannot see you. He said, the managing director said, future star? He said, yes, sir. He said, send him in. I entered. I proceeded. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ebenezer Obi. I'm a feature star. I want to record for your company. Don't pay me. Don't pay me, sir. Pay me after you might have sold my record. My record will sell. My record will sell, sir. The man was so looking at me. I said, don't pay me. No, just, my record will sell. He didn't say anything. He just pressed the intercom again. Mr. Ogunbayo, please come upstairs and see this young man.
The white man?
No, Ogunbayo, CK Crest. That's the manager, the white man. When about Ogunbayo came, I just processed. I started speaking in Yoruba. Sir, ni mi o, mo fẹ́ ṣe record fún yín, ẹ má sanwó fún mi. Tí record mi bá ṣe tán ni, I'm a feature sir. Ẹ má sanwó fún. The MD did not understand what I'm saying. Before Ogunbayo will say anything, MD said, I think this young man is speaking with confidence. I think we should give him a chance. Then the officer said, I think so, sir. Then he said that we should record him, we should not pay him, we should pay him after we have sold this record. The manager said, wonderful, wonderful. He said, you are not going to trade back. We give you money for transportation. So they give me 10 shillings. Note, 10 shillings note.
You're already a star.
I'm already a star.
Yes.
So I left that place. I entered bus back home. I left home with nothing. I came back with something. God has been so good to me. And that was it. Then the studio, we have to come for, what do they call it? Audition.
Audition, yes.
They said, bring 4 songs. I have 6 songs. But one thing I want to say, we were not able to enter the studio that day. It was under the tree outside that they listened to me and my band. And it was after they recorded me. And I started going to record store. I've recorded in Dekao because they said there's a day there's a listening day. That day they need to order the records. On the day I was there, I was reminding them, order my record though, it will sell though. And as they were coming, the MD was coming. His staff who was sitting, they have passed me. Features, they reverse. Features, what do I said? I come to tell all the distributors to book my record. They say, no, you don't do that. You don't allow, you go home, you have done your work. When it came to my turn, they must have 500 numbers ordered. Somebody say, I have booked 100, I booked 20. When they add the total, it must be up to 500. When they order my own, remaining 19 to clock to 500. The staff started, they told me, sir, your future sir didn't make it. What song? He said, remaining 19. The man said, I booked 25. You see how God, if the man did not book that 25, and that was how I started. And from being a star, I became a shareholder, and by the end of the day, I became the chairman I became the owner of this. You see, so my life is, everything about me is God and my music.
There is that theme in all of your songs. The theme of godliness, the theme of integrity, the theme of what the Yorubas will call omoluabi. Like there's something about it. There's always a God factor there. Even before you openly gave your life to Christ and said, this is the path I'm towing, there was always God in it. Who would you say was responsible for that, or what?
You know, I told you that I was influenced to music through the church. Especially my mother. My mother was a very dedicated Christian. Her faith, she has a very strong faith in God. And that's the way that we were brought up. So my mother's influence, because she started taking me to church since the time I was a baby. And that was how I was influenced to music, through the church and the school band.
The other factor that stands out is the fact that there was the rivalry in growing your music. There was the time it was rumored you and King Sunny Ade were not friends, you were not seeing each other. If something was released today, it will release tomorrow and all that. What is your relationship?
Well, I've said this many times.
You have to keep saying it.
And I'm tired of saying it, but anyway, I've said that there was nothing between me and Sunny Ade. I started before him, and he came along to play his own kind of music. I play my own kind of music. He plays his own kind of music. The only thing is that both what we play is called the same juju music. And it was people that were turning whatever I say in my record, and they were turning whatever he says in his record. That there's a rift between me and him. And honestly, there was nothing like that. He used to pay me visit. I used to pay him visit too. So, but when the rumors were gaining much ground, Adelu Akinsanya and Ike Dairo, they saw me and they told me that we need to call both you and Sunny Ade together. We're hearing you are fighting. I said, fighting? No, there's nothing like that. They saw him, they said, there's nothing like that. So that's how they summoned both of us. They said it again in presence of two of us. I said, there's nothing like that. Like that. So, but the people were turning, what they were doing that, there was nothing between, it was Adelu Akinsanya and Ike Dairo that said, okay, this is what you people are going to do. Both of you record you record a record, Sonny record a record, the spell that there's no fight.
And that's the end.
And that was it. So, what? Until today, people still refer to it.
Yeah, but even recently, both of you performed in
Yes.
the show.
Yes, we did Oleku together. And so there's nothing, it's good relationship.
And talking about performance, there was this generational collaboration.
Yes.
Simi
Yes.
sang your song.
Yes.
And you participated in it. What was that experience like for you?
Well, Simi is my daughter. And she's a very nice musician. When she started years ago, she told me that when she took permission, that she wanted to sing at Mexico. And I gave her permission. And I'm happy the record that record did very well. So it is that at Mexico that we both now do collaboration. And people like that, like it a lot. I feel happy because Simi is a very cool-headed artist. And I love all the artists. They look onto me as father. And I keep that father relationship with them. So there are more to be expected.
Very good.
Because since after that release, there had been
requests.
Yes.
Last year, 2020, there were different kinds of rumors. There was a particular one, obey this, obey that, what's going on? People who even knew that I was close to you say, Kilo Shelesi, Baba, and all that. What really happened?
There was nothing. I was not sick. There was nothing. Nothing happened to me. I was with Bishop Olani, my son, and Pastor Larry Obe. Yes. And both of them just instantly, hello, nothing's wrong with my daddy. I'm here with my daddy. There's nothing wrong with my daddy. Okay. Larry was, their phone was just, Daddy, they have come again. Oh. 5 times within a month. Well, thank God.
I trust in God too. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am type 2 diabetic. I am type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, same thing with me.
A lot of people don't like talking about their health status. Why? What kind of advice can you give people?
No, you see, I have said it out. Yes. I said that there's nothing about me that I want to hide. And I didn't do that. I've been a diabetic person since 1974. 1974 to this time is
47?
Yes. And the doctors always say that I manage it very well. But it's not me, it's God. Well, I believe so much in the power of God. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. And diabetes can affect your eyes. Yes. It can affect many things. Yes. And that's the challenge, the only challenge that I have. I have done many cataract operation, but I'm well, I'm okay. People rumor at the time that I was blind. I was not blind. Yes. Up to now, the color of your cap, everything, your flesh, the skin, everything, I see everything. What you place in your hands, I see everything very, very clearly. Yes. So the only thing is that it affected my walking. It affected my walking. But thank God, we are working on it and we shall overcome it. Amen. Once you can manage it, so that's the most important thing.
Baby mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ mí àgbàdùn. Àyà tó mọ yá yìí ló ń ṣe kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Bẹ́lẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ kó má má ṣe gbà. What's the story behind it?
Well, thank you for asking the story behind Olomingbotemi. This is going to give me an opportunity to talk about that part that I have never been saying much. I want to talk about women in my life, which I have never said as I'm going to say it now. Women in my life started with my mother. I'm so grateful for the role that women have played in my life. I'm thanking all mothers, all women, for they are so special. And God have used them. My mother, starting from my mother, Abigail Windemola, wonderful mother. She's the one who made sure that I became what I supposed to become in life. She showed me love, discipline, and everything that she put me through made me what I am today. That's my mother. My late wife, Juliana Olaide, Oweniobe family. The right wife that I needed. But I must say this, women in my life, before I became what I am now, as a musician, I shared my own part in women. The love of musicians, God is the one, I believe God is the one who put it in the hearts of women. You know, between Saul and David, when David killed Goliath, it was the women that started singing. They composed songs and they were praising David that David killed thousands, while Saul killed less than. The enmity between Saul and David started by that. It was women. It is what the women saw that they highlighted. That is the life of a musician. You know what led to Olomingbotemi? I have a girlfriend that is called Abike. Then I was moving around. We used to move around, neck close. We play all around. Then there was this woman called Ashake. You know, I mentioned Abike, Ashake. This woman, Ashake, is older than me and saw me. I said, Ejo Eyinda. I said, And she said, Ejo, Baba Olomamba Ingerui. Money already come by me. And she gave me 10 shillings to give my Baba. I've never met her. I didn't talk to her. God has his own way of sending people to you. I said, I used to give my Baba 1 and 6. I said, thank you. I will give her 1 and 6. Then he brought another 1 pound. Said, take this, sir. But this 10 shillings, give it to the Baba. You ìgbàkigbà tẹ́ bá ti kọjá báyìí tí n bá ti rí yín bí wọ́n ṣe ń gẹrun yìí mo kàn like and I didn't talk to her, she was older than me. I took the I told Baba, God have bless you. One woman said, don't get me, tell her that. Tell me to tell you 10 shillings. I wanted to give you one and see, but she gave me my own. Me and Baba, the Baba, we joke. That was any time she said, Egba, boom, Baba. That was how the woman became my girlfriend. Do you know this woman? When I wanted to buy instruments, I told the woman to borrow me 84 pounds to buy an engine, the modern one, that is better than the one that I was using, and a guitar, special guitar, and the woman borrowed me. And I thank her so much. And I promised I paid her. Then, and I kept the money, 84 pounds. Thank you very much. Oh, this is your money. He said that, he gave me. What am I trying to say? She played up that part. Immediately after that, till today, I've never set my eyes on that woman. So by the time I was about to record, Abike was my girlfriend. I added Asake. Olómi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ máa gbádùn. Àyà tó mọ́yá yìí ló ṣì kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ̀kún má ṣe gbà. Ìdùnnú ńlá ní fọkàn káyà kó mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oríire ló jẹ́ fáyà tó bá mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oní tèmi Àbíkẹ́ ni gbọ́ tèmi. Gbọ́ tèmi bèbí gbọ́ tèmi oyè òun lónìí. Àbíkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o. That's
the story.
So, like I said, God have sent women to me in my life, and women have played very prominent roles in my life. So that's why I can never forget mothers, and I can never forget women. I can never talk about women in any bad way, but thank God that God finally delivered me from all that one. And the sinner of yesterday later now became a saint. That's what Jesus Christ can do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, finally, sir, as somebody who has been there, who has the kind of experience you have, you became a star at 15 because you formed your own band then. Looking at today's music scene, how would you advise the musicians, the performers, the artists? What would you say to them to guide them in this path, the path that has been very illustrious and profitable for you?
Well, to musicians, I want to say, number one, they must be ready they must have God, they must know God. God is the only one that they can depend upon, who will show them and take them to whatever height they want to attain in life. Then determination, hard work, commitment, that is it. When I was doing all that, we were not expecting money. It was just my hobby. And that's all I just want to do. In my record, ọmọ kékeré ọjọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ní kí ló fẹ́ ṣe, ó lóun fẹ́ lùlù, ó lóun fẹ́ kọrin. Màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ títí ọmọ kọjálẹ̀ o. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ di chief commander òbí. So everything, they should just depend on God and work hard. What I see nowadays, the younger ones, that they are just running about after money. No. If they can solidify themselves, making sure they get the grip of what they want to do, using their gifts, their talent, people will know them. In our own days, you play our records, you do all that. Yeah. This generation, they beg, they did everything to make sure their records are played. It was not so in our own time. How much do we need to give you people? You are doing it. You are looking for our records. You are promoting it. Yeah. But they just want to be known. And thank God, we have quite a lot of talented. You only need to work hard, and God will see them through.
Okay, and finally now, I want to thank you, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, for coming.
You're welcome.
On this program. You're my very first guest on this program, Timeless Conversations. I want to make you a promise. We're going to be back with you next year, God tarrying, and even providing for you, giving you good health, and ensuring that we have people like you who will still guide us in the entertainment and performance industry in Nigeria. Thank you all for watching. Bye.
Sights like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing unique. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagunle precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money but put us for school. Why she come dey begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine yazo shi yace in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that
these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Legas. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce iya. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ya ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi, a ƙasar Bauchi muke, kuma garinmu jama'are lokal. Jama'are lokal garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
A ba mu moni mu tafi arewa. Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaran mun da baban mu ya yi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk kanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the bell. I know go bell. I know go bell. I go give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa, wahala ce ta kawo mu, mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne ya sa na zo ni. Ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba. Nema na zo ni ci da bakina. Na sa na diba fa kaina. Ba ta iya Ingilishi ba. Wa diba kaina. Ba moni yunwa. Shekara ta guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road.
Okay.
Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it.
Okay.
So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environment where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, and so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the Governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. with 3 northern states of Kano, Niger, and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution, and if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. But if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. You see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can work, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to work. If you've got the capacity to work, go and work.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to anytime they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging. But because that has become habitual, and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
Religion and the state, on diversity, freedom, and neutrality of justice administration. Feed the hungry, visit the sick, set free the captives. These words were from Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. A house divided against itself can never stand. This saying goes for any group, community, or entity that refuses to accommodate differences. In the light of recent happenings in Nigeria, it is obvious that there is rivalry from ethno-religious intolerance, which is humongous threat to a unity and diversity. This is evident in the recent case of Deborah Yakubu Samuel, a student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, who was killed in school premises with accusations of blasphemous utterances. These insane acts and other violent acts like terrorism, bombings, kidnappings have proven that the nation is tilting from a secular state to a state threatened by a religious and tribal intolerance. Section 38(1) of the Nigerian Constitution, as amended in 1999, clearly states, "Every person shall be entitled to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and as such, no religion should be imposed as superior to others in the state." At this rate, our diversity is no longer seen as the glue that bonds us together, rather, almost a menace to our coexistence. Blasphemy is an offense under Islamic Sharia law, effective across Nigeria's 12 majority Muslim northern states. Section 204 of the Nigerian Criminal Code stipulates a 2-year imprisonment for public insult on religion. Nonetheless, charges of blasphemy are typically brought by Muslims against Christians or other Muslims. Blasphemy laws seem at odds with Section 38 and 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and expression. Even the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has declared them, that is, blasphemy laws, inconsistent with universal human rights. Now, the question is, how can we uphold freedom of expression while respecting other views or ideas with respect to ethno-religious concerns? Perhaps considering these processes may be a pathway to this question and managing our diversities. Empathy, building actionable framework in public spaces that addresses ethno-religious issues. Accountable religious and traditional institutions. Religious and traditional leaders or rulers should be peace brokers in time of crisis and should be responsive while being held accountable for their sermons and actions. Political leaders should always act in the best interest of the nation and not in their personal ambition. Educational institutions should instill the right ideas and knowledge that promotes human capacity and tolerance. Government should be neutral in administering justice, promoting policies that strengthens our common coexistence while managing our diversity as a nation. Let us ponder on these words by Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist and best-selling author. It's hard to keep an open mind if you don't have an open heart. You don't have to agree with what people think to learn from how they think. You don't have to share their identity to be curious about what shaped it. Treating people with civility is a prerequisite for discovery. May the soul of Deborah Yakubu Samuel and other victims of ethno-religious conflicts rest in peace.
Amen. Amen. It's so sad. I don't even know what's this kind of thing as a parent. You know, it just breaks you. Because you're thinking, this could be anyone's child. You've sent your child to school. You've brought up this child up to the age where you're now thinking, oh, this child will soon be able to go into the world themselves, and one day you hear this terrible news. Worse still, I think, is the fact that you never get closure, do you, with mob actions and things like that, because there's no one to hold accountable. So you don't get closure, you don't get justice because of the government's inertia to prosecuting the people who do this thing. How do you then not wake up every day just angry at life and angry at the things that life has thrown you?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the religion and what comes to mind is how people think that they need to help God. God is God. Okay. You know, everything just baffles me.
Yeah.
God has the power to just strike anybody dead if that is what he wants to do. He doesn't need our help. And when you think of the atrocities that people have committed in the name of religion on both sides of the divide, I mean, when you think of in the olden days when people were burnt at the stake for what they believed in, like what you said, Elijah, you know, just that inability to allow everyone to believe in what they believe. My belief doesn't have to infringe on your own belief, and we don't have to believe the same thing. May the soul of Deborah and all the people who have gone, you know,
Amen.
before her, may it rest in peace.
Amen. What you just said about like my belief is my belief and your belief is your belief is still in our Quran, and we read it every time. It's on the first 10 pages, first 10 surah. And we read it, we say it every time, like your religion is yours, mine is mine, do yours, I'll do mine. It is there, we know that. So I'm not even going to speak on like that they did it because of Allah or they did it for Islam. They did it because of their own I don't know.
Myopic.
It's not for God, because you read it every time. When you read the first 10 surahs, the shortest 10 surahs that we read, you read it every single time. Your religion is yours, mine is mine. There's nowhere that is saying that their religion because of their religion.
I didn't know that.
It's there. It's there. So, but I think, do we not think that it is lack of humanity though that we are facing? All over the world actually, but more so in Nigeria because we are here. It is lack of humanity, because when you put anything above humanity or above your human conscience, then you feel like anything goes. If as a human I can't empathize with you, or I can't say that if I do this to you it will hurt you, then, and I'm saying, oh, because of God, even if it hurts you, God permits me to do it, then like it's our humanity. Not like, I feel like our humanity is dead in this part of the world.
Definitely rooted and dead.
Well, I think it's a matter of incitement and wrong or toxic sermon. Now, I have so many Muslim friends, even from the north, called Fulani Muslims, my good friends, good ones, very good Nigerian citizens, good Muslims. I had the opportunity of interacting with a sheikh. He's a scholar. And he sent me some messages on WhatsApp. He gave me some quote from the Prophet, peace be unto him. He said some things and then I went to the internet to do some research. I found out that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, actually had Christian businessmen he transacted business with. He visited Jewish that were sick in his community or within the vicinity he had a Christian or a Jewish person was sick. He goes to visit them and show care. So I don't know where they get all their idea from.
I am as lost.
So I think it's incitement, wrong, hateful,
I think,
and toxic sermon. This is where the government need to monitor.
Absolutely,
what goes on.
That's what I was going to say. That government's inaction has helped to perpetuate these things. If at any point in time, any of these things, because this is not the first time these things have been happening, but at no time has anyone been brought to book. If at some point the government or government agencies have come up and say, this is what this person did, and this is, because murder is murder.
Yeah.
There's nowhere where the law says that, oh, you can kill somebody because they said something nasty about you. If everyone were to go about killing people who said nasty things about them or things they didn't agree, I don't think there would be any human on earth standing. People, I just blame the government. In Nigeria, I blame the government because I don't hear of this thing. I mean, obviously, I don't know everything, but I don't hear of situations like this, even in core Muslim countries, that there's just mob.
Yeah.
Then I believe that the Sharia law will take its course. And so so what's happening is there's no law. Even the Sharia law is not taking its course, because I want to assume that you must at least be found guilty. And you must at least have stood in a court of your peers or whatever to be adjudged guilty, and then a sentence passed. But that is not happening because the government is ineffective.
These people cannot be judge and jury in their situation. And this is an opportunity for me to say this to our leaders, especially those from that side of the country.
Are they listening?
One of them in particular, I won't mention his name, is a presidential aspirant. He's tweeted.
Can you imagine?
Lack of being responsible. So I'm waiting for them. What's
he doesn't stand for anything.
He wants the vote.
You should
he's lost everyone.
Stamp your foot down and say this is wrong.
Because
so it's good. Let's condemn it. And this is where I actually applaud some of the Muslim scholars that called him, like a popular sheikh. I think that was Sheikh Gumi or so. He said he was condemning, and he gave instances that this is wrong. So please, let's preach peace. Let's preach love. Let's preach harmony. And let's be accountable and responsible for our country. Let's promote humanity. They say the humanity and the covenant of life is more important than anything. Whether you kill for religious reasons or stealing, you kill somebody because it's true or whatever.
Or for love.
It's wrong. Yeah, of course. If you say so, like Romeo and Juliet kiss. But let's try to promote humanity. We are not in the medieval era. What era is that? The Viking era.
Just kill anyhow. Kill and go.
No, it's wrong. All right. Up next is Ife Dolapo. Stay with us.
Running away, aka Japa, the new normal. At first, Japa started as a joke, but it very quickly became the norm in the past 4 years. Nigerians travel out to search for greener pastures and security. Families are separating very early on. Parents are separated from their kids. Siblings are torn apart. More than looking at the pros, can we look at the cons? Can we talk about the root cause of this new norm? First, governance. It's no news that we've been unlucky with our choices of leaders this past decade, and we can see that clearly in the current state of the country. If this is one of the major reasons that people japa, what then should we be looking to hear from incoming government officials? What new promises will convince people to stay put and not consider leaving this country? Economy. The Nigerian economy is a mess. We are in the dark era where payout stays the same, but the cost of living keeps going higher. The value of $1 to Naira is now at 610 Naira per dollar. We are consuming more than we are producing and still heavily dependent on other countries for our finished oil and food. No independence in sight. How will such an economy convince people to stay and not japa? Value of life. We all know that the value of life in Nigeria is equal to 0. No 911 or emergency response units to come to your aid. In fact, if you do get some good Samaritans to come to your aid, there's no assurance that the hospital will have space for you or have oxygen tank. Once you are in a ghastly accident, you can see the end in sight with little or no hope. How then will such situation convince someone to stay and not japa? Security. Insecurity in Nigeria is at an all-time high, from mob killing to SARS and police officials harming instead of protecting, to help robbing and killing their bosses because they know they can get away with it. You could be driving back from work and get stabbed inside your car. You could walk down the street and have your bags snatched by little boys not much older than 14. You have to stay in constant paranoia, otherwise you become a prey. How will such insecurity convince someone to stay and not japa? Opportunities. After spending years in school and coming out with a first class, what jobs or type of living is available to you? Many a times we've seen first class graduates become bond sellers or POS merchants. No opportunity to practice what they studied. No opportunity to earn a living from it. How then will such a situation convince us to stay and not japa?
Well, I'm going to respond to you. You have made your argument, and sadly, it's true. Unfortunately, the only way out of Nigeria, I'm going to point out 3 major things. Number one, managing diversity. Just like I said before, there is something I discovered in a documentary from the United Arab Emirates. Do you know that the government is intentional about enforcing unity and diversity, managing diversity among Christians and Muslims? There's a mosque in United Arab Emirates within churches that is called Mary, the Mother of Jesus Mosque. They named it because of, in honor of the Christians around the area. Because they are trying to tell them that we are different religions, but let's stick together and make the country work. If Nigeria can manage diversity, I guess our insecurity issues will reduce drastically, because most of our insecurity issues are due to ethno-religious problems. We know there are other things along the side, and the other one is structure. We need proper structure in the country, and our MDAs need to function so that they can have policies that will support local businesses and be an enabling environment for foreign investments, that people can come and invest in this country and provide opportunity for young people. It's not wrong for anybody to leave any country if you wish to. After all, people leave America, but to other countries, reasons best known to them. But in Nigeria, it's because we have this mindset that many people have this mindset that if you don't leave Nigeria, you won't make it. I don't know that you've interacted with millionaires.
Are they wrong?
And they are not
Are they wrong?
Yeah, in a way, it's programming. It's mental programming.
No, it's not program. I just listed like 5.
Yeah,
I said
based on the
government,
situation,
insecurity. Can you take them one by one? Like, we are going to vote next year, 2023, yeah? We are going to bring a new governance. What are they going to say to us that will make the youth want to stay back and not go? Like, these are some points that I need you to be able to say to me as a youth that I might be considering Japa. Like, what are they going to bring to the table? Insecurity, I could live here now in my car. Once I get stuck in traffic, I'll be scared for my life because anybody can bust my window. What are you saying to me that would make me stay, knowing that situation can happen? Like, I think you are being
Elijah, I think that your response is so academic.
Yes.
It sounds like something that you're supposed to just
we are coming from an IT situation. So I'm going somewhere.
No, because you sound very academic.
Yeah.
I'm going somewhere.
This is our reality.
So I want you to get to where you're going so that I can say what I want to say.
Vocalize and stop the decks of the government. These people, they go out, they see how outside this country function, and they are happy to go buy properties there. When they come back, they leave the country the way it is. Whether you like it or not, build houses and have 10 million houses in London and the US, and we have many Nigerians jackparing. Let me use that language. We still have to care for our country because it's our country. You go.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, Elijah, actually, Nigeria ceases to be their country once they get to that country and they get the right of, on whatever you call it. Because you see, I'm home and I do not have the rights that should be accorded to me as a citizen.
Yeah.
And then I go to a foreign place, I am welcomed, I get a job, security is paramount, I can pick up the phone and call 911, I'm sick, I can call the ambulance. Nobody is asking me to pay up front before they look after me.
Yeah.
What is not Ojapa?
That is why I said the structure. The government have to pay attention to structure, responding to 911.
What government? What government?
The government of the day. That is not. We have our government.
So in my mind, I'm
Some of them are
thinking,
sabotaging.
I don't know who those people that you're talking about. I don't know where they are. I don't know whether they've been born yet, because I'm thinking in my newspaper, I'm reading about some mighty figures. 1.9 trillion naira that somebody just ate. 9.5 billion, 410. I'm thinking, my goodness,
billion.
All this, and then you are saying the government. Which government are you talking about? I don't understand. When you've said what you said, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When you said what you said, all the things that you were listing out, I just felt like just lying down and just crying. That's what I feel like doing, because. And this is me who loves Nigeria. This is me who has been hopeful for my 50-something plus years that Nigeria is going to get better. Every day I'm thinking Nigeria is going to get better. But now I do not have even a moral justification to tell anybody who wants to leave not to leave. Because what are you're talking about the ideal, but there's no ideal. There's no ideal. I can't, anybody that wants, I don't even call, I call it escaping. All the people who are escaping. So I don't say they're relocating. I'm like, they're just escaping. And I'm like, can't I just follow you and just escape with you?
And I'm going to give 2 scenarios that are personal to me. So I have a cousin, she wasn't good in school at all. She wasn't good at school work. And then no matter how they disciplined her, no matter how the lesson teacher we brought, that just wasn't her thing. And then when she finished secondary school, before she wrote JAMB, but before the result and all this thing came, during that interim, she was working for a restaurant in Lagos, doing for an internship or whatnot. They were paying her peanuts, but just so she does not sit at home before university result came. But then her mom was able to work something else out. She was able to travel abroad. When she got there, she joined a female soccer team. She's doing very well. She wasn't good with education. She was good at soccer. With soccer, she's able to send money home to her parents. With soccer, she's like, if she was here in Nigeria, she's like, there. That's the opportunity.
I can imagine how bad they made her feel here.
We don't have that structure.
That's the opportunity I'm talking about. Now, education didn't work. Is there an opportunity for something else to work? In America, you see work that I'm an influencer and that's what the person does. And they're making a good living. Is there that opportunity yet? That's one scenario. Second scenario, is this girl going home from work? She was driving, she passed through our Eco Bridge, traffic held her up. And then this guy said that it was a girl driving, only her in the car. They busted her window. He wanted to stab her in the neck, but she was able to put her shoulder just to get a phone that you sell for 20,000 naira. Are you telling me if that girl, which we've already told her she should travel, if that girl comes to you and say, what do you think? Should I just put all my savings together and leave? Are you going to look at her in her eyes and say, no, still stay and fight? Like, what's the rationale behind saying that someone like that should stay? Like, and I just don't understand it. And I'm bringing this up just so that I can be convinced, or maybe you have something to say that won't paint the picture as bad. Because I have a brother that's finished university that is sitting at home and getting the job for what he studied. He studied political science. Getting a job to fit that, it's not happening.
So that's another thing.
I don't understand.
That's another thing. You know, like, so I know for a fact that when you're in a Western country, they don't really care about your university degree. Because I have 3 children that have been to university and all that. Nobody cares. Because whatever job you get, they're going to train you for that job. So in Nigeria, they like, you must be a lawyer, you must be a... My daughter, when she did law, and then she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. She's actually doing her master's and is in law school, but she said that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. So she's got a job in compliance. She's had to learn everything from scratch, but she will soon be like, you know, that is her core.
Yeah.
The fact that she has a law degree has no bearing on what she's doing now.
Well, I wouldn't say education didn't work for your cousin. I think it's the kind of education. Even why she what I'm saying is that why she was doing her soccer stuff there, because that environment, their concept of education is not like our concept of education here.
Yeah.
Our education is go and read book, get certificate. Their own education is solving problem.
It's practical.
And being fit to where your passion lies. That's education. So you won't say education didn't work for
No,
you.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I never said
academics.
I didn't say education didn't work for her. I said if she was still here,
she would be languishing.
She will be a shadow of herself.
Demoralized.
Demoralized with nothing to show for herself. In just 4 years that she has moved, she would even send me money.
The education didn't work for her. I know our problem is structure.
Very clear.
I think the question, you were asking is, what can somebody say to you
to
convince you to stay?
Like what?
I personally, like I said, I have no moral. I cannot ask anybody to stay, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Nigeria. And I love Nigeria. And my fear is, what's going to happen to these children who are growing up, and even the ones that are unborn?
Yeah.
The best of Nigerians' brains. They're just living in droves.
Yeah.
Every day you go to the hospital, you ask for your doctor has jackpot, your nurse has jackpot. Only the hospital is still standing. Everybody who works there has left. And it's sad because they're living to better. You can see that they're living to better. Yeah. So the only area that I will agree with you is until our government gets up and do something. You know, I've thought of, can't somebody just come like a Rollins and just do the Rollins?
Or Donald Trump.
I'm just like,
somebody
need to go.
We need to get your PVC. Let's start with that one first.
Yes.
Get your PVC.
You're right.
The only action is I cannot
convince you. PVC.
Get your PVC.
Elijah,
votes.
PVC.
Yes, yeah.
Who? Peter Obi has just absconded to another party.
He has not yet said
so
that.
who is APC? Okay, look at APC. And tell me who they're bringing that. Even if you had your PVC, you would want to vote for. And that's what she's saying. Who amongst these people are we even going to say, oh, this person can save us?
You know, in
I don't
politics,
see a Messiah.
24 hours is quite a very long time for anything to happen. So let's watch and see what happens.
Okay.
Why we hope that the parties will bring forth
credible
individuals. Get your PVCs. That's only what I would advise. If you complain about Nigeria, if you ask me, get your PVC.
We will. I have my PVC.
Let's try.
I have my PVC. I have been voting since democracy restarted. I have been voting. Sometimes I have voted for people knowing that this person is not going to win, but my conscience would not allow me to vote for someone that I know that they probably cooked and that person is going to come anyway. Ife, I don't know. I cannot tell you not to japa. I'm sorry. I can't tell. I don't think that anyone can tell anyone right now. Even parents are like, please japa, we can get them sent for me.
That is why I said this thing has become from reality to ingrained in our mind that we just believe that the country cannot work unless you japa. These same people that are causing problem in the country, when they go out there, they respect their system. They respect their system and they
so why do they not? Why are they causing? Because the government will not. No, because the government will not enforce any laws.
Which the government? I'm talking about the those in government.
No, the constituted authority. Okay.
Which are part of the people. They have their family members abroad. Many of them have second citizenship.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they go to those countries, they do very well.
There was a bill,
but when they come here, they just believe it's Nigeria.
There was a bill that somebody was trying to pass recently, I think Sergius Oguns, in the House of Representatives, where he was saying that they should ban, children of public office holders going abroad to school. Of course, they knocked it down because they know that they have not put anything in place to make sure that their children stay here, and that is just as everything else in Nigeria. It's just that. I'm just at the point where I'm almost, I don't know if we're even allowed to say this on TV because, I mean, we should at some point be able to encourage people and be like, oh, this is Nigeria. But I'm just so sad and I'm getting to the point where I'm just losing hope in this country because the people that we have elected to build, they seem to not care or want to. What comes to my mind is there's this place in the Bible where God was telling one of the kings and saying that, oh, because you did this, this is what I'm going to do to you. And the king was like, it's okay. You are going to do it after I'm dead. It's not me who is going to suffer for it. And I can just, it's my children, so it's okay. I won't be here. But you must care about what happens to your children.
Leaders think about the future. Politicians think about the next election.
We only have politicians.
Many people
don't have any leader.
We don't have leaders.
We don't have any leader.
Want to become president.
We don't have any leader.
You destroy the system, and when you are done, you carry your family and go to America to go and stay. Then the country suffers. That's what happens now. That's what happens.
Yeah, I think I brought up this topic because I have my answer.
You're about to japa?
No, not because I'm about to japa. Because I'm a startup founder, and there are other startup founders that I'm friends with, and we are building for this country.
So you're staying?
Because
are you staying?
Because if the government won't do it, then we are doing it ourselves.
Absolutely.
And what we are facing now is that they are bringing up regulation to block what we are trying to do. But still, regardless, we are doing it because we like japa, we like move out of this country to go and live in another country. No. But we like move to we like go to other countries to see what's going on there, and then come back to still continue building out my team. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'll be doing. But we like take my siblings out of this country. Of course, they are going to leave this country. Will my children be born in this country? No. But we like stay in this country to build out my startup with my fellow startup colleagues. Yes, I will.
If they will let you, because being an entrepreneur myself, I don't know how any government would make it so difficult for humans to thrive and help them. So I am an employer of labor. And I'm thinking, I am helping the government because these are people who otherwise would not have a job and will constitute again to a problem or nuisance for the society.
Yeah.
Is the government helping me to achieve this? Are they helping to make sure that I succeed? No. Diesel, you cannot do business without diesel. The diesel is not to be hard, or it's to be hard at a price that is too high.
Yeah.
Is there power? Is there electricity? No. So again, you think to yourself, is there security?
Our brothers
no.
sit at home.
So we are paying taxes and all. Then in where I live, we have gates almost at every street. So we're still paying estate dues for our own security again, because the government has refused to provide security. So we're providing security. When transformer gets fault, we're buying transformer. We're doing, it's just too much, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
Just imagine what is happening now. I'm just trying to imagine the brilliant ideas that Governor Soludo talked about before he became governor. Now he's there now. He's trying to make it work. Look at the way they are frustrating him.
They become
redundant. He's now fighting from sit at home to, they beheaded last week. You heard of the
woman
lawmaker.
Okay.
No, I'm not even talking about the lawmaker that was beheaded. His head was, I think we're in Vikings, and they hanged his head on his stake.
Oh my God!
Before they killed that woman and her children in Anambra State.
In Anambra State, nobody has been brought to book. Nobody has been brought to book.
People are scared there. The governor has brilliant idea, but now it can't work now because you see how the state is. Now the Igbos or the indigenous that are outside doing well outside, I hope they will come back to set up businesses.
When they see that, they're not coming back now.
Yeah, they can't.
They will be scared of coming back.
They cannot come.
So again, I think that the psyche
if you go to
is
the
everywhere.
north, the same thing. So
our psyche needs to be rejigged. I don't know, it's like they should just give birth to every Nigerian again and put something
Let
in
me
us.
throw a little bit of humor. So
Okay.
Yoruba people to the rescue. If the east is burning now and the north is burning now.
This is not lobbying. So Yoruba people have their own. We all have. We all have our own.
We just want to have our own and their party.
We just want to party. We just want to party.
And shout.
It's still not safe.
That's what we want.
But
to
let's
have.
not be fooled by the fact that you think Lagos is really exclusive, so you're okay.
No, we don't think. Obviously, what she's talked about, those are the things that are happening in Lagos.
Generally speaking. Because people think, it's happening in this, it's happening in us, no concerns. I did Lagos.
Be more killing happening in Lekki.
So now the question is,
almighty Lekki.
it's too close
so we
for
know
comfort.
We know
Anything
it's
can
happening
happen
in Lagos.
anytime.
Yeah.
To be honest, you know what I'm
Anything can
looking
happen
forward
anytime.
to? I am looking for someone to just come and shake the table, turn everything upside down, and give APC a run, a serious run for their money, both in Lagos and Nigeria as a whole.
Politicians
but are they not the same people moving from
get
PDP to APC, APC to PDP?
Like there are some people now. Look at Banky W just won House of Reps for Etiosa local government. There's hope.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, where are these NSAS people? This is time for all of them to come out. I would have thought to see more of them in politics. I hope they do. I hope they do.
But to me, I don't see any reason as changing parties to solve problem. Because if you see a man that has a very nasty character and you call him XYZ, his name is XYZ.
I'm not voting for parties.
The man changed his name to ABC.
It's still the same person.
It's the same person.
Me, I'm not voting for party. I'm voting for individuals.
Right?
So I may vote for one person in
ideologies.
APC for gubernatorial. I may vote for
I
somebody
think we
in
have
Labour
great
Party.
Nigerians.
That's what I'm going to do.
We have great Nigerians, good Nigerians.
Oh, we do. If
But
you
these
travel
people
across
don't have
Africa,
the
you
necessary-
know.
They don't have the necessary, maybe financial or support or grassroots mobilization
To do
to
that.
get there. Because some of these so-called
We would probably go on and on
politicians
and on
that are corrupt, they have held captive the people.
we would
So
probably
that-
go on and on and on because we have so much to say and very little time to say it in. So we thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time.
Nice.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here, we call a spade a spade. Today, I'm talking about the actions, or rather the inaction of the government to mob action. In the same vein, Elijah is speaking on diversity and freedom in religion and in Nigeria. Ifedolapo is looking at how running away, or jakba, is now the new normal. Sit back, and after this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Stay with us. Mob action and government lack of action. In Nigeria and by Nigerians, 2 persons were burned to death by a mob in Ijesha, Lagos State, over an alleged theft of mobile phones. Deborah Samuel was gruesomely executed and her remains burned by fellow students over alleged blasphemy in Sokoto. A teenager was burned to death by a mob on accusations of stealing a motorcycle in Auchi, Edo State, and David Imo was beaten up and set ablaze by commercial motorcyclists in Lekki Phase 1 over some yet-to-be-known crime. All these in May alone. Bear in mind that these are the ones that made the headlines. What of the ones that did not? This is our reality. Next door in Ghana, a Nigerian stole a mobile phone, and what did they do to him? He was made to clear the gutters in the community, after which he was given water to have a bath and thereafter fed. This is a Nigerian in a foreign country. How is it that he was shown mercy when his own brothers would have put a tie around his neck and set him on fire? What has happened to us as a people where we have become so completely lacking in empathy and basic human decency? The Nigerian police and other law enforcement agencies have a duty of care to protect the lives and property of her citizens, as well as defend the Constitution. However, it's beginning to look like we're in a free-for-all where everything goes and everyone can do as they please without fear of being held accountable. Now, what does the Constitution say? According to the 1999 amended Constitution, every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in the execution of a sentence by a court in respect of a criminal offense of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. Every individual is entitled to respect for the dignity of his person, and accordingly no person shall be subject to torture or to inhuman or degrading treatment. A person shall be entitled to a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court or other tribunal established by law. A suspect shall be accorded humane treatment, having regard to his right to the dignity of his person, and not be subjected to any form of torture, cruelty, inhuman, or degrading treatment. A suspect shall be brought before the court as prescribed by this act or any other written law, or otherwise released conditionally or unconditionally. So, the question that begs to be answered is, for all these crimes, who has been arrested? In the case of Deborah, for instance, 2 people have been arrested, and for what crime, you may wonder? For conspiracy and inciting public disturbance, rather than for murder. In Lagos, 4 people were arrested, but have not been charged, and the governor has banned commercial motorcycles in some areas of the state. So my question is this the totality of it?
Before you forgot to add that the Nigerian that was shown empathy or love in Ghana, he also found love. You know, after eating there was a lady that fell in love with him, allegedly.
Yeah.
I saw it online, actually. So this is a very serious issue, actually. I remember the very first day of my life, I saw a human being born today that was in nursery school. I remember, I can't forget, I was one of my guardian was taking me to school at that early age, and I saw a corpse being born. I was like, what happened? He was trying to close my eye, don't look. I mean, being too inquisitive. I saw it. And guess what, when I go home, I couldn't sleep. I was scared. And he told me, who asked you to look? And I was like, why would they do this to people? It's inhumane, it's barbaric. Can't take laws into your hands. Our country, we have to evolve. Imagine what happened to the Uniport 4 students in 2012, the ALU4. Those boys did not rob, according to what we found out. They said they only went, although what they did, perhaps they didn't do it properly. They said they wanted to go and collect their money from someone, and the person collected money for them from a business, and when they came to maybe harass him to collect back their money, business gone wrong, he shouted, thief, thief. And that's how people came and just gathered them. Without asking what happened, they killed them. Then I remember sometime between late 90s and early 2000, one of my cousins was telling me of one incident that happened at their area. I think that was really some years back. That period, a woman, her son, according to her, stole from her, and she started shouting, thief, thief. People came and started beating the child. Later, so they wanted to burn. He said, no, my pikin, no burn him. And there was another incident that happened during the lockdown. His young boy stole what, Gary? Remember that story? And he was burnt. We didn't find out. In Lagos here, that was during the lockdown. So why, this is sheer wickedness to me. There is nothing like trying to prove a point. Oh, let's kill them so that robbery will stop, or this is wrong. Many of these people that were burnt alive were actually innocent. Many of them were not guilty.
I think we should look at the fundamentals of when these mob killings happen, where does it happen? Who are the people that participate in it? We see that most people that participate in it are either illiterate or extremely poor people, or people that have nothing much going on for them. And mostly people that maybe they are poor, no hope for them, the government isn't doing much for them, society isn't doing much for them, and they probably go to bed hungry, they wake up still no hope, begging for food and looking for meat. When you get burnt, when they mob you, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Not me.
No. When they mob someone, the mentality is, even though I go to bed hungry, I don't have hope, I don't have anything going on for my life, I'm still better than that person that was mobbed.
Okay, so to be honest with you, I hear you, but just disagree with you. And the classic example is Deborah. They were not poor. They're students. They were not illiterates. They're students in a polytechnic that you would assume have a level of enlightenment. And for me, I think what I'm really trying to raise here is not even just it's a mob, there's a mob mentality. There's something that happens when a mob takes over that really nobody can control. What really bothers me, in that sense. What bothers me, sorry Elijah, may I just finish? What really bothers me is the government's lack of inaction and the fact that all these things that we've talked about, they've happened, but no one has been convicted. No one has been brought to book. So look at Deborah, for instance. People have been arrested for conspiracy and disturbing the public peace. Who's been arrested for the murder? The one in Lekki as well. Yes, dude, the government has banned the motorcycles, but
it will not solve the problem.
It's not bringing the person back to life.
Yeah. For you to I think, arrest someone for murder, you need to know what final hit killed the person, and you need to know the person that made a final hit to kill the person, because that means you're accusing about 50 people of murder, which is not possible.
Well, some of them may be responsible for manslaughter. So if not murder, but some of them may be responsible
in the first place.
I think the person that started in the first place, in the case of the Lekki situation, the Okada men that first came to start the opera are the ones that are being arrested, and if I can't justify it. It is appalling.
There's no justification.
I heard about the Lekki thing, and then I heard about Deborah. I'm a Muslim, and I heard that the Deborah situation had something to do with religion and this thing. And then you see, we bring a quote in our Quran that says that we shouldn't take a life. It is there. And then some people misinterpret it as we are fighting for God and this. And like, it's like, how many people, like even me, that I'm Muslim, I'm scared of going to this side of the place where Deborah was schooling. I won't mention the state. I'm scared of going there because they are extremists. They won't, if I'm telling them Islam is my religion, I understand you and this, and they won't key into what I'm trying to say because they will think like maybe I'm whitewashed or I'm westernized and this. And they are extremists. You can't really make sense with a stupid person.
Okay, the thing is, from what you said, it's not, I would disagree with you with regard to what you said initially about the persons that are involved in mob action are usually illiterate, nothing much for them. It's not actually true. It's mob mentality.
Mob mentality.
When I was in secondary school, I remember we were having a conversation with our English teacher, and he said something that there was a day he was driving through the popular Vaux Agri, because that period, almost every weekday when we come back from school, we're going towards Vaux, you must see a dead body along that Vaux wedding. Yeah, they've killed somebody, they've burnt someone, because there's always robbery there. Now, guess what? He said there was someone that was alleged of stealing, and before you know, people gathered and started beating him. The next thing, the woman parked her vehicle, came down from her vehicle, say, I have fuel, let's burn him. Now that woman, according to him,
did not know what was happening.
A poor woman, she's not.
And she had no idea what was happening.
It's just mob mentality, like you said. So the government have to be decisive. Number one, nobody has the right to take laws into their hands. If you feel somebody do something wrong, hand over the person to the police. Let the police do their job. And they should also pass a bill that anybody involved in mob action, if they can arrest the person, if you're involved one way or remotely or directly, the person should spend some time in jail because it's wrong.
I think our problem is not that there are no laws. It's just that they are not being enforced. So pass a bill all you can. What are the existing laws? Nobody is enforcing it. And what makes me really sad is the fact that our law enforcement agencies appear to be completely impotent and unable to do anything about it. I mean, in Lekki, you heard that, the police came and the mob overpowered the police. And, I mean, that is just so sad. Anyway, up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
Hello there, and thanks for joining us for yet another edition of our program. It's been a very busy week, full of intrigues and maneuvers, especially in the political arena.
Expected, John. The stage is almost set with the actors putting on their best performances ever. The question on the lips of a lot of people, I inclusive, is whose interest really is the drama that we see around and the drama that we expect to unfold eventually. Now, will the audience give a standing ovation at the close of curtain, or will the theater be completely empty even before the drama ends, John?
I can see you're using your theater lingo there.
Play with me now.
Yes. Well, Helen, certainly you're in the spirit.
I am.
Okay, like they say. And the world indeed is a stage, and we are all actors. We either play lead roles, supporting roles, or we're in the audience just watching. Yeah?
And we're either leaders or we are followers. So today on the show, we are ready to engage in yet another interesting and impactful conversation. And it's centered on leadership and age. Welcome to Today with John and Helen, live, your wholesome family show on Plus TV Africa. I'm Mama Helen Odeleye. Name hasn't changed. And I'm always grateful to God for the gift of life and for your attention.
It changed slightly today.
It didn't change.
The Onwa came before the Helen.
They are all my
They are the same.
can't go anywhere.
Well, our conversation is on leadership and age, like you heard, and it's all encompassing from the family, corporate world, politics, and what have you. We have a guest who has seen it all, like they say, talking about leadership. The twist, however, is in what age has got to do with leadership. I am John Senaya, or could we say Senaya John?
Senaya John, John Senaya.
And it's great knowing you there. Welcome on board.
All right, so John, the answer to that question and many others will come, I believe, after the break, because our guest is already seated and he's ready to go. This is Today with John and Helen once again, and we shall be back in a bit. Please, please, please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thanks for staying there. Well, would I be correct to say that leadership knows neither age, race, nor gender? Well, leadership is simply the act of guiding a team, a country, people, or an individual to achieving set goals through purposeful direction and motivation. Would that be right, Helen?
Yeah. Well, the guest will tell us more. I see he's nodding his head. Young or old, some believe that leaders are born, while others say that they are made. But before all of that, John, anything impactful, anything remarkable, on your mind that we can share with our
on my mind,
friends out there this morning?
On my mind, I think during the week I read that a certain pastor, showed his heart of kindness to the family of the fallen hero. Yeah,
true. Some weeks ago, I mean, a lot of us were really thrown into mourning when we saw that young girl being beaten and burned alive in a secondary school environment in Kano. And we had so many questions, But someone just rose from in Nigeria and said, this girl should have been the light to this family. And now that light has been taken out. What can we do? And he offered the whole family circle. We are told that he's relocated all of them to Port Harcourt. He's given them accommodation. He's given the younger brother full scholarship abroad, And he's done so much for the father and the mother of the child.
Yeah.
That's a lot of relief.
We can only hope that we have many more Nigerians that will be able to do that.
Especially in a week where we're celebrating the younger ones. It was Children's Day yesterday.
It was Children's Day yesterday.
Yes. So the whole week, children were celebrated.
Yeah, it brought me a whole feeling of nostalgia. Remember in those days when we would, all file out and go to the race course here in Lagos, just for Children's Day. And it always was exciting for us.
I just keep, I hope that it's not just a celebration every 365 days. That really the plight of the children are taken into consideration and their lives are made better policy-wise and implementation-wise, right from the family up to the highest
and it has
level.
to be across the country. Because
across
now we're beginning to see some states doing better in some areas than others. So there has to be, some. Well, anyway, let's wish our children a belated happy Children's
Day. It's still on.
Yes.
I'm sure this weekend a lot of them are going out to have fun.
Course. Yes. So we say that age and leadership is the reason we're here today. And we're lucky to have with us Dr. Olukunle Iyonda, who comes with an impressive and rather intimidating profile in this field. Dr. Iyonda holds an MBA from Olabisi Onabanjo University, an MSc in corporate governance from Leeds Beckett University, and a PhD in information system management from Walden University, Minnesota in USA. And I refuse to be intimidated by all of this.
Our guest is a persuasive performance-driven and energetic leader with more than 20 years of comprehensive management positions and achievements across various industries, West Africa, as well as founder, CEO, Brooks Consulting.
Yes, Dr. Iyonda told us off camera when we asked him how come he got so many certificates, and he said it was out of nothing to do. Well, I wish I would have nothing to do to be able to get all of this. Dr. Iyonda, by the way, works also with organizations to help build capabilities, strategy development, innovation, change, leadership, and corporate culture. He is Senior Fellow, Nigeria Leadership Institute, Fellow, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Associate, Nigeria Institute of Taxation, Member, American College of Healthcare Executives, Member, Chartered Institute of Management UK, and so much more. Join us. Join us to welcome to the studio Dr. Olukunle Iyonda. You are finally, you've landed. Finally.
Oh boy.
You're welcome, sir.
And we had to, keep a lot of them out to land.
You're welcome.
All right. It's a privilege, sir.
Thank you so much.
To be able to share this space with you. on this show today.
Yeah, I've looked forward to it, and it's a privilege to be with you guys this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So age and leadership is the thrust of today's show. Can you give us an opening remark?
Well, very interesting. Maybe my opening remark, the way I want to put it, is to tell people, especially those who have been with a lot of agitations concerning, leadership and age, to say that age has nothing whatsoever to do with leadership. It's been proven over and over again. Okay, if you talk of wisdom, well, it has something to do with leadership.
Okay.
However, wisdom and leadership has nothing to do with age. So, and I believe that why are we even bothering ourselves with the issue of age when we're supposed to be looking at competence and success? Because over the years, or if you look at the history of human beings, you will discover that there are people that have led at a very young age. Why? Because they are able to show competence. They'll be able to see that there's a problem that needs to be solved for millions of people. So they are not waiting to be fed. I think that what led us to begin to think of maybe gender, maybe age, is an entitlement mentality. Wherein we just feel that we have to sit down and somebody has to give it to us because I'm a woman, somebody has to give it to me because I'm young, somebody has to give it to me because I'm an elder. All right. Not necessarily because of value we are able to create.
Okay, so Dr. Yoda, you've answered all of our questions in your opening remarks.
No, he hasn't.
But what we're going to do now is we're going to take them one after the other. Yeah. We're going to break each aspect down because we have all day, in quotes. We have all day. And really, this is a subject that we really must address because it's right there at the tip of our tongues. It's on the forefront.
Right in our faces.
Yeah. Now, let's start. There are two sides to this leadership question, young and old. Is anyone too young or too old to be a leader? Let's break that down.
All right. If I want to, if we look at it on the surface, the answer would be no one is too young, no one is too old. However, that's just on the surface. Yes, somebody can be too young to be a leader. If you're an infant cannot lead, for instance. All right? Because I believe that a leader is someone who knows left from right. Anybody who can know the left from right, who can distinguish between good and evil, is qualified to be a leader. However, if you become too old and you become senile, can you still be a leader? So you can get too old, become senile, so your mental capacity is not there anymore, so you cannot lead.
Okay.
Or you become too young, you're an infant that you cannot distinguish between good and evil, between right and wrong, okay, then you cannot lead. So long as your mental state is okay, you can lead, regardless of gender, regardless of age.
Okay.
So he walked into the next question.
Okay.
He walked right into it. So I'll leave it to
Yes. No, he walked right into it because he has said only when someone has become senile is unable to probably take that leadership initiative, and maybe when the strength is no longer there and all that. That's the only time that age, in terms of old, becomes an issue. So how did we get to where we are, where age has become such an important factor in our leadership? What has age really got to leadership quality? You have said really nothing. But how come we are at a point where we have agitations here and there, Sometime last year, the young people were all over the place, not too young to rule. And what's the point? What are the hindrances? Why this discussion on age and leadership?
You see, each time we talk about age and leadership and said, okay, somebody is too young or somebody is too old, we need to go back to history. Look at the founding fathers of Nigeria. At what age do they become whatever they are?
Leaders. Yeah.
You look at somebody like Gowon, who became head at 29. All right? Yeah. What's his name? Muritala died at the age of 38. Jonathan was president of Nigeria in his 40s. Same go for Babangida. Same go for even the current president. Maybe the problem is you have youth who came into leadership and they decide to sit for so long. All right? So you have people who possibly got into leadership position at the age of 20-something or 30-something, and they have been there for the past 50 years.
They refuse to leave.
They refuse to leave.
But it's their constituency.
All right. So, and why do they refuse to leave? Because they were accepted by us. I believe that the kind of leaders we get is the kind of leader that we ask for. I always say that you can't have a good leader in any society where you have, you want a good leader, but you need great followers. Okay. Because if you don't have great followers, you cannot have good leaders. All right. So if I want to sit there and I say, okay, I want to be a member of House of Representatives and I want to be there forever and ever. If I'm not serving the will of the people and the people know what the will is and their desire is, what are they going to do? They will kick me out. So if they don't kick me out and I continue to be there because you have compromised followership, then there's going to be a problem. How do followers get compromised? We see what is wrong, we decide to keep quiet about it. So long as you can give somebody 1,000, 2,000 to vote, to sell their conscience, that's a compromised leadership, isn't it? So long, followership rather. So long as followers see that, okay, this person is just a PS or a director in the ministry, his salary is possibly 200,000, but he's doing something of 200 million, and we decide to keep quiet, then something is wrong.
Yeah.
Today, I'll be glad to see that my brother or my sister became the president of this country. All right. So all the attacks have been, throwing to those who are there now. What happened? I keep quiet because now I'm a strong beneficiary. And I begin to ask myself that maybe the reason why sometimes the noise becomes so much is because we are not part of those who are sharing that cake. Which is quite unfortunate. If we are all driven by value, then it doesn't matter who is there. But the question is that the value has been completely eroded. I remember when we were growing up, if they say your father is a thief, you won't be able to go to school the next day.
Yeah.
If they say somebody in your family, in fact, when you want to marry, they will first of all examine, I hope there is no prisoners in the family. But today, you know what happened? When a leader is sent to prison and is released, we are going to get us able to go and welcome them.
Wow.
So, and that's why I'm saying that maybe we should pipe a little bit low about leadership and begin to talk about followership, because the leaders did not drop from heaven, they are from us, right? But you may not have had leaders who have been there for so long, and if the society decides to tolerate them, then do you blame them for it?
Okay, John, before you come in with your next question, his answers just, tipped something in me now. Leaders, what are the qualities that are expected of them that probably we do not see? Now you're saying that the followership is even more important. What's the quality of a followership that will assist a leader to achieve?
All right. Very interesting question. Let's talk about followership again. Okay, Nigeria is some madness that somebody will use taxpayers' money, right, to buy buses and all of that, and he put his name there as the governor. Or you use the government, use taxpayers' money to do the road, right? You name it after yourself.
Yes.
And all of us as followers, we go there and we say, oh yeah, we clap for.
He did this.
He did this. You know what? Because we don't even know our rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're supposed to say, we are not supposed to clap for anybody because you have done the road.
Job.
Because it's your job.
Because that's the reason you're there.
We are not supposed to clap for you because you build a new hospital or you build a railway station. We don't supposed to. Number one, it's not your money you used to do it. It's our money that you used to do it. The only reason why we put you there is for you to do those things. So why should we clap for you because you have done it?
Because others didn't do it.
So it becomes like an exception. So good performance become an exception in our society, in which once you see a governor that decided to do a road, guess what? All of us, oh, he did a road for us.
Yeah.
And the governor sings all about it.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. However, great followership means that you will say, Mr. Governor, we elected you to do this. You have not done it. We want to know the reason why it has not been done. Are we together on that?
Yes.
Because until the followers begin to know that the leaders are not the one in charge, and that leaders are supposed to lead from behind.
Wow. Yes.
Until you bring empathy into leadership. Empathy means that as a leader, I must understand my personal challenge in the context of a global challenge of the people.
Yes.
So I must be able to subdue my personal challenges to that of the people. People's challenge. All right. I must know what they feel. How many of our leaders can we really say that know what we are feeling,
Or care about what we're feeling.
or care about what we have, or even understand it? It's an issue that we need to really discuss.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes,
Doctor. Yeah, you see, when I was preparing myself for this program, at least I tried to do that mentally. I promised myself that we will not make it look like we're talking about politics.
Yes.
Leadership
but,
is that.
but the topic is such that the first place your mind goes, given all that is happening, is politics.
But politics is everything.
I mean,
The corporate world is
it's
politics.
all about governance.
The family is
governance.
yeah.
And I want to tell you, because when you talk about leadership, why you cannot take away political leadership, because political leadership is the umbrella.
Yes.
So whether I talk about corporate leadership, whether I talk about
Leadership in the
community
family,
leadership,
yeah.
Yes.
everything is still within that
The
umbrella.
rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
So, and what people see, the question, I'm a community leader in my place and I'm doing the little bit that I can do. But what I'm able to achieve may be dependent on what I'm permitted largely, to achieve. However, having said that, I'm also the opinion that when we look at leadership, can we begin to address it from various levels?
Yeah.
In my office as a corporate
Yes.
CEO,
Yes.
okay, what kind of leadership are we talking about?
In
Now,
the
when I talk
community.
about empathy, okay, I'm not talking about sympathy. I'm talking about leaders that understand the feelings of the people that they lead.
Yeah.
And you must understand that, for me, the definition of leadership is more of working with the people to ensure their success. So I'm there as the CEO to build the people. That's why I'm there. Yesterday, I was talking to my human resource manager, and I was saying, we need to call this staff. I said, where we have given the person query, we have done this, I said, no, let's call them. Maybe there's psychological issue that this person is dealing with. And I said, let me tell you, workplace is to build people. I know that we want them to work so that the bottom line can be okay. But it's first time, as a leader, we must recognize that we are there to build people. We are there to remove barriers that will not make them to succeed.
And you're dealing with human beings, not machines.
We talk about American dream. What is the meaning of American dream? American dream is create an environment where everybody that is in the US can thrive and prosper.
And
be happy. Takes away all obstacles.
Yes.
And what we are looking at, let's look at it. Let's say politically, as a citizen, whatever will not make me to succeed is taken away. It could be system, it could be policy. In my place of work, the same thing. Even in my family, I'm a father. You are a mother. We are supposed to give leadership. All right? And that leadership means that what do I need to do to ensure that my children succeed? That is the first thing, okay? So if you are unable to take all those impediments that will enable them to succeed, then you are failed as a leader. And that is what it is also when we talk about either political or corporate or community leadership.
Now let's take it down to brass tacks again. Let's go. I'm trying to not make it sound like we're attacking our politicians, So let's do a throwback to when I was in school. In those days, age was never a factor. In deciding who led the class, for instance. It was really a matter of intelligence, maybe ability. So what has changed? What do you think has changed?
What I think has changed is our value systems has been completely eroded. In this country, you see a parent who will pay someone to write JAMB for their children.
Yeah.
So what are they telling them? In this country, you will see someone who wants his or her to get a position in the school and will go and pay for it. We have even seen situations whereby somebody will go to the principal of the school and say, I want my son to be this. And because at the PTA he has the biggest voice, the loudest voice, and is able to do one or two things, we get compromised. So, and when you have stuff like that, what kind of leaders are you going to have? I used to tell, some of my younger friends, I said, you will shout that you don't want your child to be on phone.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's to spending so much time on phone.
And you are there.
But you are there. And the only thing they are seeing is what you are
you're
doing.
Yes. You are the example.
You are okay. So how did we get it wrong? We got it wrong because at every levels we are more of talkers than doers.
Okay.
So the only thing we are doing is just to talk and expect people to do differently. And most times we think that those laws that we made are not for us. We can do as we like, we are matured, and all of that is for other people. No. And that's why I'm saying that a leader must live from behind. What makes you to be a leader is you are wise. What is wisdom? You are knowledgeable. You are able to apply that knowledge to bring about social change, positive social change. That makes you to be a good leader.
Experience.
For us to say that you have wisdom, you have the mental capability. Okay? You are able to see things from diverse perspective. That is wisdom.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So it's possible for you to have people who are very, very smart, who have gone to the best schools in this world, got the best education, yet they are not wise.
They are not wise.
And we have to ask ourselves, do we have knowledgeable leaders or do we have wise leaders?
So which one is we'd rather go for
you
wise.
You cannot become
both.
You can't become wise without being knowledgeable.
And vice versa. Okay.
And when you are wise, being wise means I'm able to see John and I say, John shouldn't be in this situation. John shouldn't be in this condition. Okay? That is wisdom.
But would a young potential leader
see that?
Be wise?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Wisdom has nothing to do with age. It has to do with exposures. It has to do with your life experiences.
Yes.
And we have seen somebody who is 70 years old and behaving like
that is not wise.
All right. I mean, you remember that funny stuff that came out, funny story of that young boy that the mother wanted to build and say, Mommy, be coming down. Isn't that wisdom? To say, yes, I know that things are, but Mommy, I know I'm not nowhere, but just calm down.
And we'll get results when you're calmed.
That is what wisdom is all about. And if at that point in time, the mom decided to calm down. Don't you think that boy has successfully led the mother?
Through wisdom.
Through wisdom.
No, but what about age and competence?
Okay.
Age and competence.
Because you've not only talked about competence, you've talked about performance, you've talked about wisdom, you've talked about results, and all of that. So, is it about the young or the old for all of this to fall in place?
All right. So let's look at the major corporations you have in the world today.
Yeah.
Either Facebook, either Google, either Uber, either all these things.
Their age brackets.
What is their age bracket? Other Paystack that we have in Nigeria, Flutterwave, that we have in Nigeria, Andela that you have. Those guys, how do they start? They were all in their 20s. Some of them are even younger than 20s. And they're able to build multi-billion-dollar corporation that is multiple times bigger than Nigerian budget.
That's right.
And they were leading those organizations.
That's right.
In their thousands. So when you see sometimes one want to kill ourselves over, and you see that Google has over $200 billion in its current account. Nigeria total foreign reserve is still hovering between 30-something billion dollars. Do you get what we're trying to say? So in terms of impact, so leadership must be looking at in terms of competence and impact. I mean, and the success. So competence is friend that, okay, he's knowledgeable, he has what it takes to do it, right? Okay, but he's also successful in doing that thing that he set out to do. So if you are not successful in doing it, then you have not really led. And it's when you have done something maybe over and over again that people will say, oh, wow, we want to be like this guy. Okay, they want to buy into that thing that you have done. We have to know that it's all about solving problems And if you are able to solve the pain point of people, then you see that people will follow you. Look at this Pakistani, lady that was shot. How old was he when he was shot? And look at the one Nobel Prize award. Look at the numbers of followers that simply by saying, I want to stand for what is right.
Okay.
And that's leadership.
Wow. We are about to take a break. But before then, let me quickly throw this in. The perspectives and beliefs may possibly be the main drivers for the agitation for young leadership in the future or in the now. Wouldn't this be a selfish move?
Well, there is a study that actually confirmed that perspective has a lot to do with either old or young, right? As a matter of fact, politically or in terms of how we govern ourselves in the community, there is that general perspective to believe that the older you are, the better you are able to manage. Even the younger generation. Because look at populations of Nigeria. Do you know that between the age of 19 to 34, we have about 40-something people, 40-something%.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, those who are older than 65 in Nigeria, guess their percentage, they are just 2.7% of Nigerian population. Just 2.7%. So when we talk about, okay, we have somebody who is 90-year-old in office and all of that. But if you feel that that person is not doing well, we have what it takes to have the person to leave.
Dr. Yaga,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to just pause there.
Okay.
I mean, clearly, age and leadership has been our focus today. That's very obvious. And our guest has helped us to drive home the point.
Yeah.
Young or old, leadership is about inspiring others and achieving what they never thought they could do. We'll take a quick breather here. Doctor, you will still be here with us. So we'll ask our viewers, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
All right, this is Today with John and Helen, and we are still talking age and leadership. I wish we would shake this table a lot more, okay? So how does decisiveness, integrity, relationship building, problem solving, dependability, ability to teach and mentor, accountability, empathy, vision, resilience, humility, and a lot more, how do this play out in the leadership or in leadership? Now, where are we likely to get all of this? Is it in the younger ones or in the older ones? You have gone round and round and talked about it, but these things are just rolling in my head. And I am holding the aspect that you said that the followership are the most important. Okay, John?
I wish I made a list of all what you asked for. But I tried to box everything into leadership quality.
Yes.
Because all of what you said, really, I don't know. Doctor, do you agree with me? One thing I am sure about is that there's something missing. The word together. Together seems to be a word that's been missing in this conversation. And yet, it may well be the solution to our problem. How do we do this? This leadership thing. How do we do it together?
Collaboration between... Yeah.
Young and old, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, for that. I may have a different perspective because for me, it's still like us seeing leadership like a national cake that needs to be shared. So as a result, we are saying together, let's get the younger ones, let's get the older ones. But my own stand is, if the older ones are the ones who are performing, so be it. If the younger ones are the ones who can do it, kick them out and be in charge. Okay, because what we are, but they are already mixed, aren't they?
Okay.
You don't go to any state and all of them are old.
All old, yeah.
You don't go to any local government and everyone is old. You don't.
Yes.
Even in government, some of the government agencies, you see people, executive director at their 30s, even less than 30s. So it's already mixed. We are already together. But it's a question of perceptions. And I'm saying that if somebody have anything good to offer, I read, one of the leaders I follow a lot, I read virtually all his book, is Barack Obama. And I tried to see how Obama became the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
It's not by being docile. It's not by being sitting there and say, you know what, I'm a minority, I'm a black guy. They're supposed to get the black guy as a president. I'm qualified to be that president.
It's not by just
so
mouthing
I'm waiting for somebody to come and call me.
Not by just mouthing it.
But he had it exactly. So he had a dream. I can be the president. Who say I cannot be?
Yeah.
And he laid out his strategy. He engaged with the people. He worked day and night.
And he married the right woman.
And married the right woman. They didn't give him the established, political system didn't give him the opportunity. But guess what? And that's why I talk about followership.
Yes.
Guess what? Like tsunami, he came and there was a big disruptions. You know why that happened? Because you have informed followers.
Yes.
It wouldn't have happened if you don't have that. Okay, something very nice just happened in Adamawa, right? That you elected APC Guba, was a woman now who was able to fight against some established, That's what we are talking about. And we are going to see more and more of that. What is important is we need to educate each other.
Yes.
We need to define the kind of leadership that we want. And where we don't even know that, guess what? Somebody can stand up here in this little room and say, I want to be the governor of Lagos State. And these are my strategy. But you see, if you start with fear, one of the things I've always seen is for people to think, you know what, the established political system will not allow you.
Yes.
And the question I ask is that who allowed them when they got there?
Okay.
You want to be a CEO of an organization and you say, okay, they're not going to allow me. Who allowed those who got there? It's when you are able to show that you have what it takes. And I believe that politically, people are getting more informed in Nigeria now. People are getting more informed. We've seen that happen, we don't want to go into politics, but we have seen it happen. We have seen disruptions, in Nigerian political system, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it. But it will get to a point that, look at in the US, you can probably predict who is going to win what. Based on what? Critical factors of
pedigree,
healthcare, critical factor of employment,
the areas of
critical factors of inflation, those things that affect people directly. And once those things that affect them directly is taken out from them, you can be sure that that party is going to lose. But in Nigeria, it's what Spela calls suffering and smiling, Things are not going right. However, what is the place of religion in what we are doing? What is the place of ethnicity? What is the place of gender? Right? In which I'm going to say, okay, well, even though I know that Ellen is the most qualified, but Ellen is not from Lagos State, so we rather vote for John, even though we know John is not the one.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so you have to look at the issue of ethnicity. And we have to begin to drill it into our heads to say, let's leave ethnicity behind. Let's leave gender behind. Let's leave age behind. Age is just one of it. I can tell you that today, okay, we are shouting Muslim, Christian, okay, young people. So tomorrow, Helen again is the most qualified. She's female, right? But she's a Christian. And she's from the north. Okay? So, even though by definition of north, you are in the majority. But guess what happened? All of a sudden, you become the minority.
Because you're female.
Because you are female. So at that point in time, those in the north are not going to be looking at it and say he's from the north. No, he's female, no. So let's go for John. John is from Lagos. But he's male. So, and that is why we always talk about the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
DEI.
Inclusion.
Yeah, that's the way of the world now.
And if we are able to bring that into our polity, I think we'll see a lot of change. People have talked about strong institutions, and I always ask myself, we talk about strong institution. What is strong institution? Strong institution is not going to fall from heaven. Is it not people that are going to be there?
Yeah.
So what's strong? So the first thing we need to deal with before we can even begin to talk of quality leadership and all of that.
You have to put the structures in place.
Put the structure there.
Yes.
We need to wash our brain. We need to get the right value. we need to be able to call a spade a spade. We need to know that what is important is whoever can make me to be more successful is the kind of leader that I want. But do we even know what success is as followers?
Oh.
Wow. That's the issue. Do we know what success is?
You know, Helen, if you don't stop doctor, if you don't stop doctor, you won't ask the next question.
Yeah, but we got the doctor here. You know, we brought him here because we know that he's capable, you know, of answering our questions. While I was getting ready for this yesterday, doctor, I ran into something that showed some advantages and disadvantages in having a leader who is young and who is old. In terms of the older one will sit there and probably not embrace change. I've been doing this for 101 years. Why do I have to change my strategy, for example? And the younger ones come with bright and new ideas because they are more aware of what's going on in the world. And I'd like you to speak on this.
One of the interesting studies done by University of Queensland in 2011 again says that age does not make you wiser. So the fact that I've been doing it, and that's your point.
Does it make you more daring, more bold to be able to take?
Your experience, you can't buy experience.
Yeah, I'm coming. But when you talk about the experience also does not come by age. It comes by exposures. You will see younger people who possibly have gone through a whole lot that myself and you have not been through.
That's right.
Who have gone through, they have gone through a lot of issues of lives. They have gone to the university of life that has taught them a lot of lessons.
That's right. Yeah.
But maybe I'm from the privileged home. Everything always worked for me and all of that. So what experience have I got? And that's why sometimes when people talk about experience, I say, is it experience of 50 years doing the same thing over and over again? Will you compare that experience with somebody of 10 years who have done several things within that span of 10 years? Okay, so I don't believe that the fact that you are elderly and does not mean you are mature.
Okay.
Age and maturity are not the same thing. Even though they are supposed to be a relationship. In Yoruba, there is what they call agbaya. And what's the meaning of agbaya? To say that
you're old, but
you are old, but you are not
useless.
wise. You are useless. You get what I'm trying to say? So you can be old actually, but you are not wise.
Okay.
So they will call you, he's agbaya now, because you can't even think.
Doctor, you know what our worry is? Yes. I'm talking as a representative of the youth now.
Yes.
What our worry is that we have structures. Let's imagine we have structures already. Are the youth trusted enough to keep these structures in the right place? Because they want to upturn the whole apple cart. They want to change everything. But there are structures that have to be kept. Will the youth, or are they trusted enough to keep these structures on?
I don't have any problem with that because I think they will even improve more on it.
Okay.
Because when you look at what some of these young people are doing, is amazing in their little space.
No, they are changing everything now. They'll confuse us.
They are not changing everything, because don't forget that the world is changing.
Okay.
And some of us who are old, we are not changing with the time. We are not swimming, with the time.
Some of us are still analog.
So we are still analog. So some of us just think that all this no, this is how we have been doing it, so let's stay there. But they are saying no, this is what is happening, this is what is changing, so you have to change it with it.
Yeah.
One of the critical skills that is expected of a future leader or current leader is adaptability.
Okay.
How flexible are you? So if you say you are a leader, we want to look at it. Do you believe in collaborations? Do you believe in diverse perspective? Are you very flexible? Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve the current problem with the same mentality that we used to create them.
Wow. Okay.
So what that tells us is that, this is a problem. We need a fresh perspective into our problems. And the Nigerian youth have that. Have you seen our young Nigerians abroad? Have you seen how they are thriving?
Yeah, you're right.
Have you seen some of them even in parliament, House of Parliament in some countries?
Yes.
So if they can achieve that, they can achieve it there. And you know what? The current legislation has given that opportunity to every youth to participate.
But they are leaving us out.
How?
How are they leaving
How?
you out?
Because they've already said that for you to be
fast enough.
They've already said
They've
already said that you can be a president at the age of 30. So what else do you want? They never said that, okay, for you to be a president in Nigeria, you must have a PhD and you must be 55 years old. So what is stopping you?
Maybe it's a
Those
lack
are
of
the basic.
understanding.
Yeah, I
How
think.
You see, there is mutual suspicion, which we've talked about.
That is it. That is it.
Okay? In which the youth feel that, you know what, there's no point for us to contest against the established leadership because they will not even
won't
allow
let
us.
us, yeah.
You know the reason why they are saying that? When we say that, we are saying that we don't have something better to offer than what they are offering.
Okay.
That's what that means. If you say, oh no, they won't allow us. Because it's all about value creation. But if I, as a youth, says, you know what, I don't care whether it is XYZ who has been there for the past 50 years. I don't care. I have a better idea. And I go from one corner to the other and I'm, you know, selling my ideas.
Yeah.
And people say, wow, that makes sense. I think this one is better than what we have.
Yes.
I will get there. So I think what I need to say is that our listeners should know that age has nothing to do with leadership. Age has nothing to do with wisdom. What you need is courage. And if you have that courage, you will continue. And let me tell you, I always say that for those of us who feel that we are better than the rest, and that's why we are not in politics, okay? Some people say, no, politics is dead. So if you say politics is dead, you don't want to be in it. What you are saying is that those people you are condemning will be the one that will continue to rule it.
Yeah.
So if you have good value, you know, system, you feel that you can solve the problems of this country, it could even be sewage. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Lagos State House of Assembly, I'm going to contest. And my interest is just how we can deal with the sewage situation in Lagos. And this is my formula.
You know what? You know what you just did, Doctor? You just answered what would have been my last question.
Oh, really?
I was going to ask you. Okay, so who or what is going to harmonize this collaboration? Get you know, this kind of collaboration in place for the old and the young to work together.
Because after this conversation, I have seen that leadership is not only about who is at the top. There's leadership at different levels. And you need to be equipped. But I'm asking in this environment, maybe are there places where you can learn to be a leader or are leaders born or made? But John's question,
but that
we use that to
answered,
wrap.
Please, in 15 seconds.
Yes.
Because we
yes.
have to wrap up.
So you've convinced me now. Because you have taken
John's question.
What's John's question now?
Okay.
John's question is
place
who
of
or
harmony.
what? Yeah, who or what will be able to harmonize all of this? I mean, it's like, where do we look? Where do we look for proper guidance?
For you to be harmonized, again, I say that there has to be a proper awakening of the people. There are no two ways to it. There must be a proper awakening of the people to say, what kind of society do we want? We are talking about age. Okay, we have been clamoring now for women representations and all of that, either in politics or in the boardroom. Okay, let's talk about politics. Don't forget that a little bit, maybe about 51% of our populations are women. So how come women have not been elected?
Now,
Who is stopping them?
In 5 seconds.
So in 5 seconds, for us to harmonize this, again, let there be that consciousness to say, this is the kind of people, this is the kind of leader that we want. This is the problem we want to solve. This is who can help us to solve that problem. And it doesn't matter
of
so
the age.
The total, in totality, the
It's all about people.
It's about the people.
It's the people. It's the people. It's the people that will exactly.
So Helen, consciously, let's wrap up this program.
Okay, consciously. I guess our job is done. As far as this topic is concerned, we generously would like to say thank you, sir,
thank you so much
for your time. I have thoroughly enjoyed today. And I have a lot more questions to ask, but we will save that for another day.
Another time, yes.
Yes.
Well, I'll just end by asking Dr. Iyoda, please, can I be your friend?
Oh yeah, you are my friend already. I like you guys.
So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
All right, so this is how far we can go on this segment, but you know, there's more on the show. It's Today with John and Helen, and we'll just take a quick break at this end and allow the next segment to roll in.
Yeah.
What would that be, John?
The next segment. Should I keep it a secret?
Are we going to keep fitting?
We'll go fit.
Okay.
We'll do the fitness.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another fitness section with us at Alpha Fitness Studios. My name is Dolly Phillips and this is Elvis Echo, and we're going to be taking you through a HIIT workout today. So today we're going to work for 20 seconds and rest for 10 seconds. I have my timer here with us. So before we start, let's start with a quick warm-up. Everybody hands up, deep breath in. Shoulder rolls back, hands on the shoulders, rotate. 1. Opposite direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's reach over. 1. 3, 2, and 1. Now let's roll downwards. Release those hamstrings. 2. Very good. Nice and slow. 3. Good job. 4 and 5. Knees up. Let's go touch those knees. Wake those abs up. 1 and 2 and very good. 3 and 4 and 5. Hip circles. We're rotating. 5 to the left. Let's go. 5. Reverse direction. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Shake it out, shake it out. Are you ready for this workout, Elvis? We're ready. Okay, so I have my timer here. We're going to start the timer. The very first workout is your flutter kicks. So once you hear the whistle, we start. Once you hear the next whistle, you stop to rest. Are you ready? Let's go. If you can't kick this out like this, just kick out like this for me. Yes? We have levels. Come on, let's go. 2 and 1 and rest it. Okay, the next workout, high knees. So we're going to jog on the spot with our knees coming up high. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. If you can't, this is enough for me. Just make sure you continue moving. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rest it. That was good, huh? Next one, squat, leg over. Take those legs as high as possible. Are you ready? Let's go. And 1. Wow! Do you feel that one? Now we're going down to the floor. Hands down. Send your legs back. Let's go, Elvis. Mountain climbers. Let's go. Push it. If you can't do this, you can just stay in plank or stay in all fours and pick up your knees. And rest it. We're still on the floor. We're going to do a plank on the elbows. Okay, Elvis and I are going to turn to the side so you can see what we're doing. Elbows down and out. Don't collapse your back. No. Lift it up. Tuck in your pelvis and breathe. We have 10 seconds left. Woo! You can feel this one, huh? Make sure your elbows are directly under your shoulders and keep your face looking forward. Don't look down, look forward. Helps to straighten out your back. How are we doing? We have 3 seconds left. 2 and 1. Good job. Stretch it out. And now we're going to go into a sprint. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. on, go, 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 go. Faster. 2, 1, and relax. Impossible. Anyway, so let's stretch it out now. We've come to the end of this one. And out. Good job. In and out. In and out. One more. And out. Shoulder rolls back. Shoulder rolls. Good. 3 more. 2 and 1. Rotate forward. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's stretch those quads. Hold on to something if you need to. If you don't need to, find your balance. Stretch those quads. Quads are these muscles here in the front of your thighs. Very good. You need to work these muscles. As we get older, they're the first set of muscles to give way. So always make sure you work your muscle, your quads. All right? Good job. And down. Let's stretch our back. Slide down those thighs all the way down. Fingertips on the floor. Straight legs. Stretch out your lower lumbar region. Very good. Oh, this feels so good. It stretches the back of the legs as well, the hamstrings. Bend your knees and slowly roll up. Ah, yes. Deep breath in. Open those legs all the way down and up. All the way down one more time. And out. One more. And out. Awesome. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Thanks for joining us today. We hope to see you very soon. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. And this is the closing segment of the show. Today with John and Helen.
Yeah, so John, the business of public speaking, as they say, does age play any role in it? Are the younger ones better at it or the older ones?
Well, I would say that it doesn't really matter. It's what you have brought to the table that matters. The way you handle it, the way, your knowledge base, your presentation style and all of that. So it doesn't really matter because you have courses for courses. You have different speakers for different audiences, So no, age would not be a factor.
At all?
Yes.
All right.
So you want my nugget for today?
Go ahead.
And my nugget for today is quite an interesting one. It's a general nugget, that deals with how you present yourself, how you are, how you sound,
Okay.
And it is this. It is not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. It's not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. So we go up there, we believe that our looks or our knowledge base, wisdom, and all of that, would communicate the message to the audience. That's not enough. You need to sound good. You need to be able to deliver in a clear, concise, and understandable manner for your message to be communicated to your audience. So let's take delivery for granted. Delivery is a very important aspect in public speaking. And like I always say, public speaking is not only when you go up on stage. Even in the boardroom, you're speaking to your public. Even at home, within the family, you're communicating with your family. So public speaking goes with you everywhere. So make sure that you don't just look good, you sound good as well. Otherwise, it's no good.
Okay. All right, so for you to look good and sound good and be the part, it means that you have to prepare
Oh, you have to prepare,
have
of
to
course.
get
Of course,
educated.
you have to prepare. You don't ride
You
a
have to get
bicycle.
information.
Yeah, you don't get to know how to ride a bicycle without, practicing.
True.
And then get your content in place.
Especially because we're dealing with the language that is not ours originally.
It doesn't
Most
even
of the
really
time.
matter. In whatever language, the content is there, right? The important thing now is for clarity and for being concise. Speak clearly and concisely. It doesn't matter to me if you sound like the Queen of England. I'd rather you even sound like a Hausa man, Yoruba or Igbo man. As long as when you communicate, you are understood and you are heard.
You carry your audience along.
You carry your audience along.
Okido.
That will be it for this week.
Yes.
And I must say that it's been a thoroughly fulfilling session on today's program.
You can say that again. Yes. And I hope that you have found this show as interesting and as fulfilling as we have. It's our pleasure, it's our job, it's our duty that we do this, especially for the family and the society. And one thing I've taken away today is that us who are the public, the followers, the power is in our hands.
That's right.
And so at this point in time, the power is in our hands, all right, to make our nation a better place. And so I'm asking, have you gotten your PVC? Is it ready for you to take that decision and use that franchise? Do you have yours ready?
I think so.
You think so, John? I will kill you. I have mine.
I do.
All right, so let's meet again same time next week on the show today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. But don't forget that if you missed out on this outing today, we have an opportunity for you to watch again later tonight. 10:30 is the time and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you and have a lovely weekend.
Goodbye.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, Dewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking, because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, you know, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. You know, those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school, you know, that kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads film, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say no, go, they will yab you, they will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. Couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Impeachment threat against Buhari real, says National Assembly PDP caucus. And Ebonyi PDP battles self-inflicted crisis as 2023 polls becomes threatened. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Ann Okon. Expectedly, mixed reactions from Nigerians, especially senators and other stakeholders, have trailed the lawmakers' threat to impeach the president, even as senators are sharply divided over the matter. It could be recalled that some senators last Wednesday stormed out of plenary in protest against Senate President Ahmed Lawan's failure to make public their resolution from a closed-door meeting where they had resolved to issue a 6-week ultimatum, after which they will use the impeachment notice against the president over insecurity. Attempts to raise the motion to that effect on the Senate's floor by the minority leader, Senator Philip Aududa, was turned down by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan earlier, now which compelled some of these senators to stage a walkout. But the Deputy Senate President, Ovie Omoagege, while faulting the impeachment option, stated that communication mechanism between the National Assembly and the presidency had not been fully explored and exhausted. Well, joining us to discuss this is Biodun Shomi. Thank you very much, Mr. Shomi, for joining us. Mr. Shomi, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Let's take our minds back to what happened last week and the impeachment threat, apparently, from especially PDP members on the floor of the National Assembly, who are optimistic that other members of the National Assembly will be in support of this move. My first question, obviously, is, has there ever been this sort of move in the National Assembly in the history of Nigeria that was followed through to the latter for an impeachment process or protocol to even take, root? Has this ever happened, and why now? If it has never happened, why do we think it will even ever, be attempted?
Yes, we have had impeachment moves at state levels drawn to conclusion, unlike at national level. At the national level, we have only had one such impeachment move. That was when Obasanjo was in power in his first term, and some senators believed to be working for the vice president at that time, made moves to actually remove him or deprive him of his second ticket. But that was not followed through. Unlike the state's one, the first one in the state was the case of Balarabe Musa, who was removed, impeached as the governor of Kaduna State. Then you had Ladoja's case too. Ladoja was removed in Oyo State, and then Peter Obi also removed. So at the state level, we've had 3 impeachments, drawn to the conclusion following the procedures. At the federal level, we've had only one such move, but it never materialized.
Now, the Benue State governor had been lauded for, supporting the impeachment call by members of the National Assembly on Mr. President. In fact, young people had said that this might waken Mr. President from his slumber. And many would ask if Mr. President really is asleep, or are his hands tied in terms of this dealing with the issue of terrorism. Now, might I remind you that this is one of the things that Mr. President had campaigned on in 2015, promising that he was going to deal with insecurity. And looking at insecurity then and now, it was not at this level, even though many would argue that there were bombings in Abuja, there were students that were kidnapped, etc., etc. But here we are, and members of the National Assembly, be it the opposition, are saying, well, we want to make sure that Mr. President does something in 6 weeks, and if after 6 weeks expires, this is what we want to do. But do they have the numbers? This is another question.
Well, what is very clear is that those who are threatening the unity of this country today, creating so much insecurity of lives and property, threatening the capital city, threatening Buhari himself, are in bed with our Mr. President. They are in bed with him. There's no, what I mean is that Mr. President is guilty of complicity, mute indifference, or outright support for whatever is going on in the country. It is increasingly becoming difficult for anybody to think that there is no consent coming from Mr. President. Don't forget that even when the brigade of guards were attacked, Mr. President left this country to go and lecture give a speech on security in Liberia, ignoring the fact that the speech and action should have taken place here. So it is increasingly becoming more difficult. We are beginning to believe, more and more people are beginning to believe, that a script is being acted to truncate the electoral process going on in our country.
Can I ask?
And this, in my view, will be fiercely resisted.
Can I ask, I mean, because what you just said seems to be, there's a lot of speculation I sense in that statement that you've made, that Mr. President might be complicit. Yes. He has somewhat, you know, not necessarily given off the body language that we expect a president to give off at a time like this. But could it be because the president himself has kept mute on these issues for so long, hence the speculation? Because I'm wondering to myself, why would a president, a man who waited for so long to be president of this country, why he would keep quiet and watch innocent Nigerians being kidnapped, being tortured, being killed, even men of the guard that he used to be part of, which are our soldiers, our very gallant soldiers, killed at will? I'm guessing, why would a president sit back and watch all of these things happen? Going back to the speculation that you made.
Yeah, well, one thing which is very clear is the agenda being pushed by the Buhari's administration. Nobody is oblivious of the fact that Mr. President went to Mali and told people, it was reported, that Nigeria is home for the Fulanis, that all Fulanis, you know, in West Africa are one. And so, therefore, they do not respect boundaries. We all knew how the borders were thrown open clearly, and not only that, we knew all the efforts being made to ensure that they occupy parts of Nigeria. That started from Ruga, you know, up till Katu Colony, up to the recent move in the National Assembly to create for the federal government to annex all the waters on the land in order to create settlements, including the banks, to create settlements.
I think that
Fulani's cattle, nobody can deny this. It's all coming together now. And people are beginning to wonder, you know, at times I wonder when people talk about the issue of Christianity or Muslim, Christian ticket. Is that the issue facing us currently, or the issue of security? This is a country where Mr. President is being threatened with kidnapping. The governor of Kaduna State is being threatened with kidnapping. And we've seen them into Abuja. Schools have been closed down, and people are talking about Muslim, as if this terrorist trying to destroy our country, who cares about anybody's religion? We have come to a state where the primary function of government, which is security of lives and property, is no longer being guaranteed. So within that context, one can understand the position of the National Assembly, who hitherto have been very, very compliant, been useful agents for the Buhari administration to now turn around and abandon their duty post, threatening impeachment, when in reality they are actually afraid of staying in Abuja for fear of being kidnapped. Because for Mr. President to be threatened with kidnap, and then the way they move into correctional center with impunity, you know, it's baffling. It is baffling. There is no other way to explain government complacency other than to describe it, or government inaction or poor action, as an attitude of passivity, of mute indifference, or sometimes of cold complicity. We have gone through this several times. We are told Tucano will do the job. We bought the Tucanos. Nothing has happened. We are moving from frying pan to fire. Buhari inherited insecurity in the Northeast. That insecurity spread to Northwest. From Northwest is coming to the center of power. At what stage would Nigerians be concerned about what is being done to our country and how our country is being led by Mr. President.
Let me go to the political aspect of this. I know that the NNPP presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, has spoken on this issue of impeachment. I'd like to quote him directly. He did say that he warned the National Assembly on this issue, and he said that, I'd like to quote him, "I do not know the facts that they have," talking about the members of the National Assembly, "but as their former colleague, I want them to tread softly, and they should not be in a hurry to rock the boat." What exactly did you think he meant? Because this has all kinds of political undertones, and they're subject to all kinds of interpretation. What would yours be?
Yes, in my own interpretation, Kwankwaso is saying that there's an electoral process which certainly would lead to the termination of the lifespan of the Buhari regime. And therefore, there is no need to rock the boat by impeaching him now, which could create another crisis, political crisis in the country. That's basically what Kwankwaso is referring to. It's referring to the electoral process. Apart from that, I don't even think they have the numbers currently to impeach Mr. President. As it stands today, I don't think they have the numbers, Mr. President. There are so many of the actors with their stooges in National Assembly who, in any case, will frustrate it. I cannot see people like Obi, like Atiku, like Tinubu, and others who are hoping to have an opportunity, to become the president of the country through the ballot, will now support a move that will create a political crisis in the country. I don't think they will be able to do that now. But what I foresee is that what could actually lead to real impeachment is when a state of emergency is created in the country, when Aso Rock is attacked in a way that the legislators will not reasonably sit in the National Assembly again, and there's a serious risk of security breakdown in the seat of Abuja, which is the seat of power, then that probably may end up leading to impeachment. But I don't think the current threat will lead to impeachment.
Does he have to get to that? Because, it's one thing to say, well, maybe because it's hitting hard or it's hitting close to home now, and that's why members of the National Assembly seem to be acting. Dumebi Kachiku, who is the presidential candidate for the ADC, had called what happened on the floor of the National Assembly self-serving. He's looking at the political undertone of this. He's saying that, look, these men are doing this because it now affects them. What about when it was hitting other people? But I'm still asking my first question. Why do we have to wait for things to get so bad for us to finally declare a state of emergency? And when we talk about states of emergency, let's not forget that that means that all political or electoral powers, one way or the other, will be jettisoned. And we're talking about a military takeover of sorts, when we ask for a state of emergency, if we are looking at it in its entirety.
No, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be to military taking over power. The state of emergency can be declared by any governor or the president where there are serious breaches, to the security of lives and property. And if, in their view, in line with our constitution, the Nigerian police force cannot manage it, then they are likely going to invite the military in. And that will be under a state of emergency. Otherwise, the military has no role in policing in a democracy. So, and that is the situation where, as many people think that these guys that are no longer bluffing, these terrorists are no longer bluffing, we have seen the incapacity or our security forces unable to contain them. If this tendency and this trend continues, the most likely is that if there's an attack on Abuja, a serious attack on Aso Rock, then that will create a serious state of emergency in our country. And if that should happen, that may also affect the political process going on, the electoral process going on in the country. And if that happen, that may galvanize all the politicians in the country to say, we need to find a solution to this problem. Mr. President, maybe you are the problem. Maybe you need to step aside. So that will be a formal resolution one way or the other. And I think that is when impeachment is likely. Currently, I don't think this National Assembly can impeach the president. They are too compliant. Yeah, but I reject the point that they've not been complaining about threats to the lives of other people. They have been complaining about it. It means that nothing happened, and they didn't take any step to ensure that, something that's a difference in the situation beyond the talk show. So because of that, you can condemn them for that. Now, the chicken has come home to roost. They have now realized that they could also be victims of what many Nigerians, thousands of Nigerians have been victims of. So I don't necessarily believe that this impeachment threat will come to fruition. I think it's just a warning, and eventually we may or may not get to that point. It depends on how far the terrorists can create chaos.
We keep talking about solutions here. We keep saying that, solutions have to be provided. I have sat through 2 years of speaking with different security operatives, security experts, and they have come up with very doable ideas and solutions that can help the insecurity in the country. But then there's always a recurrent, statement about the political will on the path of Mr. President. But let's not just put the president here on the chopping board. Of course, the governments that we have, it's a 3-tier government. We have, of course, the executive, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary. And in terms of issues like this, the judiciary might not necessarily be called upon to be part of this, but the legislature and the executive have a serious role to play. And you did mention that there's been a lot more of talk shopping than getting or pushing the hand of the president. So could it be, again, that maybe because the legislature has not been taken seriously by the executive, or maybe the legislature has made itself not as serious to be taken serious by Mr. President, hence the talk shopping? Again, I'm asking, how do we get that political will out of Mr. President, who keeps traveling out for every time there's some hit or insecurity or kidnapping, and even the body language does not seemingly be that of a person who's interested in what's happening? Where do you fish out the political will from that kind of person?
Yeah, in relation to political will, I doubt whether we can get that out of Mr. President. He has already told the whole country that he's tired, he wants to go. The question is, should he be pushed or be allowed to work in line with the electoral timetable? The problem of political will has something to do with his own personal relationship with the people creating the problems in the country. Nobody can deny the fact that we know where these people are. The government cannot deny knowing where the terrorists are. We allow this thing to fester, up to this point. I remember clearly, Nasser El-Rufai, in his first time, did tell the whole country that he even paid to these terrorists outside the country, who are robbing and who are plundering the resources of this country and killing our people. He openly admitted to that, so he knew where they are. We also know that the former president also had a meeting with a view to reconcile, the terrorists, with the Nigerian state. But again, they met somewhere. We knew that Tony also has had meetings with them in the past, and we know that his publicity secretary of Sheikh Gumi and also Gumi himself have been meeting and brokering peace with these people. They are fully involved in negotiations. So we cannot deny knowing where they are. That's one. Number two, when you look at the issue of the list of sponsors of terrorism, UAE, United Arab Emirates, came out with the list. We were told that we have over 400 names of 400 people who are sponsors of terrorism, by the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, but they could not do anything since courts were on strike at that point. Courts were not sitting at that point in time. Now courts resumed, nothing happened. Courts have been sitting, 100 terrorists or sponsors of terrorism have not been arraigned in court. So there's absolutely lack of political will stemming from an attitude of passivity, mute indifference, and cold complacency. These are the facts as they stand today, in my view.
Finally, before I let you go, Mr. Showomi, what is the fate of the average Nigerian? I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Recently, the Honorable Minister of Information, Mr. Lai Mohammed, has come out to say that they will be meting out sanctions to Daily Trust, of course, and the BBC, which is the British Broadcasting Media House, who put out a documentary. I'm sure that you've seen that documentary. It's out in the public space, talking to these so-called terrorists, mostly those who have laid down their weapons. Also getting down to the crux of the matter, the story underneath what is causing the terrorism that we have in the country. Now, if outsiders, like you mentioned, the UAE, in all their, they were very generous to us to give us a list of people who they call sponsors of these terrorists in our country. That's the UAE. Of course, the Brits have also come up with a documentary telling us what is at the root of the problem and why we're facing what we're facing today. And of course, Daily Trust has brought up their own side of the story. But our government is saying that these people will be sanctioned for going to the bottom of this matter and trying to make sense of it all. Where does that leave the average Nigerian? If others, outsiders, are very interested in what we're dealing with, what we're suffering from, most interested than the people who call themselves our government, what does the future hold for us?
Yeah, it all shows, look, when I had, I actually watched the video, and when I had the response of the Minister for Information, I laughed my head off. I laughed and said, look, why are they irritated? They've been rattled by the disclosure made by that terror, who was honored with a chieftaincy title, by the Emir of his state in Nasrallah, in Zamfara. Now, we all know these things. Government know these things. They failed to act. They failed to do anything about it. The man in question, that terrorist in question, was declared wanted by the Nigerian police force. And right in the nose of the Nigerian state, the same terrorist was being honored with the chieftaincy title. That is what Lai Mohammed be addressing. How come they missed the arrest of that man before he was given, that chieftaincy title? He should stop complaining about, BBC, who in any case only came to interrogate the man to try and find out what happened, how did he manage to get to where he has found himself as an honorable person while a terrorist, and at the same time trying to help the Nigerian state with thorough investigation so that we understand what the problem is, why they are fighting, and what they've not been able to resolve. Is that what Mr. Lai Mohammed is complaining about? I feel sorry for this country and for the leadership of our country.
Well, I want to say thank you. Biodun Showomi is a political analyst. Thank you for being part of the conversation. We're hoping that something positive comes out of this. We appreciate you for being here. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the battles within the PDP in Ebonyi State. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics now. The leadership tussle that ensued and incessant issuings of press statements on directives and counter-directives from the National Working Committee of the PDP in Ebonyi court rulings and counter-directives rulings have deeply thrown the party in the state into a litany of crisis, thus reducing to nothingness a hitherto vibrant party which once enjoyed the goodwill of Ebonyi people. Now, as a consequence, the party currently has what is described as Ogba Group, the Anya Chuks Group in the state, a situation that political pundits might jeopardize the chances of the party winning the elections in the state come 2023. Now, on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, Onu took over the leadership of the PDP, having received the backing of the national leadership of the party. Miffed by his sudden sack, Okorie proceeded to the appeal court of Abuja to sought for a stay of pending the determination of the substantive suit. Now, on May 31, fast forward, the National Working Committee of the PDP recognized Okorie as its authentic chairman in Ebonyi State. Well, joining us to discuss this and break it down is Charles Otu. He is a political analyst and is joining us from Ebonyi. Thank you so much, Mr. Otu, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, it's very interesting to see the turn of events within the PDP in Ebonyi State. I mean, it's very unusual to see the tussle that we're seeing today. And the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this. It reminds me of something that I've seen before. And now, also, I see that in the midst of this is two former governors, a sitting governor, and of course, Iyorchia Ayu, which is the national leader of the party. What exactly, paint a picture to us about what's really happening right now.
Thank you very much. The crisis is, like you must have heard in the news, self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, I would say, because the party, after the defection of Dr. Martin on November 19th, 2020, a lot of persons felt, they have left in body, but the soul and spirit of the party is intact. But the events that played out shortly showed me who were desperate. They were not only desperate to grab power, they were not ready to trade a bargain or pedal or giving anything another. The party can survive and be a party select on with the 2023 election. Now, it all started when the issues in court now are recent development. On the 16th of October 2021, the party held its state congress. And going from the first week of October, when we started the World Congress, that was the origin of the crisis. And those of us who were monitoring events in the city were also physically available in some of the congresses, particularly the state congress. And we could see people who were in a hurry to destroy the best, people who were out fighting personal survivors. Of course, you know that when the man left the PDP, the parties that were in contention was about democracy. And the former Senate President, Senator Empire, quickly moved in and was recognized as leader of the party in the state. The PDP carried on till that Congress formed. A lot of those who felt that, okay, Senator Empire as the party should have brought a leader from within the next members of the party in the state. But of course, he himself and the other stakeholders prepared Mr. Tochukwu Okorie, who had all along been based in Abuja. So this did not go down well with those who had been supporting secretly and openly Mr. Salah, who was the publicity secretary of the party on the interim basis before the Congress. Mr. Okom has done quite impressively. Having been around.
Mr. Otu, I think we're having a little problem with your audio. We're going to fix that. We'll take just a quick break and fix that, and then we'll come back because we're losing some of the important things that you're telling us. We'll be right back after this break. It's still Plus Politics. We're still speaking with a political analyst in Ebonyi State, Charles Otu. Mr. Otu, before that break, we were still talking about the situation that, of course, threw up Okorie and, of course, Onu. Now, I'm sure that you are aware that Okorie is demanding a 2 billion naira. He's saying that this has to be paid for libel. He's demanding this from Onu. Saying that they have to pay for damages. Again, how feasible is this? And like I said at the beginning, the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this war. There are counter-accusations, statements are being issued back and forth. Why can't the party solve this problem? I know that the PDP keeps saying constituting committees to address issues, but have these issues been addressed in its entirety, and how would this affect the elections come 2023?
Thank you very much. You were very right when you pointed out that the party's national leadership has been at the middle of this. Now, it was the indecision, like I was trying to point out, of the national leadership of the party to stamp its authority, especially when the Court of Appeal, when the Federal High Court sacked Okorie, that made it difficult for the party to make progress quickly. Now, when Okorie was sacked, there was supposed to be an appeal that should be filed immediately. Well, without diving into the merits, we were meant to understand that that was not immediately done. Now, what that meant was that at the end of when the processes were offered, the party had issued directives and counter-directives. It had said in a press statement by the public secretary of the party at the national level that the Congress, the state primaries will hold on the 28th and 29th. Midway to that, the same party issued a counter directive and said, look, that it has been postponed. And having, communicated ANEC and all of that, the Anyishuk's faction, Ifanyishuk popularly known as Anyishuk, went ahead to hold that primaries. The other faction stayed away from it because they felt that the counter announcement of the party will prevail, and they fixed the 4th and 5th of June for their own faction.
Now,
and in all of this, you see a party's national leadership that was not decisive. It did appear from what we have gathered that the national leadership of the party were taking, they were divided. Some were siding Anyishuk, the other was siding Ogba. And at the end of the day, the crisis of who takes over the party's ticket as the national candidate of the party, of the presidential candidate of the party, did not help matters. We learned authoritatively that while Atiku was backing Anyishuk, the other group, that is Ogba group, were backed by Wike. That further polarized the party at the national level.
Interesting. Now,
and that is what has continued to play out.
Now, the court at some point had declared the rescheduled Ebonyi primaries as invalid. So, as it stands, there's yet to be someone who the party can point to as its candidate getting set for the 2020 elections. And I did ask, I think a couple of times, what does the future portend for the Ebonyi State PDP? Whether the national deals with this issue or not, is there an end in sight? And does this, one way or the other, might this cost them the ticket come 2023 if it's not being dealt with?
Okay, a quick one, correction for that matter is that the party did submit, based on the Federal High Court ruling, the name of Ifeanyi Chukwudi as the candidate of the PDP. So it is not vacant, it is not in contention. For now, until a Superior Court speaks otherwise, Ifeanyi Chukwudi is the authentic candidate of the PDP. Now, that is on one hand. And then you look at the issue of the Court of Appeal decision that asked that the matter, the court verdict that declared that he should the authentic flag bearer of the party, having been shortlisted by INEC, that it should be retried and revisited. One, the Court of Appeal made two significant decisions. First was that it should be retried. Secondly, that the Federal High Court, the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, should reassign the matter for retrial to a different judge. So now, when you look at this, you see them going back to the drawing board. The implication is that the party is battling to beat time and may not beat time, because everything about substitution of candidates, windows for new fresh primaries will be closing within this middle of August. Now, this is August 1. The party just have about 2 weeks or thereabout to sort itself out. Now, the Anyishuks, that is Ifeanyi Udui, has proceeded to the Supreme Court to appeal the Court of Appeal decision, asking for a retrial of the decision of the earlier decision of the Federal High Court in Abakaliki. Now, before the Supreme Court will sit on the matter to decide whether to uphold the prayers of Anyishuks or to throw them back again to give back into the Court of Appeal earlier ruling that the matter should be retried, the whole window for substitution would have been foreclosed.
Does this mean that we're going to see,
if it continues the way it is going, the party may not have a candidate for the 2023 elections?
Exactly, because I was going to say, we know that, in the midst of all of this, we see, a crisscrossing, an exodus of sorts. Might that also happen because of this imbroglio? Do we see people leaving the PDP if they do not get a fair hearing on this matter going forward?
Of course, people have started leaving the party already. Yeah, of course, from my intelligence, some of the party supporters have already started leaving the party. Why do I say so? I say so because if you had read in the news recently, you would have seen some of them decamping to other parties, some to APC, some to ABGA, some to other parties in the state. Now, what this means is that some of them who feel they may not have the patience to go through the litigation hub from the lower court again to Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, some of them feel that the best thing they can do is to find a candidate in another party to support. And some have started moving already. That is already on course. What you should take away from this, Marianne, is that a party may have a Zamfara and Rivers scenario that played out in the APC in 2019. And the two candidates that are contending for this governorship ticket seem very desperate to ensure that the party gets to that level. So that is the truth. And that is the fact about what is going on in Ebonyi.
Well, I want to say thank you. Charles Otu is a political analyst and he joined us from Ebonyi State. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We'll keep our eyes on this story as it develops.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's time for my take. Before we wrap up the show tonight, I'd like to give you my take. Here's my take. It's interesting that in 2022, we're still talking about solutions to the problem of terrorism. Yes, terrorism is not something that you can beat in one day. Terrorism is not a fight that we can fight in one day because it is not a usual warfare. It's a guerrilla warfare. So I'm wondering, last year, the UAE helped us by getting the people who decided to fund terrorism. They helped us out to give us the list of those people. What happened to the list? Also, recently the BBC has come up with a documentary going into the nooks and the crannies of this country to find out what is at the bottom of the terrorism that has been taking the lives of innocent Nigerians, ripping mothers from their children, killings and torturings, and of course, even Nigerians who have no money, crowdfunding to get their loved ones out from the kidnappers' den. But our government has decided that they will fight the BBC, that they will fight Daily Trust. These are journalists who have come from outside the country, talking about the BBC, to help us get to the bottom of our problem. So I ask Nigerians, help me. Why is it that outsiders are most interested and place more value on human lives than the governments that we have in place? Of course, Mr. President has told us that he's done his best, but my question is your best good enough, Mr. President? Again, I ask the government of the day, why are we still thinking like we do not know what to do to deal with the issue of insecurity? Is the president's hands tied? What is happening to our security officials? We said we needed Tucano jets. The Tucano jets are here. What are we doing with it? How long will we keep losing innocent lives of Nigerians? For a government who really, really wanted to govern us, Mr. President, you tried so many times to be president of this country, and finally, you were given the opportunity. Is this what you wanted for us at the beginning? Is this what you want to leave at the end as a legacy? I'm wondering, how long will we stay in this place, wondering, gnashing our teeth, and hoping that somebody will come save us? I'm guessing that our leaders should be our savior. Okay, people are saying we want to impeach Mr. President, and some others are saying, oh, well, it's political. Where does the life of the average Nigerian come in? I'd like to say Kadaria Ahmed put out a statement, a very long one, talking about the fact that the Nigerian media is glorifying, terrorism. But how do we make sure that we get to the solutions of our problems if we cannot tell the story behind the problem of terrorism? So I leave it to you, Nigerians. Think, act wisely. Elections are around the corner. If you are campaigning for somebody, find out where that person stands on this issue of insecurity. Maybe that might inform who you vote for. I am Mary Anaco. This is my take.
In Nigeria, it is believed in many quarters that no matter the amount of wealth one amasses, a degree from a university supersedes everything. We'll be looking at 5 of your favorite celebrities who went back to school after gaining fame. Davido. Davido returned to Babcock University to bag a degree in music. Davido graduated in 2015. He attempted to take part in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps program, but that dream was cut short controversially. DJ Cuppy. Prior to joining the entertainment industry, DJ Cuppy already had a degree in business and economics from King's College in London. In 2015, she went back to the prestigious New York University where she bagged a master's degree in music business. In 2021, Cuppy gained admission to the prestigious University of Oxford to pursue a master's degree in African Studies. Rema's overnight rise to prominence as a teenager came with a lot of questions in 2022. The music star announced that he was going to further his education. According to him, he gained admission to the University of Lagos to pursue a degree in creative arts. He added that his mother's insistence led to his return to school. Odunlade Adekola. In 2018, the frisky actor graduated with a degree in business administration from the University of Lagos. In an interview, the actor debunks the claims that he was an absentee student during his time in the institution. Kanayo O Kanayo. The movie veteran's acting prowess earned him a reputation many only wish to attain in the future. Despite being a movie icon and a National Honor awardee, the movie star surprised many when he announced in 2019 that he had graduated with a law degree from the University of Abuja.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to resolve the protracted conflict with the nation's university workers and reopen the schools. Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, issued the ultimatum during a protest to the government house in Alausa, Ikeja, in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku witnessed it all and brought it back. The report.
The protest kicked off around 7:30 a.m. at Ikeja on the bridge, with thousands of members of the union and its affiliates participating. They walked from under the bridge in Ikeja to Government Secretariat at Alausa, where they met a barricade at the entrance.
Please come out with this gate. Lagos State government of the people, by the people and for the people.
They finally gained entrance after much persuasion and peaceful entreaties.
A government that cares about university education cannot be imposing a corrupt, fraudulent, obsolete, and exploitative IPPIS on the university system. We call for immediate abolition of this and the adoption of UTAS in the university system, because it takes care of our peculiarity, university autonomy, and it will not continue the present system where people who are working behind and getting benefit from IPPIs continue to get our own money.
Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, warned that the action could take a new turn if the government fails to conclude all negotiations and agreement with ASU.
For more than 5 months now, they have been engaging with the government, and government has not been able to resolve the issues. So if government has just come out to come and tell us that within the space of 2 weeks they will be able to wrap up and conclude, we know that government is just paying a lip service.
The protest afforded human rights lawyer Femi Falana another opportunity to take a swipe on the Buhari administration.
The president is tired. He has said that his sanctions to go back to Katsina will ask him to rush back home and leave Nigeria in peace. The president is tired. Boko Haram boys are taking over Abuja. Yesterday there was another attack. In fact, they were going to attack the law school. They killed about 3 soldiers yesterday. We are telling the government that enough is enough. Enough of killings of our people. Enough of strikes in our tertiary institutions.
The protesters were received by the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, Mrs. Sholakbe Hammond, on behalf of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. From Lagos, Lavikuku Uyedoku, Plus TV News.
The 2-day national protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of Universities and other tertiary institution unions has recorded a massive turnout in Kaduna. Students from various tertiary institutions across the state and 46 other unions have also joined the protest to compel the federal government to resolve lingering issues of the strike to reopen universities for academic activities to save the future of Nigerian students and the nation's educational system. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufal filed this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters converged at NLC Secretariat in Kaduna State and then proceeded to the State House of Assembly to tender their letter for the consideration of the plight of students and lecturers, carrying placards with various inscriptions and chanting solidarity songs. Speaking after tendering the letter at the House, NLC Chairman Kaduna State, Comrade Ayuba Magaji, said that no country develops without a good education system and that the nonchalance of leaders towards education is affecting students.
This honorable protest, or rally rather,
is we are pressing home the demand of our place, 4 of them in the public university, in particular ASU, NASU, SANU, and NAD. The demand is simple. They wanted to see the standard of education, particularly that of the university, is upgraded and is enhanced through the provision of good working conditions for the staffs, through the provision of standard infrastructure for lecturing, for student hostels, and for even staff quarters.
Responding, the representative of the State Assembly, who is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Isaac Alta, said that the House will do everything possible to ensure that their demands are met, and also assured them of the Speaker's readiness to meet with the government and other relevant stakeholders to the strike actions.
As the chairman of the Northern State Assembly's speakers, he is already in Abuja trying to wade into this very matter on a very sincere note.
Also, the chairman of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, ABU Zaria, Comrade Muhammadu Yunusa, expressed his displeasure over the lingering strike.
Well, election is coming quite all right, and the electorate, that is the people that are going to vote, should understand that these people, most of them that are coming out to contest, their children are not in this university, in these tertiary institutions. Most of them, their children are outside. So I am appealing to our people that in the next coming election, they should ensure that they elect people that are credible, people that have the concern of the masses in their minds.
Some of the electorers say they won't resume until their demands are met.
The insensitivity of the government towards its non-respected of agreement duly signed, honorably signed by the government. Now they are making it at issue as if they were coerced into signing that agreement. It is rather unfortunate.
Strike have really affected us. We are getting to 6 months at home. And this 6 months at home, a lot of us are doing nothing. And look at the situation of the country. Look at what is happening. Insecurity here and there. Conflict here and there, insurgency here and there, terrorism here and there. The son, the daughter of the poor man is not even being able to give any opportunity. Let me tell you who are the bandits. It is the student, the people that are on ground, the people that are at home. They use them and change their mentality to become the bandits. And now you push us out from the school, out from the institution. What do you want us to become?
The Nigerian Labour Congress insists it will embark on another 3-day warning strike immediately after the protest, in solidarity with the striking lecturers, until the government meets their demands.
Some supporters of the All Progressive Congress, APC, across the South-South geopolitical zone have called on Nigerians to put issues of religion raised against the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his running mate aside. They want Nigerians to look for the best brains to manage the affairs of the country, insisting that religion or ethnic background does not guarantee electoral victory or the delivery of good governance. Our correspondent, JC Ese, has details.
This group is meeting to put its house in order ahead of the 2023 presidential campaigns, and top on the agenda is how to market the APC candidate, Bola Tinubu. The geopolitical zone is mostly controlled by the PDP, and the group admits that there is a lot of work to be done, especially as some leaders of the APC have disconnected from their followers. While such persons are asked to reconcile with their constituents in the overall interest of the party, the group's leadership advises Nigerians to put aside politics of religion.
We are looking beyond the religious matter. What we are looking at is how we can win elections, which I know God will stand on our side to win election. So everything is perfectly well. We are set for the nomination and we are set to win election. Last time I visited Akwa Ibom State, I received members from PDP to APC. Even in this state, we have those that have met me, and they are willing, ready to join us to work and deliver Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
Members of the initiative believe that age comes with experience and that Tinubu is the best bet for the job.
All these ones that are saying Tinubu is more experienced with age. So we need those who are well experienced like him, with age, political experience, who led local Lagos economy to be the highest economy in Africa.
He has told us there that he's going to carry the women along. And hearing this, a lot of women, without even forcing them, they are the ones that are ready and willing with their PVCs to vote her leader.
The various state coordinators of the initiative promised to take their Asiwaju Bola Tinubu message to the hinterlands.
We are working on with this Pastor Ruben initiative. We are going to make sure we go to the grassroots to make sure we deliver our candidates.
Tinubu is going to be our president 2023. Delta State is a state of APC as I speak, because PDP, they are already gone in Delta State. So if APC is going to rule, it's going to be all over.
It's very important. We don't have any other person. We don't have also an option to deliver Asiwaju Ahmed. We in Akwa Ibom State, we are highly in support of him.
One thing is major for this group. The APC must win at all levels in the 2023 elections. Jesse Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We move on to security matters. Following the release of a viral video by terrorists showing the victims of the Kaduna-Abuja bound train being flogged by their captors, protesters have stormed the Kaduna State House of Assembly demanding that the government rescue the remaining 43 victims whose lives have been threatened. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters held various placards chanting songs from the Lugard Hall in Kaduna before proceeding to the State Assembly, barricading the road to the gate. Some of the families of the victims expressed their displeasure at the inability of the government to protect the lives and properties of the citizens. They expressed their disappointment at the manner in which the government is handling the situation and that despite huge resources it claims it has invested in security, Nigerians still cannot sleep with their eyes closed.
Here to register our protest, our plea to the government of the nation, and in particular President General Muhammadu Buhari and our Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Our loved ones have been in captivity for the past 120 days and nothing has been heard in terms of their release. Though we've had other things skeletally been done behind, but unfortunately it's not yielding the desired result. And it's obvious. And it's obvious from the videos released about 2 days ago what the captives, the kidnappers have said. They said they don't want the government to come and discuss with them, that the government has failed them, that we as individuals should come and rescue our loved ones. How do we go to rescue our loved ones when our government have failed us? How do we go into where we don't know to go and rescue our loved ones? That's why we are out today to call on the government to do the needful.
They also called on the federal government to redouble its efforts at rescuing the remaining victims unhurt.
I'm calling on behalf of the people in the bush forest. For the past 121 days now, they have been beaten up in the bush. Please, we are calling on the government of Nigeria to please help us to bring them out peacefully, because this one that they are doing to them is not proper. The beat they are beating them as if they are beating goats is not proper. They should please, if their family is there, they could have no one to do now. But since we know that they don't have family there, they should please help us to bring out our loved ones.
These family members are hopeful that their cry would spur the government into action so that those who are still in captivity, including an 85-year-old grandmother, will be delivered soon.
Mental health is just like any other illness, and as such, the society must stop the stigmatization against sufferers of this disease. This was the submission of elite psychiatrist Dr. Kafayat Ogunshola, While fielding questions from the newsmen at the 2022 Annual General Meeting of the Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria, Ebute Metta Chapter, Lagos State, Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun has details in this report.
Mental health is one of the diseases dreaded by society. It affects the cognitive, behavioral, and emotional well-being of a sufferer. Conditions such as stress, depression, and anxiety can all affect mental health and disrupt a person's routine. The situation usually worsened as a result of societal stigma attached to such conditions. Sufferers get withdrawn and are willing to speak out about their condition or even contemplate suicide. These medical professionals are worried about the increasing cases of the disease.
Doing life itself is filled with a lot of stressors. It could be ill health, it could be life events that one did not see coming. The loss of a loved one, the loss of a job, financial troubles. It could even be the society itself, the economic problems and the challenges in Nigeria is also a major stressor for many of us. So yes, whilst all of this is going, one has to pay attention to the self-care, because if you're here, if you do the list. I mean, I did a to Z of self-care, which includes things like affirming yourself, the ability to breathe, understanding what are the things within your control, focusing on the things that are within your control.
Another issue on the chest of these medical professionals is that of brain drain. They lamented the exodus of Nigerian doctors to other countries for greener pastures.
Globally, but more in this country with respect to the brain drain that we're experiencing presently, we decided to give the team thriving as a professional in the current environment. We know that there has been issue of exodus of doctors, health workers generally, consultants especially in recent time. So we are deciding to look at this, or decided to look at this matter. Those of us that are here, is it that we are just staying for staying sick, or is there anything that we need to do in order to make sure that we are not left behind?
They called on the federal government to do something urgent to make the environment conducive as well as address their welfare.
When you operate an environment you are operating in, for instance, you are not sure of light, you are, as a surgeon, you have to consider the electricity, consider this in fixing your surgery date. It's not the best. So these are part of the factors that, if addressed, will reduce what we have in terms of the exodus of professionals, doctors in particular.
The theme of the 2022 AGM is Thriving as Professionals in the Current Environment. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
The Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, in collaboration with Alimosho Local Government, Idimu and Ikotun Local Council Development Areas, have organized a program to sensitize the people on the dangers of silence in the face of sexual and gender-based violence. The sensitization program took place in Alimosho Local Government. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Gathered in the hall are mostly women and a few men adorned in T-shirts with the inscription, "It's on us." They've all come out to listen and get more information on different forms of sexual violence.
This is like the first phase of our project at the local government. But we are coming back to also train the WAPA people and also the CDCs and CDA chairmen. Recently, I can say vividly that on an average, we get a case of nothing less than 10 survivors who walk to the office and also who report via the virtual referral platform.
The facilitator, Bose Ironse, says gone are the days when women will keep quiet in the face of threats to life. She speaks alongside others.
The community people need to understand. They need knowledge. They need information to understand what is going on. They need effective reporting pathways for them to be able to know what to do when they are affected in one form or the other. Some people want justice. There are some people they don't really want they just want anything. It's their choice. But when it comes to children, parents don't have a choice than to report that case so that the government can take it over.
The purpose of this gathering is to enlighten our men, our women on child abuse and sexual violence. We have some people that have lost their life, they've lost their dignity, they don't have anybody to report to, they don't know what to do, they are ashamed. That's why we come out to enlighten people, to give them confidence of speaking out whenever they experience any difficulty, any abuse, any violence, so that the government can come to their aid.
The first thing is to sensitize the citizenry that they should see something, say something, and do something immediately. We should also include the law enforcement agencies by sensitizing them that once this happens, they don't need to body shame the victim, because sometimes we've had argument that because women are walking naked, that's why they're being raped. But what about the case of a 3-year-old or a 1-year-old? Were they walking naked?
To nip domestic violence in the bud, those affected are encouraged to speak up at the sight of a threat. Paul George, Plus TV News.
It is not a good time for fish farmers in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, as they are currently faced with flooding occasioned by the torrential rainfall that has continued to wreak havoc on their business. The report.
Over 200 farmers whose ponds are located at Ikongbagoro of Ijebu-Ode in Odogbolu local government area have continued to suffer the disaster caused by flooding. Rather than being a blessing, the rainfall to them is a curse on their investments.
Pond at the back there, and this one, and this one in front here. There's no fish inside again. Everything wiped away.
Fish of over 1 year.
Fish of over 1 year. Everything wiped away. Everything wiped away. No fish again. We don't know where we're going to start the business again. We want you to help us. Please help us.
I'm standing here. Over 75,000 kilograms of fishes was swept away from my farm. And I have a lot of workers, everybody, and I got loan from different sources also. As I'm standing here right now, I'm only standing by the grace of God. And no government, when we graduated from school, no government provided job for us. We are hustlers.
About 5 clusters exist in the settlement, which include Ifeoluwa, Ashejere, Progressive, Joye, and Kajola. Catfish worth millions of naira have been lost as a result of lack of basic infrastructure, like good road network and proper drainage system to channel the floodwaters.
Again, precisely on the 8th of July 2022, this year, we experienced another flood disaster of unimaginable magnitude after the terrestrial rainfall that lasted for several hours non-stop, resulting in huge losses involving more than 5 fish farms cluster, with hundreds of farmers suffering heavy losses in Ifeoluwa, Progressive, Ashejere, Kajola, and Joye.
All they want is the government's responsiveness to their plight.
Several complaints. Official of the NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency, and SEMA, Ogun State Emergency Management Agency, approached us for information gathering. The losses we incur occasioned by the flood, with assurance to recompense farmers to at least mitigate and ameliorate the losses suffered by farmers. To date, nothing has heard from both agency and collecting our data regarding what we lost.
Mainly because the road is bad, the drainage system is too narrow to accommodate the water, and again, our stream, the Yemule stream, that stream is long overdue for dredging. So we are appealing to the state government, to the federal government, to assist us in dredging that stream so that the waterways can be widened and the depth can also be increased.
All efforts to get the authorities to comment on possible plans to remedy the challenges did not yield results. The farmers are demanding the dredging of Yemule River, immediate reconstruction of Ikongba Road and soft loans with low interest rate to ameliorate the effects of the damage on their businesses.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
In the real estate industry, design and techniques are the defining factors and foundation of achieving the best construct. Whether in the real estate, oil and gas, or any kind of engineering, many industries utilize 3D modeling for a range of products. Now, using 3D designs enables customers and clients to have a full idea and concept of the proposed 3D structure from start to finish. This is extremely useful for envisioning the final product during pitches or to other stakeholders. On the show today, we will be focusing on the real estate sector with specific emphasis on 3D modeling. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. 3D modeling is a science and art of creating real-life impression and presentation of development proposal. It is a way of mimicking the interpretation of brain-eye combination of human beings. It can be done as physical paper model or as a computer model. Joining us on the show today is Benedict Ebe, architect, 3D interior designer, and he's with Afri-Beni Works Nigeria Limited. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insight on Plus TV Africa.
Oh, hi. Pleased to meet you, Justin.
All right, let's talk about this 3D model and design. A whole lot has been said, but to break it down to people watching, what is it really about?
Okay, what we take to site and when we start construction is 2D, what we have on paper. But 3D really exposes you to some things look great in our minds. Colors, patterns, and then we end up constructing them in real life. And you find out, not so great, actually. And then what 3D models do for us is, we can change the colors, re-render, you can change the colors, the patterns, whatever you want to do. You can see it in 3D models before you take it to real life. So it's less expensive. You don't have to, the opportunity costs, all those costs, you avoid all of them, so you don't have to break things, and you do it on the system before you even go any further. So that's what it has done. It's very futuristic, and it's very helpful, trust me.
You talked about futuristic, meaning that is it like a novel idea, as it has been practiced for quite a while now?
Oh, funny enough, it has been around for a while. It has been around for a while, but in Nigeria, we've slowly been adopting it. Actually, I know back in architecture school, it's been there. 3D modeling has been there in architecture school, but it wasn't something that was thought in depth. It wasn't taught rather in depth in architecture school. You find out there was so much focus on 2D modelings and sketches because it takes us a little back. But when you check the competition out there, you find out that 3D models have been around since early 2000s. It has been there. That's what they even take it to the next level abroad, where it's not just about visuals now. You can check building credibility. You can calculate the lumens of light that a smart building is supposed to use, so you don't waste so much energy. You know, you can test it on models, you can test lights, you can test its ventilation system. You know, sometimes we just guess, oh, this place should use 1.5 horsepower AC, should use 2 horsepower, 1 horsepower. But you know, we can test that with 3D models over there. The power you're consuming, so many other things. They do the position of the building. You can use relative to sunlight. Okay, this particular area, you using Google Map, you can check, okay, this is the amount of sunlight hitting a particular building at a particular point in time, how much heat the building is generating, and then you can know how much power, how much air conditioning, how much light, you know, stack effects, a couple of things that you can calculate with 3D modeling. That's what has been happening out there. But we're currently adopting now the visual parts of it, and I know we're growing towards that level. And I know in the near future, we'll definitely get to that level.
All right.
Yeah.
It has a whole lot of potentials, and it looks very, very wonderful.
Yeah.
But in terms of cost, let's talk about cost-benefit analysis right now.
Yeah.
In terms of costing, is it something that is readily available, something that's readily affordable for, you know, architects who might just be starting up?
Okay, it is readily available for architects who... These days, it's there's quality. There's a 3D model, and then there's something we call rendering. Rendering is where we take, you model something, you model a space. I could model this space like this studio where we're in now. We could change a couple of things in the model. But rendering now makes it realistic. So it goes from that cartoon-looking thing, and then you start to edit the materials. Okay, how do walls react? You check this is cement. It doesn't reflect. You take away the reflectivity. You put the grooves in wood. All of these things. So that is when it gets to rendering. That is where it gets heavy, where you need a system that can handle it at the point in time. So for a country like us, I feel 3D modeling is something, during the model stages, you use it to gather funding. You know, you can use it to gather funding, grow as an architect practicing in the industry. You use it to gather funding, but like my father used to say, a workman cannot be better than his tools. Yeah. So as you gather funding, you invest in your business, and then you can get some of those systems that improve your rendering subsequently as it goes, because those are the parts that need something expensive. And then people render, you know, you can render 720p picture quality, 1080p, 3K, 4K, you know, all the way to 8K. So it depends on the kind of render engine or computer systems that you have. But you can make money at every level. You don't have to get to the point where you're rendering 4K. It's a ladder. You can render at 720p for some projects. You know, it will come off good. You can use it, you know, a couple of bungalows, a couple of some interior spaces, you know, like a bedroom. Somebody's asking for a living room, a kitchen, you can do that. But you want to do a whole project, a full project, you want to do like a mall or something, you want to do like a commercial space, then you know that you have to have grown and earn money from doing a living room, doing this, gathered money, and then you get the render engine that can do those kind of commercial projects that you're probably hunting for.
Okay, let's talk about you know, the industry really, because a lot of times people believe that architecture as it is some brain tasking, brainstorming kind of you know, field of study, you know, from the university and all of that, because before now we were told that you have to be very patient, you have to be very artistic to be an architect. You know, I haven't spent 6 years. But then again, how do you see the industry in Nigeria in terms of, you know, how things are done internationally? Are we really doing things the right way?
Okay, we are doing things the right way. Actually, architecture, I won't lie, is very tasking. And I'm not saying this because I'm an architect. And it takes a lot of patience. I remember in my third year, when I was doing my IT, I was going to stop architecture for one reason.
You're going to stop?
Yes, I was going to stop for one reason. I was doing my IT, I was going to stop for one reason.
Oh, wow.
It's a very weird reason. Okay, I was working in an office, and that office, they were vetting ShopRite designs. Those times they were designed in South Africa, but when it comes into a new country, it has to be acclimatized. The design has to be acclimatized into the rules, to suit the rules that guide our building sector here in Nigeria. So I had a senior architect. His name is Wally at the time. He was working there at the firm, and he was responsible for designing the car park. When people just come and then you see a car park, you're like,
I didn't know they need to even design.
You have to design a car park because if you're looking at, this particular building is going to have like 1,000 people going in and out at a particular point in time, you now think to yourself, okay, it should have, how many people can be in a car? Maybe 4 or 5 people in a car, meaning 1,000 divided by 5. It means you should have a car park that can take 200 cars. You understand? Yes.
Oh, wow.
So when you have to manipulate that space to suit 200 cars. If not, you would not get approval or something close to 200 cars. You understand? So there's your turning radius. People don't, there's a lot of calculations. There's a turning radius. You know that, you must have a 9 to 10 meter space for a sedan.
Okay, now you're speaking a whole lot of technical things.
It's like that. So what made me I found out that he had this designated space that he had to do so amount of parking, and he was working on that for about 2 months. He'll do the parking, the turning radius, then they'll submit it and say, no, you know what, he didn't meet the requirements. Some of the things are wrong. You have to provide for people who can't walk and all of that. You have to create a different kind of car park. All of those things. And I now thought to myself, I'll wake up, get to work 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'm working on a car park from then till 5 p.m. every day for 2 months. Some people can run mad. You need a kind of mental psyche, to be able to. Monotony can kill you in architecture. Some projects, they can give you a project and say, you know what, that project, you can be working on the same project for 6 months. All you know is you wake up in the morning, you're going to the office to do this particular thing. You are seeing the same thing for 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So if you don't have the patience, if you don't have the mental psyche to say, okay, this is what I want to do, all you do is sleep, eat, you wake up, you're thinking about your design, you can get very out of touch. So I thought to myself, well, is this what I want to do? Car park for 2 months, So I was thinking, I was very discouraged, but I can be stubborn too. I just say, you know what, I'm doing this and I'm here.
All right.
So that is it. So the question.
The question is,
yes.
How are we doing in Nigeria vis-a-vis in comparison to global standards?
I think we have been doing really nicely. I don't know, for some reason, a lot of architects, the names are skipping my head right now. I can name a lot of architectural firms that have been doing really good. Even in the international, they are getting awards in the international world, in West Africa, in Africa, and even abroad generally. We've been doing well. I feel like we've gone past. We had a phase of not being appreciated. Everybody just feels, I want a 2-bedroom. We can get Babahu to just cut here. What is there?
That's the thing. The Nigerians, the average Nigerians, does the average Nigerian patronize an architect to draw designs for their structures here?
Yeah. Yes. Now
have we gotten to that level?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. When like the island, that's why a lot of people are having that urban shift to the island and parts of the mainland. Ikeja, Magodo, Bagada, a lot of those places, they are really moving into the appreciation of architects. People don't know that, it's one thing to just cut spaces. It's another thing to know that, your bedrooms should face the east where the sun rises. Because when the sun rises, heat is supposed to enter your bedroom to drive you away from bed, while your living room should be cool because it is facing towards the west.
Oh, wow.
You understand?
That's new to me.
Yeah, so during sunset, it has rotated towards the west, and your living room is getting hot, but your bedroom is cooling.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do you understand? So there are a lot of things that come into architecture. It is not just cutting out spaces. You understand? There are a lot of, so people are starting to realize that. And then the increase in value of land. People now know that I can't just call somebody to cut spaces. When you get to Ikoyi and see that some places are 600,000 per square meter, you can't go and throw a lobby of 5 or 6 meters in a lobby. You realize that, you have done a 30 square meter lobby at 600,000 per square meter. How much have you used in the lobby? So that has really pushed people to start to appreciate architects and what we're doing with the space, what we're doing. They need someone who understands space programming, then interior design, anthropometrics, the human form in relation to his environment, some of these things. That has really pushed it. So architecture is really improving in Nigeria. It is.
What more do you really think the government can do in terms of maybe creating a level playing ground, or in terms of, all that is needed to make the industry move forward? What more can be done?
Can be done by the government. Okay, there was something I raised, which is the reason why the course has become so bastardized is because it takes a lot to become an architect in Nigeria. People don't know, but it takes longer than being a medical doctor. Or it does take. It's 4 years BSc, 2 years compulsory masters, and then you serve.
Isn't that a good thing? You come out from school, you already have a master's degree.
But you're not exactly earning.
Okay,
in the society where we're in, do you have children? Do you visualize them not earning after 4 years of school?
Not at all.
You understand? So in the field of architecture, you're not really regarded as anything if you don't have your master's. They can. You might even be paid like an IT student.
Is it even possible to be an architect without having a master's degree?
Yes, to an extent. Yeah, okay. That's where I'm coming to, because what is being practiced in America and Canada is, when I finish in 400 level, I'm an architect to a particular kind of level, in the sense that you have approval and accreditation to. I can design a bungalow. I can design maybe a 1 or 2 story building. You understand? Something that falls into a category of maybe a project shouldn't be more than $1 million or let's just say you can't handle more than a $500,000 project or $200,000 project. I'm an architect to that level. But I can't compete for projects that are up to $2 million, because people who now have an MSc are those who are qualified. Mm-hmm. You understand? The governing body would not allow me, who has a BSc, to fight for those projects. And those projects that are $200,000, $500,000, people in MSc level cannot fight for those projects. So everybody can make money at different levels. And then you're a big firm, you've been practicing for like 10, 20 years, you can fight for the governmental projects worth going into billions. But what is happening here is you find the people with the big firms still struggling for the bungalows and the 1 bedrooms and all that with the people who are down here. So these people have no chance. They now all have to have a paradigm shift into the big firms. You understand? That's the frustration that is going on. So they should find a way to sectionalize this thing the way they've done it abroad. Of course, I can even at 300 level or at 400 level, I can handle a project all the way. Yes, there'll be some supervision and all that, but I can't handle a project. You understand? So they should give them a chance to earn money and not be subjected to, if I want to gather experience at a firm, I should. But if I want to practice, I can practice to a level. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, for startups now, because on this show, we're trying to give advice, a useful insight for people who may want to get into particular industries now. Yeah. I've done with my architectural studies in school, and I'm thinking I want to be on my own. I don't want to start with maybe one of the big names. I just want to see what I can do in my own little sphere. What advice would you really give to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur in architecture with all of the technologies, the 3D designs and the modeling and the rendering you're talking about? What should he be looking at?
Okay, where 3D design has also given an opportunity for employment was where I did my IT initially. I realized that we could be done with a design, but the company we were contracting 3Ds to were not even an architecture firm. Yeah, they were just graphic designers.
Oh, wow.
3D graphics and all that, and they were eating a lot of money. That was what was happening. So I would really implore that you improve on your 3D design, improve on it. You can work in those firms to gather experience, because sometimes your designs cannot be better than what you've seen. You know, there are hardly any new ideas. Even what we call new ideas are modified old ideas. So if there are no old ideas to modify, you understand? So I'd advise, take 1 year, 2 years, work with these firms, go look around, see a couple of places. You know, it will really enforce what you're doing. Then always check what is going on in the outside world, so you don't become a local champion. Then when you improve on your 3D modeling, also don't expect that they'll start to pay you the big bucks all of a sudden. Put your works out there, get to work for people, get referrals. If you keep doing more work than you are paid for, at some point you start getting paid more than the work that you are doing.
Okay, but on the general terms,
yes,
a professional career in architecture, is it rewarding? Is it worth the while financially?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If you are patient, you have to be patient. Especially, it's not just knowing, I'm a professional. This is what entails professionally. You should, as an architect, you should be adaptable, and you should know where you are at. This is Nigeria. Okay. Come on, you're not some other place, and all that. We're still growing in our respect for professionals, and it doesn't just deal with architects, lawyers. You see, engineers, and so many. As a lawyer, is it every person you meet as you do an agreement for that would pay you 5 or 10%? You know, they negotiate a lot of these things. So, and if you're going to be staunch and not say you're not open-minded to all of these things, so at a point, that would happen. You have to grow, you have to pay your dues, but you know what, always have a plan. This is where I want to be in 2 to 3 years, and work towards the plan.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Benedict, for sharing this useful insight and all of the thought on architecture, 3D modeling, rendering, and all of that on the show. Do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's wonderful being here.
All right. It's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We've been speaking with Benedict Ebe, architect and 3D interior designer. He is with Afri-Beni Works Nigeria Limited. Now, as we round off, the essence of collaboration and knowledge sharing to educate and empower Africans on trends and possibilities of the future of work and businesses has been brought to the fore. That this was the focus at the inauguration of the Knowledge Digest Africa Conference, aimed at building the continent's largest one-stop digital knowledge bank. Take a look.
Digest Africa, Africa's one-stop digital knowledge banking platform.
It has often been said that most businesses die not necessarily from lack of funds, but as a result of dearth of fresh ideas, new technologies, and facts to ensure productivity. It is against this backdrop that this digital knowledge bank has been put together. In her keynote address, Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, Folashade Adefisayo, emphasizes the place of collaboration. The founder of the Digest, Samson Olatunde, who speaks about his passion for the past 15 years, says the country must leverage emerging digital technology to produce employees of labor for the 21st century.
Look at the synergy that you can get from you using mobile online platforms. How many people can you teach in a class? 30, 40, 50. How many people can you teach online? Millions. So I think that because there's a masterclass component of it, and there's also the fact that there's a market component of it. How many people enter a bookshop to buy a book? But how many people go online to buy a book? So I think it's a great initiative, and I hope many people will tap into it.
We believe that many people are struggling with the implementation because they probably export knowledge from a developed country. And then many things are structured in a developed country, unlike our country that is developing and other African countries. So we felt, why can't we look for business leaders, executive career professionals who have been there for over a decade, right? They've gone through a lot in their country, in the industry, so they'll be able to share experiences and help many people connect more to navigate in terms of maybe they want to start their business, they want to sustain their business, they want to scale up their business, or most importantly, they want to build a system around their business, which is saving them stress, time, energy, and money. System saves you stress, time, energy, and money. And the whole idea of Knowledge Digest Africa is going to be a collaboration with other young tech guys, people in different industry from educational sector.
You want to be the consultant, so yes, how do you think everybody will consult for?
Other speakers share their thoughts on the need for a digital bank, including the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, who gives useful insight on the need to create transgenerational wealth.
Most businesses that would die within the first 2, 3, 4 years. And if you are able to sustain a business beyond 10 years, then it makes sense that you try as much as possible that business outlives you.
Ecosystem thinking means I'm not the sole provider of a solution, okay? I get to in touch with people who are of like minds, people who can actually augment whatever product that I'm developing such that it moves from being a product into a solution. That way, first you can reduce your cost of delivery because other people are imputing to the cost of delivery. 2, you can have a faster route to market that way because a lot of people are bringing in expertise that you don't have on your own alone.
The information on the platform shows commitment towards providing digital learning in line with the digital policy of the federal government. And that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Bye for now.
It's World Breastfeeding Week. We'll look at the significance and aim of this global observance spearheaded by the World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action, the World Health Organization, and UNICEF, amongst others. Will privatizing Nigeria's public hospitals be the solution to the issues in its health system? The Nigerian Medical Association says so. Its national president joins us this morning on Breakfast to talk about this. And of course, we have in-depth analysis on the headlines contained in today's national dailies in Off the Press. A very good morning to you. It's a brand new edition of The Breakfast. A beautiful Tuesday morning. We're reaching you live from our studios on Victoria Island, Lagos. My name is Kofi Bartels. Let's dive straight into the action right here on the program, where I look at the top trending stories that we have for you. We have 3 in particular. As we've been monitoring the conversations on the social space, the first one up, Bello Yabo praying for the abduction of President Muhammadu Buhari, Governor of Kaduna State El Rufai, as well as the presidential aide Garba Shehu. Who is Bello Yabo? I mean, the name has been going around with lots of responses and reactions to this. He happens to be an Islamic cleric. Of course, he's a Sokoto-based Islamic cleric, and he prayed for the abduction of President Buhari, like we said earlier. Now, if you remember, some terrorists had kidnapped the passengers on the Kaduna-bound train, released a video last week showing them meting out corporal punishment on victims and also threatening to kidnap the president of Nigeria, the governor of Kaduna State, whom you're seeing on your screen as well. They also threatened to kidnap some of the Nigerian lawmakers if they did not comply with the terrorist demands. And of course, in response to this video, presidential spokesman Garba Shehu had said that the terrorist activity using propaganda and the use of violence to force governments to accept or submit to political demands is not new all over the world. That is what he said. But the cleric was responding to the statement by Garba Shehu, who is seen there in a picture with the president. He flagged the presidential spokesman for describing this terrorist video, as propaganda. He now went on to accuse Garba Shehu of being insensitive to the plight of the captives, by releasing such a statement, and went on to pray that Garba Shehu himself will fall into the hands of the kidnappers. So this is the point he's coming from. He thinks that Garba Shehu, through his statement, or by his statement in reaction to the terrorist threat to kidnap the president, is being insensitive to the plight of the captives. Now, he said, quote, this is what the cleric Yabo said, quote, "I pray they kidnap you, Garba Shehu, and demonstrate as propaganda." These are his words. All right. So, but he appealed to terrorists to release the innocent victims in captivity, but went on to wish the terrorists success in their threats to kidnap those they threatened. This is quite bizarre. It's a bit ironical. Now, these were his words. Quote, "We're praying for you, kidnappers. May God grant you success in carrying out your threats to kidnap those people. But please release the innocent people in captivity. If this were the kind of people you've been abducting all this while, we wouldn't have bothered ourselves. We would instead pray and bless you because they have become a disaster to us." This is what the cleric whom you've seen on your screen said. He said, "These are people who promised heaven and earth, and now they have the opportunity but became incompetent. Take them to the bush and flog them instead of humiliating innocent citizens who are striving to make ends meet." The cleric goes on to say, "And please make good your threats, and we will support you with our prayers." He's visibly angry there. He was a staunch supporter of the president before he became a cleric. And this is sort of mirroring the sentiments and the views, the reactions, seen in different parts of the North, even from the bandits who are saying that they wish they can lay their hands on the president. It shows that, the long-held view that Northern Nigeria is just supporting everything that the administration is doing is not really true. If you're looking at the price of gas or fuel, it's the same in the North as it is in the South. You're looking at the inflation in the economy, it's the same in the South as it is in the North. If you're looking at the falling Naira, it's the same in the North as it is in the South. If you look at insecurity, it's more affecting more the North than the South. That's why you're having a lot of refugees on the streets of Lagos from the northern part of the country. These are the issues. And if you watch your videos, interviews, documentaries flying around, you see the people up north are really going through hell. And they are angry with the current administration. All right? In this matter, there's no brother here. They are angry. If you remember, it was a surprise to some when Northern Elders Forum came out a year or two ago to criticize the president. So it's clear that it's gone beyond the issue of my brother, or my brother, as some will say. It's no longer a time of my brother. This time, people are saying, you know what, we want to talk to the issues. If it's affecting us, then it doesn't matter who is there. We'll criticize and we'll speak out. So it's I think it's a sarcastic one from the gentleman cleric, who is saying, go ahead and kidnap those who made life difficult for us. Let go those who are struggling to make ends meet. They're not the problem. We'll help you. We'll pray for you. We'll support you. We want to see you flog these people, is what it's saying. And of course, this seems to be, from the responses I've seen, by some people, especially in the social space, a popular view, because the average man on the street in this country feels the government is his or her problem. They feel that the president is the one responsible for all their problems in their life. So, this view will fly. But especially, on a serious note though, with the state of affairs, people wouldn't complain if anybody in government, no matter how what office it is kidnapped. They'll say, yeah, at least you have a taste of medicine. I mean, look at Ekwe Madu with his ordeals in the UK. A number of persons online were happy and said, well, he deserves it because he's in government in a way. So people feel that those in government should have a taste of what the citizens are going through. So no surprises that he's received some support for his view. All right, let's move on. The next one, of course, when it came out that ASUU was having a meeting, let's call it a marathon meeting, we kept watching to see what statement was put out by the organization, especially on their social media accounts, which have become one of the means and mediums through which they communicate to the public. And indeed, they came out to announce, this is the National Executive Council of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nigeria's Universities Lecturers Union, that a 4-week extension to the ongoing strike will commence. They're commencing a 4-week extension to the ongoing strike in public universities. Now, they made a statement, shared it on social media, but it was a statement, released by the union, which read in part, quote, following the extensive deliberations and taking into cognizance government's past failures to abide by its own timelines in addressing issues raised in the 2020 FG and ASUU MOU, or MOA rather, that's Memorandum of Action, NEC resolved that the strike be rolled over for 4 weeks to give government more time to satisfactorily resolve all outstanding issues. That's a very nice way of saying we continue that strike. So that's that. The rollover strike, they say, is with effect from 12:01 a.m. That's yesterday, August 1. So this is where we are as far as the strike is concerned. And of course, we're not just now grappling with the strike itself. We're also having to think about a national industrial action by the Nigeria Labour Congress. And if care is not taken, the Trade Union Congress, who is saying that they will embark on a strike, a 3-day strike. This is not a protest. The one that happened last week was a protest. The one that is coming next is a strike. They will down tools in the entire country for 3 days if the federal government does not give ASUU what they want. So ASUU is simply saying, I think it's a diplomatic way of putting things, that they want to give the federal government more time. I mean, they could have easily given the government more time, by going back to the classroom. I mean, you still give them time, but they're simply saying we are not going to resume until you give us what we want. So it's the suffering of Nigerian students continues. I think the private universities will be smiling to the bank. Of course, the foreign university will be smiling to the bank. The Naira will keep struggling because you have to get these monies, US dollars to pay for, and pounds to pay for those who want to go to school abroad. A lot of people now, for them, the only option for their children is to fly them out of the country to school. Just fly them anywhere. Or you get a private university admission for your child. But what happens to the indigent children, the ones who can't afford, to go to private universities? Parents can't take them to private institutions. What happens to them? I mean, many of these people in authority today, in positions of power in the country, benefited from one scholarship or the other, which were quite common in their day. This time you have to pay, even to go to a public institution. All right, but to even attend that public institution is a problem because of the inconsistencies, and it's a sad one. The president of Nigeria had made a statement when he went to his country home for the Salah holidays to, say he understands what the parents are going through. He tried to paint a picture of what parents and teachers students are going through. Somehow even speaking for them, but you begin to wonder if you're speaking for them, you're the one who has the solution. So what are you saying? But another question, the Minister of Labor and Productivity, Senator Dr. Chris Ngige, last week again came out to say the federal government is broke and cannot afford to pay ASU the nearly 1 trillion naira they are demanding. Should ASU take a step back? Should ASU look at a way of giving the federal government some alternatives? You know, you can't have everything sometimes in negotiations. You look for a way to find a compromise, or will ASU stick its ground and say, give us nearly 1 trillion naira, and then we will go back to the classroom. The federal government is broke, is what they're saying. They cannot afford this money. Interestingly, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria had told the Minister of Education to take over the negotiations with the union. And of course, this was led or spearheaded by the Minister of Labor and Employment. All this while it hasn't yielded any result. Let's see what happens in the next 4 weeks if ASU will go back to the classroom if this situation can be resolved. That's the size of a top trending segment right here on The Breakfast. We'll be back, and when we return, we'll look at what the newspapers are saying today. Please stay with us. Welcome back. It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have interesting headlines on the front pages of the national dailies, and it's time to dive straight into them. Of course, our guest usually on Tuesdays is Chris Kehinde-Nwandu, the Executive Director of the African Governance and Leadership Initiative, and he'll be joining us in a matter of seconds or minutes. All right, so let's get straight into the first newspaper. The first one, of course, we have the Leadership newspaper, and interesting headlines. Paper going, giving its leading headline to coverage of the INEC voter registration. And of course, this is an interesting one with a kicker PVC registration deadline. As INEC registers 2.8 million in 1 month, pressure mounts for extension. That's coming in the Leadership. As INEC registers 2.8 million in 1 month, pressure mounts for extension. The writers to that. Commission insists on deadline, says law allows it. CSOs urge electoral body to review position, says millions will be disenfranchised. 80% of new registrants are youth. Institute. Okay, you can read some more to know which institute that is referring to. But of course, is this going to continue ad infinitum, like Festus Okoye would normally say? Is there no end in sight? You know, when will it be enough? When will it be enough? When can INEC now focus on preparing for the election? When do these CSOs want INEC to stop? I don't know if they've given a date, but the truth is that INEC cannot continue, indefinitely. It just can't. All right, let's go on to more headlines from the Leadership. At the top of that front page, again, ASU extends strike by 4 weeks. Varsity students kick, and the picture there of the ASU national president. Varsity students kicking. Will it change anything? Chris Kehinde-Nwandu will tell us what he thinks when he is with us. Bandits kill 7, abduct 15 Plateau. Kaduna, really sad one. Bandits kill 7, abduct 15 Plateau. Kaduna states, really sad one there. Battle over NDDC board appointment rages. Pandev slams politicians. Battle over NDDC board appointment rages. Pandev slams politician. The paper says that the Pan-Niger Delta Forum has blamed top politicians' wrong attitude over the years for the lackluster impact of the Niger Delta Development Commission to the region, as some politicians or political gladiators in the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, the paper says, from the South-South zone are still battling to influence the appointment of their cronies into the board of the commission. That's what the paper is saying. You can read more on that on page 7 of the Leadership. More from the paper. UBA names Alabua as new GMD, appoints DMD EDs. The bank is taking some picture space on several papers, and I think their money is working for them. Of course, they are on TV. All right. Naseni partners Czech Republic to develop agriculture. Commonwealth Games, Yusuf picks Nigeria's fourth medal. It's medal galore for Nigeria at the Commonwealth Games. The country, doing quite well. But we need more. We need more. We need more. And of course, the women are leading the way as far as the medal haul is concerned. That should really give us some food for thought in this part of the world. Final one from the leadership PDP. Board of Trustees meets on Atiku, Wike, others tomorrow. Let's see if they can have any result as far as Wike is concerned. Quite interesting. Over to The Nation. With the leading headline on the front page of The Nation this morning, Northwest, Southwest lead on voter registration. Northwest, Southwest lead in voter registration. Of course, yesterday we did some analysis of this, and it was said that the North was lagging behind the South in total registrations. But when it comes to the individual states, the individual geopolitical zones, if you want to call it that, though that is not in the Constitution of Nigeria, you have these two leading. I think for the Southwest, Lagos; for the Northwest, Kano. All right. More from The Nation newspaper this morning. Explains surge in crime. Minister challenges security agencies. Explains surge in crime. Minister challenges security agencies. And you can see a picture of Isa Pantami, Minister of Communications and the Digital Economy. All right. More from The Nation. Kaduna residents flee as gunmen abduct over 50. My oh my, Kaduna State again. Police beef up security in Oyo, Ondo, Ekiti. PDP, BOT to mediate in Atiku Wike face off. All right. Intrigues as Amaechi Akpabio Silva battle for control of NDDC. Don't come home until Kanu is released. IPOB tells Abuja-based Southeast politicians. So even the Einaya Bible can't go home after all he has done. I mean, standing surety for the man. Well, we'll talk some more about that with our guest. Knocks for federal government ASU over extension of strike. Interesting one. More from the paper. Rumpus over planned conduct of a council poll in Osun. OPEC SecGen Al-Ghaiz resumes. Some headlines on the front page of The Nation. Over to The Punch, and a quite colorful front page has these headlines. The leading one there, planned attacks. Police strategize, NSCDC warns as terrorists infiltrate South. And I don't know, maybe the NSCDC should have I added to its name, the I there standing for intelligence, because the NSCDC seems to be the one giving the intelligence reports, the security reports these days. I'd like to know what the secret is, the secret formula to this new and interesting development. So let's call it new improved NSCDC. Let's go again. Planned attacks, police strategize, NSCDC warns as terrorists infiltrate South. And with the following writers, Lagos CP area tactical commanders hold emergency meeting, call for vigilance. FRSC declares war on unregistered motorcycles. Arewa youth demand NSA's sacking. All right, and 7,222 killed, 3,823 abducted in 7 months. Omotekun advises residents. For the FRSC, declaring war on unregistered motorcycles, I do not know if they would also find their way to the savannah parts of Abuja, the mountainous areas and the bushy areas, the forests of Kaduna, to also speak to the bandits and challenge them over the unregistered motorcycles as well. Because sometimes you wonder if the aim is to fight, to also add their voice, or let's put it in a local way, put their mouth into this, banditry and terrorism talk, FRSC. I mean, what good does it do if you were just talking about the unregistered bikes in Lagos, in Port Harcourt and other parts of the country? the problem is banditry. So if you want to do it, you have to do it well. So are they going to go to the bushes of Zambiza, Kaduna, and other places to also, do their job? Well, I just hope that, the average man on the street will not be victimized because of this. Just hope that nobody will be victimized because of this. More from the Punch. FG plans 712 billion naira mortgage to fund 100,000 houses. This is on page 21. Sometimes when you see these amounts these days and you see FG side by side, hundreds of billions, you have to skip a beat because, of course, we know that, like Ngige said, the federal government is broke. Let's go on. Northwest Southwest lead as INEC registers 96.2 million. Of course, we're all waiting for the official figures to drop, and the papers now have that material, that content, let's call it that, and they're making good material from that with the analysis and reports of the figures coming from INEC. The riders to that, Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers, Katsina, top 31 other states. Youth make up 71% of new voters. Women outnumber men. Women outnumber men. As far as the voting, the newly registered voters are concerned. Quite interesting. Very interesting indeed. More from the Punch. Wike, PDP BOT meets Wednesday, plans peace panel. All right. I hope the man will be around for them when they want to visit him, because, of course, he's been traveling a lot these days. More from the Punch. After 168 days strike, ASU issues a 4-week extension. A 4-week extension. Buhari lacks ability to tackle insecurity, Katsina NNPP chairman. Health workers fault non-payment of new hazard allowance. Pantami rejects new tax on calls data. Pantami rejects new tax on calls data. Interesting. We didn't increase petrol price. Marketers did. Federal government. We didn't increase petrol price. Marketers did. Federal government. Like one of the popular guys on the social media said, Lord have mercy upon us. Let's go on to another one. Lagos residents lynch mentally ill, alleged invasion of property. That's a sad one there. Legal tussle may threaten multi-billion-dollar Eco Atlantic City project. All right, really unfortunate if that actually proves true. Having looked at the headlines on the front page of the Punch, let's move on to the next one. Daily Trust, who seem to be doing some good work in recent time. Daily Trust have been doing some good work in recent time, and they're going different. They're going different today, which is quite impressive, if you ask me. Dollar remittance, presidency wades into CBN NNPC feud. I think it's about time someone wrote about that, and the paper has yet again, set itself apart. Dollar remittance, presidency wades into CBN NNPC feud. We remitted over $2 billion to our account with Apex Bank. It's all from, it was in the papers yesterday. How CBN augmented NNPC's $1.6 billion remittance, so $1.6 billion remittance for oil imports. All right, so the new story is that the presidency is wading into this. So is this President Buhari or is this the presidency at large? Well, the paper says that the presidency has waded into the controversy raging between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. All right, that was Company Limited. Over the dwindling fortune of the Naira. Daily Trust gathered from reliable sources yesterday. The CBN on Friday, the paper writes, blamed the non-remittance of dollars to foreign reserves by the NNPC as a reason for the plunge in the Naira at the official and parallel markets. Of course, that was also captured in newspaper review previously. The Daily Trust says at the time of the allegation, the Naira traded for 700 to the dollar, and at the parallel market at 415.96 to the dollar at the official market. But in what could be seen as contradicting the CBN claim. A document from the NNPC on Sunday showed that the company remitted a total of $2.7 billion to its account with the CBN from January to June this year. Financial experts in some Nigerians, the paper writes, were taken aback at the counterclaims by the federal government institutions, with some of them describing the development as an embarrassment to the country. All right, the paper continues. Although the spokesman for the CBN, Mr. Sita Onwa-Nibosi, was not immediately available for comments, no surprises there. Some top officials of the Apex Bank said the presidency had waded into the matter. All right, let's hope that the CBN will come back to tell us, the continuation, explain what they meant by saying that the NNPC had not been remitting dollar proceeds into their CBN account. All right. More from Daily Trust. Again, air fares spike as Abuja-Kano flight costs 135,000 naira. Again, I say, Lord have mercy upon us. 135,000 naira. It'll be curious to know, I'm curious to know if the trains are still working, because the trains are working. For some routes in the north, it could be easier to take the trains. I know that in the southwest, we have the routes working. CVR, Lagos-Kano Delta lead as fresh registration hits 12.3 million. CVR, Lagos-Kano Delta lead as fresh registration hits 12.3 million. 4 traders killed, 14 travelers abducted in Taraba. Some very sad news there. ASU extends strike by another 1 month. And LNG Train 7 reaches 26% construction, MD says. Gambari flags off Naseni's Agric Institute and School Acquisition Center in Nasarawa. Gambari flags off Naseni's Agric Institute Scale Acquisition Center in Nasarawa. And the final one, Pantami kicks against new tax on calls and data. Interesting one that we should analyze when our guest is comfortably seated. All right, these are some of the headlines coming on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper. I would take a very short break now, and when we come back, we'll do some more reading, look at some of the details of these particular, some of the stories on the front pages of these papers. Please stay with us, and we will be right back. Welcome back. Time to look at the details of the stories and take analysis from them. I'm glad to say we have joining us Chris Kehinde Wando, who is Executive Director of the African Governance and Leadership Initiative. Mr. Wando, good morning to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, fantastic.
This
This
is Lagos.
is Lagos. You're welcome. You were meant to be with us stuck in traffic here. It's quite understandable. But hoping you will still come so we can see you right here in the studio. But the feud between the NNPC and CBN has been, nothing short of embarrassing. Now we're hearing that the presidency is wading into this whole feud regarding dollar remittances. That's the big one on the front page of the Daily Trust. If you recall, the CBN governor and former presidential aspirant of the All Progressives Congress, Godwin Emefiele, had said that the reason the Naira is performing poorly is because CBN had failed to remit its dollar proceeds into the account, only for the CBN to come up and show, documents indicating they've been sending in money for 6 months now. So what are your thoughts on this move by the presidency?
Well, to me, I wouldn't know whether I would say it's coming too late or it's coming early. But for the federal government to have allowed this to operate for such a long time is very embarrassing. That the NNPC is not remitting dollars into the CBN account is, to me, is very embarrassing. That this is not new. You've known that the NNPC, the now moribund NNPC as it were, over the years have been so consistent in his approach to remitting funds to the Federation account. And there have been so many instances where ministers of finance, CBN governors, and so many others have complained. Even the governors of the various states have vehemently complained about this. And to also understand that for several years, the account of the NNPC was not audited. That in itself is enough to show you the kind of fraud within the NNPC and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. For it to take a call by the central bank or to call out to the NNPC for the federal government to wade into this problem, to me is laughable. But on the other side, and the other leg for me, is the allegation that is one of the reasons why the Naira is jumping, galloping to where we are. As of last week, I have about 710 Naira is taken for a dollar. To me, it's neither here nor there for me, because it's obvious that the NNPC, the CBN, and the governor of Central Bank have lost all initiative to be able to checkmate this downward trend and a high rise in Naira compared to dollar. Don't forget, it's this same CBN that came up to say that the problem we had was Aboki effect. If you remember vividly, that the CBN said this some time ago, and said that web page should be brought down, and that happened. At a point again, the CBN started blaming the Bureau de Charge companies, BDCs, that they were busy for this. Now they are shifting the blame to NNPC. I don't really know what is going on, but it's quite unfortunate that we are having serious economic issues, especially when it relates to this. 3 days ago, the Emirates issued a statement that they are going to reduce the number of flights coming to Nigeria from 11 to 7 because they cannot remit over $85 million ticket sales that were made in Nigeria to their country. That is how bad the situation is.
And this, of course, is going to be really, really bad for investment in Nigeria, and of course for you have foreign direct investment, and for the economy as a whole. In a time when we're trying to see how we can fix the economy itself is also now destroying the economy. I mean, it's really scary, and the signals, like you've said, you know, it's going to send signals to the entire investment and business world that their money will be trapped in Nigeria.
It is, because let me tell you, a lot of industries are dying. Companies that rely on certain equipment or whatever in terms of protection cannot even. So many companies are completely closing down. Most of them have the money, but they can't get the dollar to buy. They can't. And that is the problem we're having. We've said this time and time again, when we start having the issue of this importation of petroleum products and the rest of them, and we say that if you get to a point where we cannot even do it. Let me give you a classical example. As of last week, what is it called now? The SS crude account. The Minister of Finance told us that SS crude account has been depleted to just $300,000. When this government came into place in 2015, it was about $2 billion. When Obasanjo was leaving, it was close to $20 billion. Now you are talking just less than $1 million, about a third of $1 million. That is what we have in our SS2 accounts. That means that even the state practically have nothing to share again, because there are so many companies that have more than 300,000. When you're talking of a country having less than 300,000 is a SS code account. That shows you the level and the problem we are in currently. Our students that are schooling abroad are parents are finding it difficult to send money to them to pay their school fees. Those that have transactions to do are finding. In fact, if you are gotten so bad, there are some banks, even your card, you cannot be able to transfer or make any purchase up to $50 with your card. That is how bad it is. If you are traveling now and you go to the bank to get dollars, you will be on the queue, you'll be asked to apply online, and it will take you about 3-4 weeks. Even because you will not get it, you will have traveled before they even find something for you. So that is how terrible how bad the situation is.
And indeed, and one of my my banks, I think a week or two ago, sent me a flash message to say that they've suspended, withdrawals, dollar withdrawals, or foreign use of a Naira ATM card, Naira debit card.
Okay, let me just tell you this. I am a practical example. Yeah. Just about 2 weeks ago, I qualified as a chartered arbitrator in UK. I qualified as a chartered arbitrator. I was asked to pay my membership fee in pounds. It's everything is about 75 pounds. Kofi, do you know that all my cards that I have, I couldn't transfer that money. I couldn't transfer that money, just for 75 pounds to pay for my membership. I have to call somebody in UK to make the payment for me. That is how terrible it is. Mere 75 pounds, I cannot make a transfer to pay for my professional fee.
It's sad. It's sad. And of course, it means that there will be an economic slowdown. I've been thinking about this, Chris, and I recall, if you recall too as well, that the protests in Sri Lanka, were hastened by the fact that people could not find the US dollar in the country. They ran out of dollars, ran out of foreign currency.
It's true. It is.
In Sri Lanka.
We are even talking about we are talking about dollar now. The way we are going, I can tell you that people will start protesting even for bread. Bread prices have brought out several governments in most countries. The prices of bread, average bread, has risen to about 1,000 naira a loaf. I'm sure you are aware of that, Kofi.
That's sliced bread.
Yes.
Not agege bread, though.
No agege, no, which one agege. And he said that I know you like agege bread and they are going. I know that very well. But yes. I'm talking of average bread. That is a stable food in Nigeria. But see, the price of tuber of yam has moved close to 3,000 naira, just a tuber, one tuber. That is locally produced. So when people are still talking about what you say, it's people that transact international, even locally, people are finding it much more difficult to even eat now. Even check out how much a pint of this is. You cannot say they go market, so you might not even know some of these things. Some of us are
don't be too sure. Don't be too sure. All right. Let's move on. Whilst we're looking at the CBN and NNPCS trying to agree on who is telling the truth and who is not, ASU held a meeting on Sunday and of course came out with a decision by the NEC to extend their strike by a further 4 weeks, starting a minute after midnight yesterday, Monday. 4-week strike. And they say they want to give the federal government time to consider negotiating and implementing the agreement that ASU has and all that. You think this 4 weeks would lead to something different from what we've been seeing for the last few months since February 2022?
Well, when we spoke about this about 2 weeks ago, I told you that I don't want to be a prophet of doom. But I told you accurately that the 2-week ultimatum given by the president for the Minister of Education to sort out the issue with ASU will not come. It will not come to a conclusive to a conclusion, because I know that 2-week ultimatum is not possible. If you are not able to solve a problem for years, how come that you'll be able to do that within 2 weeks? How did that 2 weeks last? It definitely must have lapsed. We have not heard from the Minister of Education. We've not heard from the presidency. We've not heard from anybody on the directive given by the president. If the president gave a 2-week ultimatum, and after 2 weeks, and he was supposed to give an extension, he will come out to tell Nigerians, okay, this is the report I've gotten from the minister, this is where we are, can we still give them another few weeks to be able to do? Nobody is talking until ASU came out and said that they are giving another 4-week extension, 1 month. But don't forget that also this government in the past have also raised similar committees. There was one headed by the chief of staff to the president, Professor Gambari himself. And they were given a certain ultimatum to be able to get this sorted. Nothing happened to that report. The report didn't come out. The president kept quiet on it. Professor Gambari on his own didn't come out to tell us how far they went with the negotiation and the rest of them. Now, ASU have given an extra form. These students have practically lost about going to 2 sessions. Because the last time, they lost about 9 months, close to a year. Now, this started about February and thereabout, when August already. That means another 6 months have been lost. And everybody's behaving is still not happening. Why these students continue to stay at home and their future being mortgaged? Also, this also is affecting them because most of the students that participated in JAM, I think there are about, maybe I want to think about, I think there are about 2 sets now, cannot gain admission into the university. So what is happening? Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is negotiating with ASU. ASU seems to be on its own. The government said they will find a solution to it. And practically, just as they have pushed forward every other negotiation, as they have to do with oil subsidy and so, I will tell you for free that this government will continue to push this narrative until it leaves next year. And that is where we are heading to. Because this government have barely how many months? About 8 months or thereabout. We have about 6 months to the election in February. And after election, the government is practically on its way out. So, but the fact remains that those in charge are not doing anything about it. But on a daily basis, we see on social media, we have ministers, we have governors, we have legislators, our senators, House of Rep members, and even members of the State House of Assembly go abroad, go to the convocation of their children, and post these films online.
All right, very, very sad one indeed, Chris Kendiwando. I would have wanted us to stick with the Daily Trust, but we have limited time, so let's move on to the Punch. The big one there, the Punch is devoting its banner headline to coverage of the planned attacks. You know, the NSCDC warning as terrorists infiltrate South. The paper says the police is strategizing. What are your thoughts on this? We told the Lagos Commissioner of Police, Area and Tactical Commanders held an emergency meeting and have called for vigilance. FRC is declaring war on unregistered motorcycles. You know, Arewa youth are demanding the NSA's sacking. So what are your thoughts on the ongoing situation with these NSCDC frequent security reports in recent times?
They always give reports. NSCDC will give reports. DSS also came out with their own report. Police also a few days ago issued statements, especially within the report in Lagos. And we have personally, I'm tired of all these reports. What I want to see is concrete actions. What I want to see is we doing the needful. Just a few days ago, just about within the last 24 hours or 48 hours, a family of 6 were killed in Jos. Okay? A family of 6 were eliminated in Jos. People just went to their home and killed them. I learned that additional 2 were also killed, making it a total of 8. Jos used to be one of the safest cities in Nigeria. In fact, it has always been, when we are growing up, we have always had that nostalgic feeling to go to Jos because of the story we are hearing about Jos. Oh, if you can't go to London, you can't go to America, just go to Jos, it's the same weather and the rest of them. Jos used to be one of the most peaceful cities in Nigeria. But now, what do we have? Now, there have been instances where we are getting reports that Boko Haram have taken over practically all the forests within the southwest. The leader of OPC came out 2 days ago to give a damning report on that. And there have been consistent reports coming in from the various agencies of government that something that may happen within the Southwest. 3 days ago also, a leader of Boko Haram was arrested in Abeokuta in Ogun State, where he disguised as a security man and was using that opportunity to gather intelligence. So we are in real deep problem. What we thought was just limited to northeast, northwest, and north central has not moved down to every part of the country and is about to take foot in the southwest. What I can only say is that let us be as vigilant as we can be. The security agencies will always continue to assure us that things are being done, but on a daily basis they continue raising this security alert. You saw what happened in Abuja 3 days ago, where about 8 soldiers were killed in Buhari area of Abuja, which is in the heart of Abuja. Kuje prison was attacked and prisoners were allowed to go. Most notorious leaders of Boko Haram made their way out of this cell. None have been arrested so far. So that is the problem we are having, and we continue to get all this security. The security report for me, you should make people to panic. I personally would just advise the security agencies to just do their work without necessarily raising the tension and trying to raise some kind of hypertension among the people, because the more you give this report, then there's a possibility that people will start getting afraid, and also manner of things will just continue to happen. So I would rather say, let them do their due diligence. That's what is called serious intel. Let them do their intelligence gathering and make sure that these people are arrested and this issue of attack are nipped in the bud before it happens. You saw what happened in Owo. Here they move into a church and kill several people, and just less than a week or two after, they attack the same Owo again.
All right. Chris Kendewan, we'll have to leave it at that. And your interesting analysis, I mean, the headlines don't give too much share, but you've done justice to each and every one that we've raised for you to comment on so far. I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me. Do have a nice day ahead.
All right. That's the Off the Press segment on The Breakfast right here on Plus TV Africa. We'll be back to talk breastfeeding. Quite interesting to look at such a topic on a beautiful day. It's World Breastfeeding Week. Stay with us. And the UNICEF World Breastfeeding Week 2022 is being observed from Monday, the 1st of August to Sunday, the 7th of August. Oluwatosin Adepoju is a public health physician based in Lagos, and she joins us live Zoom to discuss this further, looking at the significance of the week-long international observance. Good morning to you, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. What exactly are the aims of the World Breastfeeding Week?
Okay, thank you. So the World Breastfeeding Week is actually set up. The objective of it is to inform everybody so we understand the importance of breast milk as the first milk to give to children. So we are here to inform people about their role in strengthening breastfeeding, and also to anchor that breast milk actually is good nutrition to give children, and also to engage organization, individual, the community to support breastfeeding.
All right, fantastic. And so this is quite important. You're saying this should be the first thing that a child takes. I mean, this message of breastfeeding has been on for as long as I can recollect. Do you think that parents, families, the society is accepting, imbibing, and practicing this message, that's being shared over the past decades?
Sorry, come again.
So are mothers really accepting this practice and carrying it out? Are they adhering to the messages that have been shared over the past decades on breastfeeding?
Okay, so mothers are actually willing to carry out breastfeeding, but they need the support of the community. They need a community that is breastfeeding friendly. The mother is interested in breastfeeding her baby, but if she has to go to work and there is nowhere to breastfeed her baby, then she won't breastfeed her baby. So apart from just being willing as a mother, the mothers also need the community, people everywhere to support breastfeeding.
All right. So it seems that from what you're saying that it's not been totally accepted by some mothers. Is this a case that there's some women, some mothers out there who do not breastfeed their babies?
Okay, so like I said earlier, a lot of mothers are willing to breastfeed their baby. However, what limits them is the environment where they find themselves. The environment where they find themselves limits them. Imagine if the father does not support breastfeeding. The woman is limited even if she wants to breastfeed her baby. Imagine if she wants to take a child to her workplace, but there is no room where she can go to breastfeed her child. Then she's limited. So like I said earlier, we need the support of the community, of people. Imagine a woman in the public place bring out her breast to breastfeed her baby. Some people just look at her and just feel like, oh madam, what are you doing in public? So we need a lot of people to accept it. So women are willing to breastfeed their babies. However, they need a supporting community to do that.
Okay. How can the community support women? Is it you've talked about sometimes bringing it out and the perception of people around. In what ways can the community support women who are breastfeeding to make it easier for them to do this?
Okay, thank you. So the support comes first when the woman is pregnant. During antenatal care, women are supposed to be taught at their health centers where they register for the antenatal care. They are supposed to be taught how to breastfeed their babies and the importance of breastfeeding. Also, during labor and delivery, they are supposed to also encourage them to also breastfeed their baby. And eventually, when they deliver the baby, they are supposed to surround them with people, with friends, with fathers. So it starts with the husband of the woman to support breastfeeding. It starts with the friends and family to encourage her to put her baby to breast. Then even at workplaces, it is important that organizations begin to have breastfeeding rooms for breastfeeding mothers so that they can bring their baby to work, keep their baby in the crèche, and when it is time to breastfeed their baby, there is a room to go to breastfeed their baby. And we also need to educate the community so everybody understand that breastfeeding is normal. So we don't see it as something strange when women breastfeed their baby in public.
All right. Are there some women who feel, they wouldn't want to breastfeed, apart from, not because of society, lack of societal support, but maybe as a personal decision, they may not want to breastfeed. If that's the case, why do they take such decisions?
Okay, so for women that choose not to breastfeed, the problem actually begins with lack of being aware of the importance of breastfeeding. Because if you know if something is important, you will definitely. For a lot of women, they feel that when they breastfeed their baby, maybe their breast will sag, or maybe they think, formula feeds are actually better. And they think formula feeds and breast milk are the same thing. So if you think formula feeds will give you what your breast milk will give your baby, you may choose to go for formula feed. But when women understand, when they are educated, every woman will choose to breastfeed their baby. But it is lack of awareness, lack of knowledge of the importance of breast milk.
So let's talk about that now. What are the benefits of this thing called breast milk?
Okay. So the benefits of breast milk. So we have benefits to the baby, and we also have benefits to the mother. So benefits to the baby include this. Breast milk contains the appropriate nutrients that the baby needs for the first months of life. It contains the appropriate nutrients in the right proportion and the baby needs to grow and develop well. We recommend breast milk for the first 6 months of life because it contains what baby needs in the right quantity and for the baby to grow properly. And secondly, breast milk contains substances inside it that helps to build the baby's immune system. So it helps the baby to fight infection. So when mothers properly breastfeed their baby, they are sure that their baby is able to fight infection. Another benefit of breastfeeding is this. Studies have shown that breastfed babies, especially exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months, actually make those babies perform better at school. And also breastfed baby, later in life, they have less risk of developing obesity and diabetes. That is for the baby. And now for the mother. Mothers that breastfeed, it has been shown that it helps to reduce their risk of having ovarian cancer and breast cancer. And also it allows for bonding between mother and baby. So these are the benefits of breast milk.
All right. I mean, some people, I know people who, their parents gave birth to them when they were, past menopause. I mean, the breasts had been taken off by the ones that came before them. Maybe they are 10 in their family, for instance. By the time the last born came, the thing was gone. And the mama was maybe 40, 42, 43, and there was nothing in there again. And they gave them probably, some of these baby food. But it turned out great.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they were successful. They went to school. They were smart. They passed their exams and everything.
The thing is this, just to emphasize on what you just said. When a woman gives birth, it's natural. There are some things that are produced in the body called the hormones. The moment a woman gives birth, she will naturally produce breast milk. So irrespective of the number of children she has had in the past, irrespective of her age, the process follows. It's a cascade. The moment a woman delivers, her breast production starts. So irrespective of the number of past delivery, breast milk will always come.
Now that is totally amazing. That's totally amazing. So you've talked about breastfeeding the child. Especially, it's important. You said in the first 6 months of the child's life, first 6 months. So is this as a public health physician, with your experience and training, is this meant to be just the breast milk? I think they call exclusive, or is this okay if it's done in conjunction with other baby food?
Okay, thank you. For the first 6 months of life, the World Health Organization recommends that we should only give babies breast milk, only breast milk, no water, no breast milk substitute, nothing else. The breast milk is enough, and that's what we call exclusive. If a woman is giving her baby breast milk and water, she's not doing it. If the woman is giving her baby breast milk and something else, she will not do it exclusive. So for the first 6 months of life, all the baby requires is the breast milk. And it is only if a man gives just the breast milk for the first 6 months of life, we say she's practicing exclusive breastfeeding.
Okay, all right. And after those 6 months, what happens? Is the child taking off the breast milk? Is it continued?
Okay, so breast milk is recommended only for the first 6 months of life, after which the mother can introduce complementary feed, but still continue breastfeeding the baby up to 2 years. That is what is recommended. So breast milk only for the first 6 months. After 6 months, she continues to give the baby breast milk up to 2 years in addition to complementary. So she gets other meals that she can give her baby in addition to breast milk. So breast milk does not stop by the end of 6 months. Breastfeeding continues up to 2 years. And why is that important to say this? It is important to continue breastfeeding for babies up to 2 years, because studies have shown that by 2 years of age, 80% of the brain is already developed. So what the baby gets in the first 2 years of life is very, very important. So breast milk for the first 6 months of life, and after 6 months, she continues with the breast milk, she continues to breastfeed her baby, and also add complementary feed to her baby diet.
Interesting. You talked about, it's an interesting fact of nature that once a woman gives birth, the milk begins to be produced and she can feed her child. But are there, it's a natural process, but are there things, foods, fruits, whatever, some sort of diet or nutrition that can be taken by women to enhance the quality and the production, quantity of their breast milk?
The best way to help milk production from the breast is to breastfeed, because the more the mother breastfeeds, the more the milk is produced. So we've had cases of women complaining that their breast milk is not enough for their child, or they feel that the breast is not really coming out, so they don't even give it. But the truth is this: for milk to be produced, the baby must continue to suck. So as much as baby suck, what the baby suck out is milk. So the way to make the breast to produce more milk is to continue to give the baby breast milk. And other things women can do is to take a lot of water. We encourage women to take a lot of water, take a lot of pap. But more importantly is to breastfeed the baby. If the woman complains, oh, my baby is not getting enough breast milk, continue to breastfeed. The more you breastfeed, the more the milk is being produced. So the sucking of the baby helps stimulate the brain to help produce more breast milk.
All right. Let's look at some myths surrounding this issue of breastfeeding. Some people believe it's painful.
Okay, breastfeeding is not painful. Breastfeeding becomes painful when the woman not putting the baby to breast in the right. So if the baby is not being put to breast in the right way, then the woman can start having pain. But if she put the baby to breast in the right way, so that's why I said that even from the antenatal care, mothers are to be trained, women are to be taught how to properly breastfeed their baby. So if she breastfeeds her baby in the proper way, then she will not have pain. Breastfeeding is not painful.
All right. Some people say, for some mothers, the first few days of breastfeeding, they'll know whether it's meant for them, or not. So if you get it, you can do it well in the first 2 or 3 days, then it means that it's meant for you. And if you can't get it maybe in the first 2 days or 3 days, it means probably it's not meant for you to do. What do you say to that?
Well, breastfeeding is for everyone. So it is important that mothers get it right, and they need the support of the matrons, the birth attendants around them to teach them. It's women giving birth for the first time. The first time mothers actually have issues, and they think the baby is not taking it and not doing it the right way, so they give up. No.
All right.
Rather, they should be taught well to breastfeed. Breastfeeding is for all mothers because it contains the right nutrients.
Okay. Some women are shy. They feel that breastfeeding in front of people is a rude thing to do. Oh, don't do it in front of the public. It's rude. It's not respectful. That people shouldn't see the mother breastfeeding the child. It's not a nice thing to do in the public space. So they don't breastfeed when in public.
No, that was why I said earlier that we education to the community so that we see breastfeeding as normal. And something normal can be done anywhere. And everybody can support the mother to breastfeed their baby. So education to the community, to organization is needed so that mothers can be accepted to breastfeed their baby anywhere. It should not be something to be shameful about that we are feeding baby. No. So education is needed to the community. So we see it as a norm, as a normal thing to do.
All right. But some people experience. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes,
okay. So some people get. You talked about this issue of pain before, but I want us to go back there because some people get sores, they get wounds, when they breastfeed. I've even seen the cases where the baby will bite the mother's nipple, So these are two things. So what do you say to that? Why do they get sores or they get some sort of bruise, when they breastfeed the child frequently? Sometimes they say, oh, it's paining me, I'll stop for now, I won't do it. Let me rest for a day or two. They can't continue because of that pain. Then also number two, why do some children bite their mother's nipple?
Okay. So in the first 6 months, most babies, they don't have teeth, so they cannot bite the mother's breast. But as they grow older, that probably happens. So, and also, when mother complain of pain in the breast, it is because they are not putting the baby's mouth in the breast the right way. So there is a way to do it. If you don't do it the right way, you may have sores, you may have cracks around breast. So it's important that they know how to do it the right way. If a mother does it the right way, she will not have pain. And even if she has pain, it is not enough reason to stop breastfeeding her baby. She can breastfeed the baby on the other breast that is not painful and still continue to breastfeed on the painful breast. So usually, children, babies, they don't bite their mother, except as they grow older. But even as they grow older, it might just be children just trying to play with their parents, actually. But really, most babies don't really do that. The reason for having sore and cracks most of the time is the mother is not putting the baby to breast the right way, and not because the baby is healthy.
What is the right way? I know it may be a bit difficult for you to demonstrate because you don't have a dummy baby there, but what is the right way to put a baby, for a mother to put a baby to breast?
Okay. So the right way to put breast is, the woman breast have the part we call the nipple, and also after the nipple we have a part we call the areola. I don't know any other name to call it. That's what we call it. So we have the pointed part, which is the nipple, then the other part, which is the areola. It is expected that when you put your baby to breast, that your baby's mouth surround the areola. For some mothers, the only part getting to the baby's mouth is just the nipple. But no, the baby has to also stuck around the areola. So you have to ensure that the baby, the breast properly enters the baby mouth, so that by the time the baby is sucking, the baby has the nipple and the areola part of the breast in his or her mouth.
Interesting. So that is the area surrounding the nipple, if you're not mistaken, this areola.
Yes.
All right.
Area surrounding the nipple.
Okay. You talked about, you said breastfeeding, it needs to be exclusive of the first 6 months. Then it can be supplementary, with complementary baby food being given to the baby from 6 months up to 2 years. Some people feel that if you give a child breast milk for till he's 2 years old, you're going to spoil the child. You're going to spoil the child. And it's not a way to raise a child. Maybe after a while, before 2 years, you have to stop, because if you continue that long, some people say the child may start rejecting solid food.
Okay, so it's important that as mothers, when they are about to introduce complement, they introduce it the right way and don't stop breastfeeding the baby. That babies, the child be a spoiled child if you breastfeed up to 2 years is not true. The reason why we encourage breastfeeding up to 2 years is so that because of the brain development, because the breast milk contains what the baby needs, but it's no longer enough to sustain the baby energy-wise. So we say, okay, stop other things. So the problem comes not with breastfeeding the baby, but mothers not even knowing how to have complementary feed to what their baby takes. That's why most of the time the children, they reject other food and all they want is breast milk. But if the mothers are taught, even at about 6 months, how to properly introduce, local foods, other meals to what they are doing, they need to go a long way to help babies, so they won't have not willing to feed breastfeeding.
One of the things that makes some mothers, breastfeeding mothers, not want to breastfeed, maybe at a particular time, is because they have not cleaned, washed the nipples, and then they would say they need to wash it before they breastfeed the child, and so they stay back from breastfeeding the child until they can find where to wash the nipples. Is it necessary to wash the nipples, the breast before you breastfeed your baby?
No.
Okay, not at all. I mean, if you're a brother, you've been moving around and you're sweaty and everything, wouldn't it be advisable to wash it, before you give the child
a problem
easy?
Wash, but it's not a criteria that you must wash your nipple before you breastfeed your baby.
All right, it's quite interesting.
So nothing should stop you. Nothing should stop mothers from breastfeeding.
Okay. All right. So how many times a day should a child be breastfed? Because I'm sure that mothers need to rest at some point, from the stress of the day and all of this. So how many times is it recommended? Is it every time the baby cries, you just put something in the mouth, or you have a set number of times that the baby should be breastfed in a day?
At demand.
Wow.
especially in the first 6 at demand, yes. At demand. So as the baby demands for the breast milk, mothers should breastfeed their baby. And that's why they need the community to support them, to assist them, so it's easy for them to do.
Okay. We also told some people who say, you know what, it's if you don't get you don't breastfeed your newborn child immediately, you won't be able to do it. So as the child pops up, the first hour after birth, you need to push your breast into the baby's mouth. Is that true?
It is recommended that within the first hour of life, babies should put the breast.
Okay.
We encourage them. Yes.
Okay, so if you don't do that within the first hour, maybe the mother is weak or she's been attended to in the hospital or something, does it mean that she won't be able to breastfeed the child again?
No. Like I said, that is what we recommend. That is what the World Health Organization recommends. But a lot of situations can arise. A woman that just had a cesarean section I was put to sleep to deliver a baby, may not be able to breastfeed a baby. But the moment the mother is awake, then the mother should put the baby to breast.
What about mothers who are taking medication? Maybe they are sick. Does this affect the breastfeeding?
Okay, it depends on the medication. Not all medication are contraindicated. Some are and some are not. So if the mother is taking any medication, she needs to discuss that with her doctor so that they can tell her madam, despite taking this medication, you can still breastfeed your baby. And if she can't, then she should look for alternatives.
Okay. Finally, very shortly, please. How do you wean a baby of, breast feeding, especially for those who've gone 2 years on this? How do you wean them? Very quickly, please.
Okay. So, you start breastfeeding at birth, exclusive for 6 months. And like I said earlier, you just give breast milk at demand. But as the child grows older, the child will take less of breast milk. So that way, it's already weaning the child. And adding complementary feed, you probably won't be giving the child breast milk at demand. So this moment the child demands for food, you give something else. So that way the number.
All right, seems Oluwatosin Adepoju has been lost. Oluwatosin, if you're there, can you hear me? If not, we'd like to call it a day at this point, and thank you very much for your time. She is a public health physician based in Lagos. As we celebrate World Breastfeeding Week, I think one of the takeaways is that she said breast milk is good for the mother and also good for the baby. I didn't hear her say it's good for the father. So how about the men are listening to me this morning? It's for the mother and for the baby. All right, thank you very much. Oh, you're there. Thank you very much. That was just on the lighter note. Thank you very much for your time, Oluwatosin Adepoju. All right, and happy breastfeeding week. All right. So all the men in the studio here who have been looking and laughing and swanning even in the control room, you have to understand. It's for the mother and for the baby. We'll be right back up next to talk about privatization of public hospitals in Nigeria. The national president of the Nigerian Medical Association is our guest.
Hello and thank you for joining us on this episode of One on One. Today we're focusing on women in tech. Now, despite conversations about gender diversity in tech, women are still underrepresented and underpaid in the industry. My guest today is Anu Gopal, and she's the host of the Agile Africa Alliance, a virtual community of 2,000 plus Africa Agile practitioners, and has mentored hundreds of Africans in diaspora to a 6-figures salary. Now, Anu is the first Black African certified Agile coach. She also launched the Women in Agile chapters for both Nigeria and Dallas-Fort, USA. By trade, she works as an organizational coach for leadership teams at places like Nike, AT&T, Toyota, Capital One, TD Bank, and the UK government. Thank you so much, Annie, for joining us today.
Thank you, Fumi, for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get straight to it. Tell us, how did you get into tech?
Wow, that's an interesting story. So, initially, I wanted to study petroleum engineering.
Okay.
But my older brother filled my JAMB form because I did my first degree in University of Ibadan.
Okay.
And he actually put computer science. And I passed my JAMB, I passed my WAHEC, and I found myself as a computer science student at University of Ibadan. And 4, 5, 6 years with all those strikes in Nigerian University, I graduated with BSc Computer Science, and I fell in love with tech.
Okay.
And that is how the journey started. And I didn't regret it because that's where the passion for women development, especially youth development in the tech space, stemmed from.
All right. You know, we were talking earlier behind the scenes. I would like you to tell us some of your challenges. Has been, like, you know, reading your bio as the first Black woman. Has it been being a woman in tech?
It's been challenging, frustrating, especially not just breaking into the tech industry, but when you look at the organization workplace, the cultural bias for women in tech, it's really, really frustrating. You know, even in developed countries, you will only find few women, and mostly they're Indian women in tech, because they dominate the tech industry. So, you know, the pay gap is also, you know, when it comes to the gender between male and female, the women are not really treated well. Even getting promoted is another issue. I had a similar problem in an organization that I don't want to mention.
Okay.
I was to be the chief of Agile in that organization, and the next thing is a white male became the chief of Agile. And it was so frustrating that I had to leave that company, because as a woman in tech, you have to fight for yourself. You have to fight for your worth. You have to work 5-10 times harder than men in tech.
Okay, so is this responsible? Because this leads to my next question, where he says that according to the National Science Foundation, there's a consistent trend that has been dubbed a leaky pipeline, where it's difficult to retain women in STEM jobs once they have graduated with a STEM degree. Do you think this is responsible? What's responsible for that?
Well, when you're working in a male-dominated industry, what do you expect? You know, in male-dominated industry, it's really, really difficult for women to find their footing. And also with all these cultural bias and gender bias and, you know, pay gap, promotion and challenges that women are facing in technology, most women doesn't want to even, you know, step into that opportunity as well. Like, they would prefer to do something that, you know, prefer to be in an industry that they have more women than going into an industry that is male-dominated. And it's also frustrating. There's that misconception that women doesn't belong in tech. It's male industry. And that's what people like us are fighting against. Because where you have women, you know, women are the most hardworking, motivated. We take passion into the workplace.
Yeah.
And any organization that wants to be productive, profitable, you know, that gender balance has to be in space. So I don't blame some women. I have a lot of friends that have actually, you know, left. They've left the tech industry because of this gender bias.
So what do we do? How do we get more women to be in tech then? What do we need to do?
We have more male advocates, especially men in leadership positions, fighting for us women, you know, just helping that gender balance to be in place. You know, providing sponsorship, mentorship opportunities for women. You know, when you walk into a boardroom, we need to have, even if it's 30% women and 70% men. I've been in boardroom meetings that I'm the only Black woman and I'm the only woman. And a woman from Africa, what do you expect? So we need more male advocates, not just women advocates. And also, we also need our women, especially our female youths, to believe that they belong in this industry, because technology is the future of the world. It's even our present right now. There's nothing we can do without technology.
That's so true.
We live, we breathe it. Everybody have a mobile phone, right? And it's built by technology. So we need to have that confidence, that belief, believing in ourselves that we can do it.
Okay. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll take a quick break and I'll still be here with Anu. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. This is still one-on-one, and I have Anu Gopal with me, and we're talking about women in tech. Now, so you were talking earlier on about all of us having mobile phones and all of that. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of notion where many people feel like tech is a young people thing, 18, 21, maybe 30 max. And a lot of women, older are like restraining themselves from wanting to get into tech, for example. So I, for example, I'm interested in tech. I'm just fascinated by, by the whole thing and the conversations and all of that. And I really think I want to break it. But sometimes they're like, for me, it's not mama like you, they're looking for that kind of place. So I would like you to clear that notion. Can older people still get into tech if they want to?
Why not? Tech is for everyone. Even if you're 80-year-old, you can decide to develop passion in tech and study, tech, have a tech career. I'm one of those 40 plus. I love tech. I'm passionate about tech, and that's not going to change because tech has revolutionized global economy, like the entire world. It's interconnected because of technology. Right? Gone are the days that we need to send letter, we need to, all those, traditional ways of communicating with each other. Everything is powered by tech. So tech is for everyone, and you're invited to come for the next
Shirley, trust
Girls
me,
in Tech.
Shirley, trust me, I'm going to join in. So my next question is about the fact that I think with every industry in Nigeria, a lot of people do things in silos, and many of the things, even in the tech industry in Nigeria, people are working, separately and differently. There has been no coming together, so to speak, and also like a one voice from like the Ministry of Digital Economy, for example. What can we begin to do to change that, to have like a lot of government backing? Because if you look at USA, for example, the government gives a lot of support to their to their tech companies, even when they are right or they are wrong, and they just give like a lot of support. How do we begin to get to that level in Nigeria where the government can give people like you support?
Well, interesting question. There are so many grants in developed countries, the way they are powering technology, helping large corporations and even small organizations, to be profitable and to be able to sustain their economy, because everything is, everything is powered by technology. I think the biggest challenge we have in Nigeria is trust. If I have a business idea and I share it with you, you can run with my idea. Although we have system in place like patents and stuff like that, but it's not robust enough to protect my vision and your vision, especially when you're sharing it with friends and family. But the challenge is until we change our mindset, it's a mindset thing, and we begin to work collaboratively instead of working in silos. Silo will not take us anywhere, and that's one of the biggest challenges that we have in Nigeria. When you look at why these countries are thriving, it's because of collaboration between the government, between the corporations, SMEs, and individuals, doing so many things to develop the economy. For the Ministry of Data Economy, right, they need to understand, what does the citizens need? What do we really need to do to build a data economy for our country? What could make us to be a country that can innovate faster than any other continent in the world? They need to start reaching out to individuals and organizations, both small and big organizations, and come together to discuss what do we need to do to revolutionize our country, our economy. Because the best talent and the best resources in the world is in Nigeria, is in Africa. It's that collaboration and communication and cooperation and working together that is missing.
Okay, so interesting answer that you've given. But let's talk about the fact that, the Nigerian tech space is, is still growing. But we see that in the ecosystem of the tech space, we have more of foreign venture capitalists giving funds than local investors. Some of my friends that are in tech, I think about 2 weeks ago, they were just complaining about how But the thing is, once they get like funding from an international investor, then all the local guys now come up. And I'm like, what happened to the local guys in the first place? Why are the local investors not championing, the causes of these tech guys, and we wait for venture capitalists from, outside to come in?
Well, the wealthiest people in Africa are in Nigeria.
Just that you say that.
Yes, and even when you're looking at the first 50 wealthy people in the world, we have in Nigeria among us. But we're in a VUCA world, right? I want to put myself in their shoe as well, and I'll put myself in the shoe of the startup founders. We're in a VUCA world. The world is very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Right? And I've realized that even with the programs I'm doing, right, it's mostly self-funded.
Okay.
When you go to organizations, corporate organizations for sponsorship, they're like, what's in it for us? Why do we need to support you? Maybe because of lack of trust. So because of the uncertainty and the volatile, startup ecosystem.
But that's what business is about, really. Because the truth is, many of these organizations go ahead and still put money in projects that are not necessarily tech.
Exactly.
And then they get to lose money. So isn't that what business is about? Taking some form of risk at the end of the day.
So one thing I've also realized is that Africans have low appetite for risk.
True.
And also, if I invest in you, what's the confidence level to show that that startup is going to be successful and I'm going to get my money back? And I'm also going to get the profits and, the stake that have been promised. And if Nigerian rich people can see the opportunity, and if they can see the talents of the Nigerian youth especially, our country will be better than this. Why do you think foreign investors are popping millions of funds into Nigeria? They saw opportunity. Nigeria, especially Africa, in the next 10 years is going to be a continent that can innovate faster than any other continent in the world. They've seen the potential. They've seen the big money. They've seen opportunity for investment in Africa. In 2018, we had about 87% foreign investors investing in African startups. And local is about 12-point-something%. But what happened in 2019? The number increased to 95%.
Oh, wow.
And the number of local investors reduced to, became 5%, which was 8% gaps. So if these African rich men can see the opportunities that these foreign investors are seeing, we don't need them. We have the wealth in Nigeria.
I think you've answered my next question, where I was about to ask you about the potential. What do you see about the potential in the Nigerian tech space?
Oh, there's so many potentials. And we've seen the results. We've seen CUDA, we've seen Paystack, we've seen Flutterwave, and we've seen so many. Do you know that in 2019, we had about 400 startups in Africa, and Nigeria, of course, our country always have the highest in everything. But in the year of COVID, it rose to 646 startups. So that additional 200 plus startups were founded in Africa. Even in the year of COVID, that foreign organizations were shutting down. Because the youth saw different opportunities during the year of COVID and even beyond the year of COVID that we can use to transform our continent. So the number of startups will continue to increase. But I just wish that Africans can believe to trust each other, and also local investors can believe in these youths and start pumping the right investments to create a sustainable, profitable business that will not just benefit the founders and the stakeholders, will benefit the economy and also provide job opportunities for the youths.
Interesting. Okay, we'll take another break. We'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. And if you had been following us from the beginning, we're talking about tech space and women in the tech space and the challenges they have, currently going through. I still have Anu Gopal with me. So Anu, tell me about this experience. You recently trained over 30 girls. What was that about?
100 girls.
Over 100 girls. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. This is the third edition. So What we do is to close the gender gap in technology, which is the ratio of 75% male and 25% female. And African and African American ratio is 3%. And when you look at the percentage of African women in tech, it's less than 1%. Not to talk of Nigeria as an example. So our goal is to bridge that gender gap and provide education, training, mentorship, career opportunities, and also entrepreneurship to our African youths, especially Nigerian female youths. So we had a 3 weeks boot camp, and these beautiful ladies, talented ladies, with no prior experience in technology, because our criteria is we are looking for girls that are passionate. You don't need to study computer science or computer engineering, but so far you have passion in technology. We had about thousands girls between the age of 18 to 25 that applied, and we chose the best 100 out of them. And they went through a 3 weeks boot camp where they learned machine learning, data science, artificial intelligence, web development, UI, UX, and also they did a 2-day training to learn the agile methods. So agile is the #1 innovation method in Silicon Valley, and the secret sauce of Facebook, all those silicon companies. So, and at the end of the 3 weeks boot camp, they did a 2 days hackathon to use everything that they've learned over the last 2 weeks plus to develop data, social, economic solutions for Nigeria, for Lagos.
Fantastic. I was there and I saw some of the innovative things that they came up with. Okay, so let's talk about infrastructure. And I like that you've mentioned Facebook. And my question stems from the fact that every time there's a glitch, maybe on Instagram, on Facebook, and everybody goes, and I'm like, okay, when will we begin to build our own Nigerian Facebook? But look, our internet structure here is not even, what are we going to do about that? Because the tech space needs to work vis-a-vis with the infrastructure right in place with that. What do we need to do, or how do we need to go about that?
Well, our infrastructure has improved compared to a few years ago, but it's still very poor. And there's no way you can build a digital economy without infrastructure, right? You are calling someone that is next beside you and it's telling you that the phone is switched off. But the phone is actually on. So we need the government and also private organizations to help build our infrastructure. Why do you think foreign investors are going to Ghana? Why are they going to Rwanda? Why not Nigeria? Not just the infrastructure, our bureaucracy is like crazy. You have to go through maybe 100 steps before you can even start a company, invest in Nigeria, which is really, really ridiculous. When I was in Toyota, I was so excited talking to the CEO. Oh, you come to Nigeria because Toyota is in India. Toyota is in China, different countries, right? And I said, oh, Nigeria, don't worry. But with all the bureaucracy and so many challenges that we have in our governance, they went to Ghana, which is really, really painful. So we need to invest a lot in the infrastructure to benefit the citizens, not to benefit the government or few percentage of the citizens.
True, very true. Okay, so let's wrap this up with giving a word of advice or encouragement is two-pronged. So one, for someone who is not in tech and watching you right now and is considering going into that. And then also for someone who's already in tech and probably going through like a lot of challenges. What advice will you have for both of them?
Oh, for those that want to go into tech, the opportunities are there. You can start by learning online. There's Coursera, there's Simplify, there's Udemy. Start from there and discover your passion, because there are so many skills in tech. What am I excited about? What makes me leap out for joy when I wake up in the morning? Is it data marketing because it's still part of tech? Is it any of these cutting edge technology skills that we are training our girls for the Girls in Tech Bootcamp? Find your passion, find your calling. Tech is not just meant for men. Tech is meant for every man and woman created on this earth. People like us, we struggle I call myself small but mighty, and a lot of people call me that. You know, you can't shake me, right? You have to try very hard because this industry belongs to me as well. And I'm going to fight hard and to stay in this industry. So believe in yourself, believe in your dream, be confident, be bold. Anyone can achieve, become whoever they want to become in life. That's what our Nigerian girls need to do. Be bold, be confident. Believe that you can do it. And for those that are in tech, yes, it's frustrating, it's difficult. Do not quit, do not leave. Stay there. People like us, you know, I was telling you during the break, I was told by some white crazy guy, go back to your village in Nigeria. What are you doing? You are taking our job. This leadership position belongs to us. No, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to anyone that has the talent to sit on that seat.
All right, thank you so much, Anu. That's really an encouraging word, even for me that is not even in the tech space. And of course, I'm going to have this conversation with you afterward about going into the tech space.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us on One-on-One today. I hope you have learned a thing or two, and I have been encouraged. I personally have really been encouraged by Anu and the fantastic things she's doing in the tech space. We look forward to hearing more from her. Until another episode of One-on-One, I remain Funmi Onuajefe. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. On this show, we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. I am Moremi Akonho. Our guest today is a 26-year-old shoemaker. She is the founder of Care Designs, a shoemaking company she founded 5 years ago in Kano, Nigeria. She is a graduate of biology at Kano State University of Science and Technology. Our guest is Khairat Ibrahim. Hello, Khairat. Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Fine.
Thanks for joining us on the show today. So very quickly, let's go straight into our discussion. Why did you go into shoemaking?
Actually, before I went into shoemaking, I love anything that do it handwork. So I started sewing before shoemaking. I started shoemaking 5 years ago because I was into bag making, and for a person to buy bags, it has to go with shoemaking. And also, I love anything that do with handwork.
Okay.
So I was into sewing, photography, and so many stuff. But shoemaking caught my attention because I think it is my passion.
Okay, you said it caught your attention. Was it because you thought you could make more money from shoemaking?
Oh, it started like a passion.
Okay, for fashion. Okay. So what reactions did you get from people, especially your family, your friends, and people from the north about being a female shoemaker?
My family supported me. They are still supporting me. But people from our side are still surprised. They used to ask, are you really the one making those shoes? I will be like, yes, because they believe that shoemaking is just for male gender, not for female gender. Though it's male dominated work.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what female can make shoes actually. Because up till now I normally get questions like, are you really the one making those shoes? So they are still confused. Let me be surprised.
Interesting. So, Khairat, have you been able to build a team of people, or do you hand make these shoes yourself?
Recently, I have like 4, not like workers. I have 1 worker with 3 that are learning work with me.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's talk about your journey through entrepreneurship. Okay, so it started while you were in school. How has it been? So how did the whole journey start? And basically, how is it till now?
Actually, it started while started while I was a kid. I used to make some stuff, this thing like tiger nuts. I used to take tiger nuts to the school despite the strictness and everything. So I have this passion for anything that I will sell and get money. So it started when I was a kid. So as time goes on, I finished my secondary school, then went to the university. Still, I used to sell some stuff, like, what do you call this, okrika?
Yeah.
Then down to this, yes, and Ankara and laces. So after I finished my university, I then went and learned how to sew these sheets to bed and stuff like that with bags. So I was doing those stuff. Then photography caught my attention. So then I went for photography, then some things out of it. So as time goes on, then just shoemaking just got all the attention. That was 5 years back. I started shoemaking. I just went to a place. I paid. It's in our market actually. I paid certain amount of money. I started learning female shoes. From there, it was like not challenging for me. Then I went to learn male shoes, and from there I went to Abuja, and I learned some things again.
Okay, so between female shoes and male shoes, which would you say is more lucrative in your business?
Male shoes.
Male shoes.
It's more challenging. I even love male shoes personally.
Why is that?
It's more challenging.
Okay.
Because there are certain, I made so many designs that used to come to my head whenever I see leather for male shoes.
Okay. So back to what you were saying earlier, it's obvious you're very handy. You started with tailoring and then photography, and now you're making shoes. So what would you say is the benefit of being handy? I mean, learning those skills that are not necessarily sitting in the classroom and learning about education. So what's the benefit of being handy, learning basic skills or skills like that can help you?
Actually, it really helped me because even before I finished my university, I've never thought of, okay, let me just look for a job, let me work or something like that. What came to my mind was, okay, how can I learn this and this so that I can make money out of it, even if I won't make money at that time, but the passion also. So I think it really helped me.
Okay. So you spoke about passion. Passion for you is being handy, making stuff, being crafty. That's your passion.
Yes.
Amazing. More business conversations coming up with our guest right after the break. Thanks for staying with us. You are watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa with our guest, Khairat Ibrahim, founder of Care Designs. So Khairat, what impact has the current state of the Nigerian economy had on your business?
I would answer this question because it has been really tough because of the inflation.
Mm-hmm.
So people, like most of my customers, couldn't buy some shoes, many shoes from me because of the inflation and the rise of prices. Because so for example now, the shoes that we normally make at certain amount, let's say for 7,000.
Yeah.
So I'd make it for 7,000. And the customers that used to buy shoes from us at that rate are not like happy about that. So it's really, I don't know what to say. It's really
So has it reduced the number of customers that would normally buy from you?
It really reduced seriously.
But how do you get your materials? Do you import them or do you source locally?
Both. Okay. I normally source locally, but I do import some materials from, especially through certain apps.
Okay.
Look, I normally come from our market and I buy maybe from Abuja, Lagos, Kaduna, and so on.
Okay, Kairat, you've been in business for 5 years. Tell me about some of the lessons you have learned in business. Like some things you just knew that if I wasn't doing this, I wouldn't have learned this. Can you give us some examples?
At first, when I started my business, it was just like a passion to me, not for making money. So I don't record anytime I start doing sales or anything. So as time goes on, people normally ask me, okay, how much do you make in a month? I'll just be looking at them like, I don't know. So first, that part, it really helped me. Like, as time goes on, I know that okay, you have to record certain things. You have to record all your things because you might get investment from an investor or investing company. They might want to invest, but if you don't have that record of your sales or anything that you do, buying and selling, it won't be pleasing and they might not see you as someone that is serious about our business. And also, I took my business before as just something that I can just wake up now, do it, go back to sleep. That's all. So as time goes on, I think I started learning that okay, you can make certain things, you can have ideas and sell that idea to your customers. So I really learned that. And also, I was kind of lazy. Despite that I'm handy, I was lazy when it's reading about business because I thought business is just about making the work I do, making shoes, maybe sewing, that's all. So I was lazy when it comes to reading about business, going to summits and connecting, networking with people.
Interesting, Kairat. So you've told us about some of the lessons you've learned from running your business. How about you tell us about some of the challenges you faced, especially as a female entrepreneur in the North?
I'm still facing, actually.
What?
I'm still facing challenges because now some people don't buy products from you. They don't buy your products that they think that okay, you are not the one making them. But because I'm a female, feel like you're not the one making them, or they will buy them because I'm a female, not because the shoes are good.
Okay.
So I think the talent and also lack of materials, certain machines and engines because it's a small business. And also, the big challenge is interacting with those people, my colleagues, male colleagues in the market. So whenever I go to the market, they will be like, okay, what are you even doing? Making something like tangible or something good, and people are giving you this attention or something. That was a challenge to me. But apart from that, machines and certain materials, I think I don't have any challenge.
Okay. Well, I know that most entrepreneurs usually complain about having staffing challenge. Have you ever had to deal with maybe not having the right staff or your staff members misbehaving?
I do have much staff. I have one staff, then I have two people as teachers. So I do make shoes by my hand, me and that staff. So I don't have problem. I'm doing answering all my customers.
Okay, just out of curiosity, if you had to choose a big name in Nigeria to make a shoe for, maybe male or female, who would you want to make a pair of shoes for? I said if you had to choose in Nigeria that, okay, choose one big name that you'd like to make a pair of shoes for, who would you like that to be?
Dangote.
Huh?
Aliko Dangote.
Ah. Interesting. Well, keep the hope alive. It may come through someday.
Thank you.
Okay. We will go on a short break now. Please stay with us. I'm still here with Khairat Ibrahim, founder of Care Designs. Hi, Khairat.
Hi.
So where did the Care Designs name come from?
From my name.
Okay.
Then designs.
Oh, okay. All right. So how do you get inspiration for your shoe designs?
And I feel from God because whenever I sleep, I normally sleep halfway because ideas keep running in my mind. So I think from God. And also some customers normally bring their designs for me to make.
Oh, interesting. So which would you prefer? Because I know some people may find it hard actually making a customer's model that they want. They would rather make what they have in their head. But for you, which one comes easier? Both. You're very creative. Well done. Okay, so what is your advice for other young entrepreneurs running a business in Nigeria today? What words do you have for them?
Okay, I think they don't have, okay, you said for young.
Well, young and general entrepreneurs, especially female.
Procrastination should not be part of their business because it's really just business and laziness.
Okay.
Also, you have to step outside the box, network with people, meet new people, and seek advice from people that are in the game for long.
Okay. So what keeps you going as Khairat? What keeps you going? Because I'm sure there are times that you wake up in the morning and you're like, you know what, I'm not doing anything today, or I quit. But what keeps you going?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yes, her words of encouragement, because there are many times that I will just wait. I will cry. I'm tired. When will I be where I want to be? But our words of encouragement, like, no, don't give up. You have time, you can make it. So things like our words of encouragement is the one that is keeping me going.
Interesting. So, very quickly, what are your dreams for your brand? So, do you think that in another 3 to 5, 6, 7 years you will drop it and maybe pick something else, or do you actually intend to see it through completely?
I can't drop shoemaking. I think maybe I'll broaden the. I want to broaden the brand.
Okay.
So that I can more things, like more creative things, like crocheting and so on. But shoemaking, I don't think shoemaking.
So would you say that you have gotten to that peak in the shoemaking world that you can do almost anything when it comes to shoemaking? Or do you keep advancing in terms of learning to get better? Or how does it work for you?
No, I keep advancing. I don't think you reach a peak because wherever that you reach, there are people that have reached that place before you. So I think I would like to advance, meet more people that are in the game before me.
Okay, so how have you been able to, I mean, you're far away in Kano, but what strategies have you put in place to project your brand to the whole of Nigeria?
Okay, normally through social media, you place an order and your order will be sent in like 4 to 5 days, depending on what you ordered.
Amazing, Kyra. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today, and we wish you all the very best. Thanks for watching this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. And don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Morimi Akonwo. Bye for now.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
So coming into Lagos and having to do like 5 jobs, at a time, just my life has always been a balancing act, Time was when I was in this town. Funny you mention it. This entire area, I hip hop around this area. I start from NTA and begin to work my way gradually, end up here at Peck Theatre, and then at the Onikon Museum, and then at Racecourse. Story for another day.
All right, so growing up, I wouldn't say I was born with a silver spoon, but I was okay. Dad had everything going on for us. And I lost him when I was 16. So at that point in my life, I had to start making decisions for myself, which was a bit difficult. And that was when I actually decided to become a DJ. When my dad was alive, he didn't want me to do entertainment. So I had to shape myself, take that decision. I remember leaving my house for 2 years at some point because I was chasing my dream. And all that basically has molded me into the man I am today.
I remember while I was in school, I would never imagine I would be the person today. I even, at some point, never had money to go to school. So what I would do, I would walk all the way to the bus stop and hope that when I get in the bus, I'll see a student like me that can pay for me before I get to Lasu Gate. But for real, life is like that, and we just take all these things and mold them into what makes us stronger. You mold all the struggle into dumbbell, use that to make yourself stronger. That's it. So for me, I can share a lot of experience with you that would make you drop your jaw and be like, you went through all this.
I personally, I never saw the 4 walls of a university. But I found myself now being able to inspire and speak to a lot of audiences. And it's all about self-improvement. Having that drive to, I want to be better than who I am. I want to move. I want to be a positive change. I want to impact positively on the people. It is just one making that honest decision to push themselves rather than looking for the shortest cut by doing all sorts of, hanky-panky nonsense. We can. Only you can.
I've been so broke that I had to walk from Maryland to Ilupeju because I didn't have 15-hour transport money for bus. So yeah, I've been through that. And I didn't want to call anybody. This was something that I was like, I got to go through this on my own because I decided to get into the entertainment industry and chase after my dreams. Left my job. I was tired of calling family, parents, my father, my mother, my guardians to say, yo, I'm broke, I was like, you know what, let's rough it, and I did. And
But here I am today. One of my worst experience there was when I premiered on radio. The first 2 weeks was hell because people was calling the radio station to some said they should arrest me, some said they should sack me, some said they should just. They don't like my voice. They just feel say I be worried, but are they rude, you know? Then not be now we be like say comedian go come. Then a few comedians they. So when you go strange land and I no go a day, then when you go that kind of area where be like say the only comedians where they know that and Ikemowo or Sophia Sin and you got they speak pidgin and you know say comedian that time if you hear person you go be like say you they rude and those Igbo people they not they take a likely at all. So the first 2 weeks for my radio career they say me they sack me. First 3 weeks so me and my friends what we they do? People go call the radio station, say me they sack me, we can go buy card, 90 card. So when those people they call, my friends will go try to call the radio station, say, Mona leave now our best presenter. But the funny thing is our calls not they go through. If we try to call the radio station where they work, we know if they get the radio station. But the other people they call.
And the village people.
Yes, my village people, your blog the line.
A few years ago, 2012 I think or 2013, I was on a music competition. As a music competition and one of the judges said to me, I still know him, I'm not going to call him out. So he said that he doesn't feel like singing is something I should ever think of.
How did that make you feel?
I didn't feel bad because I'm precious.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The fourth edition of the Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Kadri Obafemi Hamzat Health Mission International Bosco has taken place. This edition of the Bosco Health Care Mission International was carried out in conjunction with the relaunch of the Jigi Bola initiative. The Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration has continued to lead the frontiers in delivering good health care in the diagnosis for hearing impairments and the provision of hearing aids. In the fourth edition, Bosco Health Mission Initiative made enough provision to carry out routine screening exercise on the residents across the 20 local government areas and the 37 LCDAs of the state. And this is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features Bosco HMI 4th edition, 250,000 Lagosians to benefit from free healthcare intervention. Lagos State Government unveils Smart ID card. Lagos Sanwo-Olu commissions digital modular school. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. About 250,000 residents of Lagos have been targeted for free medical treatment through the Jigi Bola Healthcare Initiative. Speaking at the flag-off of the 4th edition of Bosco Free Medical Outreach, tagged Jigi Bola relaunched Phase 2, Governor Sanwo-Olu maintains that his administration is more concerned about the health of the people and would ensure quality health care is delivered. The relaunch of the Jigi Bola initiative is in conjunction with the Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Kadri Obafemi Hamzat Health Mission International, Bosco. The Jigi Bola Health Mission was launched during the administration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as a free sight and hearing aid program of the Lagos State government in 2001. The program, targeted to reach over 250,000 Lagosians, had no fewer than 961 volunteers providing medical services for the outreach.
In this fourth edition, this mission has made enough provision to carry out routine screening exercises on the residents across the 20 local government areas and 37 LCDA of the state. And if you listen attentively to what the conveyor was saying, Mrs. Nikki Osai, she actually mentioned the fact that this will be taking place in different areas of the state, which she mentioned: Shomolu, Amuwo Odofin, Etiosa, Ibejuleki, Koshofe, Mushin, Surulere, and so on and so forth.
Governor Sanwo-Olu is represented here. He discloses that through Bosco Health Mission International, his administration has continued to lead the frontiers in delivering good healthcare services for the citizens.
This administration has also taken the bolder step by broadening the scope of this health mission to include other health provisions beyond the provision of visual and hearing aids, to cater for the need of Lagosians whose health need do not fall within visual and hearing impairment alone. And we must not apologize or be apologetic for the growing number of cases, but we must take deliberate actions in reducing the statistics of hearing disabilities and lack of good vision.
Similarly, the wife of the governor, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, believes the program has contributed a great deal in achieving unparalleled impact in preventing major health risks among residents of the state.
To urge the good people, especially those suffering from visual impairment, to take advantage of the initiative to improve their health. This is because a large number of cases of visual impairment could have been prevented if they were detected and treated effectively.
She also commends volunteers and partners who have decided to work with the state government to ensure the success of the initiative. As part of measures at providing a reliable database in the state, the Lagos State Residents Registration Agency, LASRA, has launched the upgraded Lagos State Resident Identity Card, LagSmart ID Card. The relaunch, according to the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, took place simultaneously across the 5 divisions as the state targets to produce 10 million cards before the end of the year. This is a venue of the relaunch to unveil the LagSmart ID Card at the Police College, Ikeja. It was filled to capacity with people from all walks of life thronging the venue to witness the event. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu got the place electrified as he acknowledged greetings from the people. The governor told the gatherings that the event took place simultaneously across the 5 divisions in order to meet up with its projected target to produce 10 million cars before the end of the year.
I want to use this up to call on all of us, let us acquire this Lagos resident card. And it will help us enjoy the many, many benefits on offer and enable us more thoroughly and effectively plan and budget for the delivery of the dividends of democracy against the backdrop of our ever-growing population. I'm certainly proud to note that the smart card benefiting the leading megacity in Africa, Lagos State.
Tubosu Alake is a special advisor to the governor, Innovation and Technology. He described the launch as a landmark to catalyze the Lagos economy through technology.
This new identity paradigm in Lagos, tagged LASRA 2.0, that is what we have called it, adopts industry-leading technology with world-class partners to deliver a comprehensive and elastic identity system that is future-proof and highly secure.
General Manager of LASRA,
Ibilola Kasimu highlighted the unique features of the new Lagos Residence Card.
This new card is a multi-purpose smart card with 28 applets that make the provision of 28 services possible to cardholders. The new card is therefore a multi-application smart card that offers registered residents access to services ranging from serving as a means of personal security and identity verification at points of accessing various government services, validation of your residency status, and also financial inclusiveness by providing every resident with the ability to perform cashless transactions.
She told the gathering that card holders can also use it as a means of payment for services across multiple vendors, including buses, ferries, supermarkets, and cash withdrawals from banks' automated teller machines. Kasimu appealed to residents in the state who have not registered to do so by visiting the agency's website www.lagosresidence.gov.ng.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has opened the newly built containerized modular classroom block in Vetland Junior Grammar School, Agege. He described the digitalized modular school as the future of public schools in Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa in general.
This is the Vetland Junior Grammar School in Agege. The school was carved out of the existing Vetland Grammar School and officially took off on 6 January 2003. The formal commissioning brought so much excitement to the students, parents, and teachers as Governor Sanwo-Olu made his way through the crowd. The governor, in his keynote address, told the gathering that his goal was to build schools of the future, public schools that are driven by cutting-edge technology. He described the modular school as a milestone on the journey towards ensuring that no child is left behind in Lagos State.
This is the future of public school in Lagos. This is the future of public school in Nigeria. We believe this should be the future of public school in Africa. In terms of some numbers, our administration so far, we've constructed over 800 new classroom blocks in public school system, while we're completing rehabilitation of about 200 primary schools and secondary schools, all within the next couple of weeks. We've also added about 180,000 units of furniture that have been supplied across all the 6 educational districts in the state.
Commissioner for Education Folashade Adefisayo thanked Sanwo-Olu for keeping his promise of increasing the ministry's yearly budgetary allocation. She described the Vetland modular building as one for ages.
This building is unique, but it's unique again because for me as an educationist, I love nice buildings. I want the children to be in nice buildings. But for me, it's always about the teaching and learning. What is going on inside the school? And in this school, in each classroom, we have a smart whiteboard. We have tablets for the children. The teachers clock in using biometrics. And what this is going to do is that we are moving our children into the 21st century.
Chairman of the Special Committee of Rehabilitation of Public Schools, Hakeem Smith, noted that a new intermodal containerized building would encourage hybrid learning. He said pupils can learn remotely because of the type of technology deployed in the school.
In 10 years from now, the kids from Vetland are the ones who will digitize your civil service. It will be native to them. It will be native to them. It will be what they are used to doing from day one already. They would be the corporate leaders tomorrow who are going to be solving with critical thinking skills that they would learn in this classroom, solving problems for Lagos State. They would be the inventors in 2 years from now, from the technology they have here.
When you bring traditional learning into modern day technology, you have them at your fingertip. They are interested, they come alive. And then this solution, this technology sitting in this classroom allows them interact with the teacher there's room for critical thinking, there's room for creativity. So it's not just the teacher talking and writing. Now they are actively involved. You can see that all of the pupils have a PC. Everything going on the screen is replicated on their PC. So they get to interact and collaborate.
The containerized modular school building comprises 9 regular classrooms, 3 laboratories, and 4 staff rooms, all solar-powered.
As a government entrusted with oversight and leadership of the public service, my administration will continue to give priority attention to all your needs, especially those that will improve your job satisfaction and your ability and capacity to meet the expectations of Lagosians. This reassurance came from Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at the 2022 Public Service Week celebration.
It was an auspicious occasion organized to recognize Lagos State public servants who have been adjudged outstanding in various ministries, agencies, and parastatals statewide. The grand finale was part of activities lined up to commemorate the 2022 Public Service Week. The stakes were high, so also expectations of these civil servants, all anticipating to win. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu set the tone for the moment. The governor stepped to the podium, reassuring that the workers' welfare was topmost in his agenda.
As a government that is entrusted with oversight and the leadership of the public service, we will continue to give priority attention to all of your needs, especially those that will improve the quality of your job and give you a higher level of job satisfaction and increase your ability and capacity to meet the very, very high expectations of Lagosians.
Earlier, the head of service, Muri Okwonla, highlighted the selection process for recipients of award.
A total number of 334 nominations were received from MDAs, local governments, and LCDAs for year 2020-2021. Out of this nomination, a total of 190 officers were finally recommended to receive the Outstanding Officers Award in line with the aforementioned.
And the moment finally came. 10 car keys were presented to the lucky winners drawn from both senior and junior categories. Mojisola Oyeleke won a business class return ticket to Dubai.
With the support of Air Peace Nigeria, you are flying business class to Dubai.
I'm very grateful. I'm not expecting it, but I'm very grateful. I thank my God that you do wonder for me. I don't know that God will answer me this way.
Bola Agbabiaka, on behalf of other awardees, thanked Governor Sanwo-Olu for counting them worthy of such an honor. He said the award will spur them to more service.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has unveiled and handed over 48 units of Greater Lagos LBIC apartments in Ogba-Ijayi Pen Cinema of Agege. The project, according to Sanwo-Olu, is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing affordable housing for Lagosians.
The Greater Lagos LBIC apartments comprise 2 3-bedroom flats and 4 units of the 4-bedroom maisonette. It is a joint venture arrangement involving Lagos Building Investment Company, PLC, and RPDC Limited. Governor Sanwo-Olu, in fulfillment of his administration's promise, handed over keys to 14 families that were displaced as a result of the construction of the Agege Pen Cinema with no payment or charges.
For us, this is not only about the affordability of the housing, but also it's not only about the availability, but it's also about the affordability. We're concerned about ensuring that not only are the houses reasonably priced, but that they are also creative in financing mechanism that gives people the capacity and the convenience to pay based on their future earning and incomes. And so it is our quest to provide decent yet affordable accommodation to the people of the state. We have in close partnership with the private sector. Today, in just about 3 years, we've handed over almost 4,000 housing units across the state.
Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since inception of his administration, it has commissioned not less than 15 affordable and decent housing projects and delivered more than 3,526 housing units across the state, noting that the ongoing land reform was his commitment to addressing the challenge of housing deficits in Lagos State. He said the Greater Lagos LBIC apartments are an example of what is possible in this regard.
We've given a lot of land to some of our big developers to also help them so that we can monitor and they can help us also ensure that we can activate housing needs to a lot of our citizens. Indeed, our view has always been that the most efficient way to address the housing challenge we face as a mega city is for government to enable and empower the private sector to also deploy adequate capital in this area. It is true meaning of public-private partnership, each player bringing its strengths to bear to deliver a sustainable project that benefits the people and the state. And you see the Greater Lagos LBIC apartment is an example of that testament. And so it's my pleasure to announce and to be able to hand over to the 14 families that were displaced because of the construction of a very iconic Agege Pen Cinema Bridge. We now have accommodated all of them under this scheme, and that their flats will be allocated to them here today at no cost at all. And so I would like to use this medium to appeal to all of our housing agencies, all of them, most of them are here, to continue to engage robustly with the private sector as well as other stakeholders to jointly address the housing deficit in our mega city of Lagos State. Our expectation is that within a couple of months, LBIC, which is one of their primary roles, and I've charged them again, and I'm sure maybe next month or the month after, they should be handing over about 320 units in Amuwo-Odofi. They should be completing about 360 units in Obele-Oniwala in Surulere. They should be completing another 64 units at Olaleye in Iponri. They should, at an advanced stage of 132 units at the Ikeja. And they also at very advanced stage with shopping malls they have at Lekki and Ikeja. I think LBIC deserves a round of applause. I'm sure if I should roll out the one for LSDPC, they also have a lot that I'm aware of. They have houses that are built in Ilupeju, in Victoria Island, in Surulere, in Ogba. That's for LSDPC. And for Ministry of Housing, we're waiting for you. I know you are the bigger boys there. You have in Bagada, you have in Ikorodu, you have in Epe. So let's just wrap it up. Let's have all of those houses off the shelf, Mr. Commissioner. Okay?
In his address, the Managing Director, Lagos Building Investment Company, Oluwatobiloba Lawal, said Governor Sanwo-Olu's commitment in ensuring that the housing deficit in Lagos State is reduced and affordable to Lagosians is commendable.
The highlight of this event is the magnanimity of our dear Mr. Governor to reallocate and hand over keys to families that were displaced as a result of the construction of Agege Pen Cinema Bridge. These flats are to be given free with no cost. This is another expression of this administration on common compassion and strong determination to meet yearnings and aspirations of the good people of Lagos State. It is important to note that the project to be commissioned was achieved as a result of collaboration with RPDC Limited, which is a construction company. The scheme comprises of 48 units of 2- and 3-bedroom flats Also, 4 units of 4-bedroom maisonette. May I seize this opportunity to thank the management of RPDC Limited for a job well done.
Speaking on behalf of the 14 families who were allocated apartments in the Greater Lagos LBIC apartments, Mrs. Esther Ogumbajo recalled that about 5 years ago, their flats were demolished for the Pen Cinema Bridge.
When His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu emerged as the Executive Governor of Lagos State, we continued the protests and the fights with the government. But because His Excellency has a listening ears, he called us to a roundtable talk. He promised to build another flat for us, although we did not believe him. But we are here today to collect the keys to our apartment. Today, our joy has no measure. By the special grace of God, COP 2023, we promise you the vote of everyone in this community. This is a clear evidence His Excellency will deliver his manifesto. We wish you success in the forthcoming election in 2023.
She commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for fulfilling his promise to compensate them, promising that the residents would vote en masse to re-elect the governor during the next governorship election.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
It is your show, Not Your 9 to 5, where we tell incredible stories of individuals who left their primary disciplines and ventured into something else, which is not necessarily your regular 9 to 5. Today we are telling the story of Olubusola Mada, who left the walls of banking industry to become a maker and producer of apparels, customized apparels at that. Listen to our story in a bit.
My name is Olubusola Mada. I studied accounting in school and, well, I was a banker for 7.5 years. All through my banking career, I was also doing my business by the side. Not until last year, July 26th precisely. That was my last day being a banker, and here's what I do now. I make clothes, I make children's clothes, I make urban apparel, t-shirts, hoodies, joggers. This is my world. Whatever it is, if it is creativity, fun, happiness, you come here. I left my banking career and I've been doing this full time. My experience, well, there's been ups and downs. It's been fun and it's been challenging, especially because this is the first time in my life that I have to totally concentrate and do a customer-facing job. While I was in the banking industry, I worked at the head office all through my banking career, and I never really had to interact so much with customers. But now, I have to take customers' orders, I have to arrange customers' orders, send them down, it comes back to me, sort them, dispatch, get customers' feedback. So right now, I am like the old face of the business, which is very new to me. So it's been a learning phase. I'm still learning, and I'm open to more learning because, well, to keep this place running, we have to face customers. We have to do this. So, well, as much as possible, we try to reduce our costs so that our prices are not too high for our customers. So our packaging materials are actually produced by us. So we just go ahead and, so we bought a lot of papers and we do it by ourselves. So we just go ahead and use gums. So we just go ahead and use gums to like glue them together. So we have t-shirts here. So I don't know if I've told you, we do all these things. Okay, so this one is for a customer. They are yet to pick it up. So we do t-shirts and all those things for families as well. So we do children, we do adults, we do all sexes. So this is for dad. It says I'm dad, I don't care. So other ones, so for the mom, we decided to jazz it up a bit with glitters, and mom says that I make the rules and dad says that I don't care. So we like to put a lot of our creativity and sarcasm in producing our designs. So, well, I told you also that we do children's clothes as well. We have various types of outfits for children. So these are shorts with a little suspenders in front. So we have very cute outfits for children. We still have them. And we also do things with Ankara as well. We are Nigerians, we are. The challenges really come from the fact that you have to keep the place running. You have to make sure that you have jobs to do. You have to make sure that the cost is really low so that you can have enough to plow back into the business and at the same time pay salary. You have to make sure that you're managing your customers and you have as much visibility as possible on social media, you know. And you have to manage everybody. You have to manage the people who are working with you. You have to manage customers. You have to manage the vendors that you're working with. For instance, your dispatch guys. Any mistake can spoil everything, and at the end of the day, customer is not happy. When customer is not happy, you don't make money. So it's a small box that comprises so many things, and at times you feel dragged, like so many things. But it's really interesting, actually. It's really interesting. I won't call it challenging. I would say it's really, really interesting. I won't say that my life as a banker is better than this, or that this is better than that. I would just say that at different points in our lifetime, we are wired to do different things. So back then, I was already doing this as a side also. So, and as at that time, at the 24th of the month, I know that something is coming into my pocket. But right now, I always know that the 24th of the month, we need to pay salary. The company needs to pay salary. So even if we don't even have it at that time, I have to look for every means, get jobs, chat friends, and so that at least we can have something to pay at that time of the month. So it's a totally different lifestyle. At the point in my career, I felt that I had done it all, as in I had given my all to the banking system. And I felt that if I stayed there longer, there's really nothing so much of me, and I'm missing out on the next level of my life. So I thought, okay, how about, this is something I've been doing for a while, how about I give it a try? I've learned so much in the banking industry, and I've learned so much from my mentors, I've learned so much from school. So why don't I put all the learnings together and then create something out of it? So these kind of things give me, as it makes me happy. So for instance, customers have been asking for another pattern on their reversible masks, and they said they wanted something that goes round. That goes round the neck. This is the first sample we'll be doing. We just cut this right here while you're here, and this is what we have come up with. We'll keep practicing until we get it right. So this is the first one, and let me show you. We are not there yet. Okay, so we are almost close. We're almost close. By the time we do the third, fourth, and the fifth one, I'm sure it will be perfect. So this is why I said I want to do this full time, because it makes me happy. What excites me most about the business is the creative part of it. The fact that you piece different things together and it comes to a whole. It's really fun. It's invigorating, and the best part of it is when you now see the results. So that's why most of the time I like to print, because you just put different pieces together and a beautiful picture jumps at you. So it's really exciting, actually, it is.
I've been working with McMada since 2014. I love this job, and I believe in future I want to have a fashion home just like this.
My 9-to-5 job. I won't say for certain that I will not go back to my 9-to-5 job, because I don't know which circumstances I will find myself in the next 6 months or 2 years or 3 years. But if you asked me now, will I go back to my 9-to-5 job? Like now, the way I feel now, I will tell you for certain, no. At least not at this point in my life. It's not an option at this point in my life. Hey, this is not your regular 9-to-5, but this is my life. It's my life. And my name is Olubusola Mada.
And in this episode, we are meeting with Juliet Aigbe. Juliet Aigbe has been in the IT world for 3 years, and even with experience in oil and gas as a liaison officer between the company and oil producing communities. And she left all of this to begin what she is passionate about, which is confectionaries and baking. And today we are at her premises to have a conversation.
Okay, I would say I moved from 9 to 5 because I didn't essentially leave IT.
Right.
It's always a part of life, especially now that we're in this COVID era. Those things really come to bear. So I never really left IT. I just kind of had a paradigm shift in how I was going to express my individuality. So I've always been the kind of person that has independent thoughts and opinion. And so that drove me to discovering myself and in becoming more self-aware about my proclivities, my passion, what drives me. I think I found a fuller expression in Sugar Craftsing, and that's why I'm here. Sometimes I feel like it's a curse because there's this illusion that, oh, you want to be your own boss and then you want to, make things happen. I think the beauty or the blessing there is just being able to create. I think essentially that's the high points of entrepreneurship for me, creating something from nothing, evolving and putting substance to a dream, So that for me is, I'll say, the blessing. But in terms of being in it, it's so good that I probably didn't even see the how the journey is going to be. Because if I did, I probably would just remain my 9 to 5, which was more a cushier environment than here, which feels like a jungle, So you just have to know your onions and know what you're doing. And another thing, why I transitioned into Sugar Craftsing is we check the global Dream Index. The survey was carried out to see people who really fulfill their dreams. 50% of women don't pursue what they're really passionate about. You know, maybe you're told to go and study medicine or study, or, you know, I think that there was a particular place I watched where they said, oh, it's supposed to be 3 things, either a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or a disgrace to the family. Like anything outside of those 3, it's like a disgrace. You know, I actually went through that. You mean after all the education, you worked in, you know, I can't call it a company. You're going to start doing cakes? What's the point? It's telling you to screw, because our parents had this artisanal thinking that if you're an artisan, you're a second-tier kind of person, you know, and everything. Or if it's a blue-collar kind of work, it's not really that prestigious like a white-collar job. I think that's a colonial construct, because they come, tell you what to do, but, you know, there's no full expression. If you check even industrialized nations, you see people who actually make a difference, or those who invent things, who create things, who solve problems. And I think the entrepreneur has that streak in him or her that says, I want to solve a problem. And that's what drives you. And that's why when you have all the challenges, you don't say, oh, I wish I'm back in my 9 to 5. I never regret making this transition. I don't work 9 to 5. I work crazier hours. I work 6 to 6. I mean, as in 24/7. You know, you're thinking, even when you're dreaming the next task, you know. So it's always like being driven by passion, being driven by a problem that needs to get solved. And that's why I say, I won't trade this for anything else. Even if I move on from cake making, because right now we don't just do cakes, we also do cake mixes, and then we train people. And I think I have the reformer streak in me, where I'm looking at what is happening in the food sector right now. There's a lot of carcinogenic additives that used to enhance production processes just to increase yield and profitability, and they're very harmful and injurious to people's health. So I am taking that as my own advocacy project, that, you know what, we can actually have baked goods in this sector, in the industry, without you know, falsifying them with additives that are harmful to the body, especially now during this COVID-19 era where people are dying of underlying health issues. I'm looking critically at what kind of baked goods can they eat where they don't have to worry about their health or worry about side effects. And that's why our products in the market right now solve those problems. Talking about challenges, one of the things that we encounter in running our business is power supply, you know, and that's our generator there. Without it, we really can't make this work. And so it's one of the big headaches we have in this sector. We're hoping that things will improve drastically, and then we can, you know, make more progress in Nigeria. So we're going to go inside right now. However, no mask, no entry. Another challenge, I mean, we all go through challenges in life and in the business as well. Another challenge that we have is ease of doing business. A lot of times you don't get the right kind of information. Then government policies also keep changing. There was a time when tariff on wheat importation was escalated, and it became like 20% increase on that tariff. That really affected the cost of production in terms of raw materials and access to materials. So that's the unstable economic environment is a challenge as well. And then manpower. Sometimes you don't want to go through what they call high key man risk. You want to be able to break down your operational processes to be able to accommodate this high key man risk factor. So what we've just done is to overcome that challenge is to put in place a turnkey model that breaks up a particular task into, or let me say, demystify the process. So if for example, I have a decorator or a baker, we just break up the job, the tasks assigned, so that we know who does what, and that way it's easy to scale up, you know. And so one of the things we're also able to do to overcome this challenge is we have our cake mixes, where we don't need power supply to produce it. The new normal is to bake at home, because during the lockdown, a lot of people could not really go out to order cakes or see what they want. So either they shop online and like, you know what, let me just pick up a skill of baking. Now I have time on my hands. Most of the excuse people give is, oh, I don't have time to bake, I can't use my oven. I'm sure 80% of ovens in Nigeria are not even utilized. So with the cake mix, you're able to actually go down from your gas cooker to the oven space and use it. So it's been a very interesting journey, expanding our product offering from just decorated cakes. And we have two types of decorated cakes. We have the made to stock, the ones that you come and pick on the shelf, and then we have the made to measure or the made to order, the ones that are signature or specialty for special occasions. And I'm moving from that or expanding further into cake mixes where you don't have to be a professional baker to bake your cake. What we've done is we've packaged the premix in a way that you just open the pack, pour into your bowl, add the wet ingredients like your eggs and vegetable oil and water, and then stir, pour into your baking pan. It goes straight into your oven that you hardly used, and then in less than 30 minutes, a cake comes out. And you know, there's an emotional high you get from being able to bake your own cake, that, oh, finally I can bake a cake by myself. And even kids can be fully engaged also using the cake mixes, because they build confidence, saying that, oh, I baked that cake. Did you see that chocolate cake? I baked it. You know, it's almost like you want to impress your loved ones about, you know, how you can bake a cake. So for me, that emotional high that you get, you know, from baking with the cake mix is something that is so unique that you don't get from even buying a decorated cake. You know, you can say, oh, my cake is pretty, but when you bake it yourself, you know, happiness comes to you because you created something with your hands. And so that's how you become happy, when you create things with your hands and you can see it. And people are like, oh, wow, this is really nice. This looks really good. And it tastes fantastic too. I'm like, oh, that's my cake. So it's like trying to bring the general public to demystify the entire process of baking. And that's why we have amazing cake mixes. I call them the breakthrough cake mixes because it's very easy to use. You know, it's just mix it and then you bake it. It's as simple as that. And me being like a reformer, why I came into this sector is I want to be able to look at why do we use things like aspartame, ACK to sweeten baked goods. I'm like, no, we can do without those kind of sweeteners and bring in nutritive sweeteners instead of those non-nutritive and actually carcinogenic sweeteners. So I am here just trying to reform that industry, do my bits to reform as much as I can, and then pass the baton to the next person, and for them to also go the full distance in ensuring that we don't play part of the bad food politics that's going on globally around the world just because we want to scale a business. So other challenges are, there's a lot, you know. Then the delivery, sometimes the roads are bad and then you can't go too far, or you have to pay premium to get your goods to their desired destinations. Sometimes when we even ship our products out of Lagos to other parts of Nigeria, it can take as long as 2 weeks to move those goods from Lagos to a place like Abuja. And then when you have a shelf life of your products for like 3 months and it's already spending 1/3 of the time in transit, so you just have 2 months to play with. It just puts you under a lot of pressure. And so for us, we've just looked at all these issues as growing pains, you know, and those are some of the challenges that we encounter running the business.
My name is Femi Olawale. I'm a decorator, and we are so structured and has a procedure. That's what makes us to be more efficient in every of our products. Sometimes it's somehow tough, while sometimes it's easy because we have to give our customers exactly what they really want. So for these, we go a very long way to satisfy our customer in all our efforts. Sometimes, you know, most of our customers, you know, to talk to us rudely based on saying that we are doing cakes, but for the fact that we really need them, so we just have to take it and face the life challenges the way it comes. And we're in another dimension of challenges. Sometimes, you know, based on our product, we are to deliver. Sometimes we have a series of challenges in terms of delivery and all that. Our customers, they are some of them are very easy, while some are tough. You know, no matter how it is, we just have to, you know, satisfy our customers because all customers are always right.
My name is Juliet Aigwe. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 exciting events that you would very much enjoy. On our first event, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, organized an event to inaugurate Alexander Wilcox as its 20th chairman. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the event.
In the hall were family and friends, close associates, professional colleagues, and invited guests of Alexander Wilcox. They were all excited to celebrate their own. Wilcox, the man of the moment, while recounting how he was first elected to the executive committee of the body as a social publicity secretary, and now as the chairman of the institute because of his hard work and the efforts of some special people who reposed confidence in him, was self-assured on what he would do differently to sustain the work of his predecessors.
It's not going to be a dash, it's going to be a marathon. And cooperation is the only thing that can see us through. We have a lot of activities. And what we have planned to do is to engage as much possible stakeholders.
As he further stated how he would go about it, his ever-supportive daughter, Jacqueline Wilcox, was delighted to have a visionary father. She believes her father is capable of leading the organization.
I have appreciated my predecessors. They have all done their very best. But like I said, and I will always repeat what I said in my acceptance speech, more of stakeholders' engagement, especially in media. I started my administration by visiting media houses. And that I have visited 3, and I'm visiting more. Now the media will have to propagate what we are doing. We'll have partnership with the media so that our host committee will know what we are doing.
He did not just jump into this. He has been built up and trained for this. And so I am very confident that he has what it takes to make this work. And as you can see, many other people have that same confidence in him. They have, gotten up to testify to all these attributes in him. For him, I just say, keep the flag flying, keep being you. All the attributes that you possess that have brought you up to this point will take you even further than here.
His friend and professional colleague, Yinka Daudu, and an activist, Nelson Ekujumi, congratulated him and both said they have no doubt he will deliver in his capacity.
Alexander is someone I have known for many years. As a matter of fact, we worked in the same office sometimes in the 90s. And I can assure you that he's a very, very reliable person. It is a well-deserved honor given to Alexander. He has put in a lot into that district, and it can only be better that he is given this position.
I would describe Alexander, going by the encomiums poured on him today, as a thorough professional, a diligent auditor, and an accomplished accountant. So that tells you clearly that Alexander is a complete Nigerian. I'm sure these are some of the qualities that the members of his Lagos and district society have seen in him.
Friends, family, and invited guests congratulated him as they danced and wished him a successful tenure in office.
Our next event is on multi-award-winning writer, film and TV producer, and TV host Fumi Iyonda, who invited family, friends, and loved ones to a watch party for the 2nd season of her newly introduced TV show, Public Eye.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamishe Anyanwola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller Funmi Iyoda wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of Public Eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what Public Eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogunbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrile Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Iyoda's storytelling as the shower encomium on her.
I always have this to say about the media mogul and messiah that I call Funmi Iyoda. Auntie Funmi Adat, because she's not my mate. I was inspired and motivated by how she was constantly changing the narrative and she was rewriting the story of media and also giving us stories from a different perspective. Where do I even start from? Mama, you are ageless, you are timeless, you are flawless, you are stainless, you are spotless. Gbogbo, take all your flowers. In short, you don't even need flowers, you own the garden.
She is keeping abreast of the story to tell us that he shouldn't die because the safety of Lagosians and every one of us is at stake here. She wants the public to take 1 or 2 lessons from this.
She's real, she's true, she's inspiring, she's humble, she is beautiful, and above all, she's blessed.
In the world we live in today, journalism and new media, it's very, very tempting to go after like flashy, entertainment, fun stories, but it's still important to make sure that ordinary people's stories of justice and injustice and the way Nigerians live are told. And Funmi has always made that the core of her career. She's always wanted to highlight how regular, everyday Nigerians are living and growing and managing themselves in the society we live in. So it's really, really amazing and inspirational to see that she has continued to do that with Public Eye.
Guests at the event were treated to a light entertainment, even as Public Eye Season 2 goes on air.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, KADAM, organized a walk in commemoration of World Drug Day and to create awareness about the dangers of indulging in drugs.
About 100 members of KADAM converged just at the gate of the redemption camp of the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State to sensitize the people about the effects of drug abuse. The sensitization began from the gate with members excitedly singing, dancing and sharing flyers as they embarked on a 7-kilometer walk to the house of the Grand Patron, Foluke Adeboye. Adeboye advised the members to keep up the work.
I want to seize this opportunity to thank God for all our board members and all our stakeholders and those who love us, who are supporting us over the years at KADAM. Even as we have submitted your wish and your will to eradicate drug by supporting all my beloved men of valor. On behalf of the General Overseer and the RCCG as a whole, we want to say thank you to all our stakeholders.
The Director General of KADAM, Dr. Dukun Adedeji, promised that the organization would continue desensitization across the nation.
Substance abuse is so bad that we need to know about it. If you know the statistics that United Nations released, Nigeria has about 14.4% prevalence use. We translate about 15 million. And that was about 4 years ago. You can then imagine what it is now. If we don't do anything about it, very soon the whole country will be ravaged by drugs. So we need to work with NDLEA, UNODC to do this.
The Assistant General Overseer, Admin and Personnel of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Funsho Odeshola, as well as the Director of Programs and Orientation, KADAM, Funke Salako, both urged parents to take up the responsibility of monitoring their wards.
Parent and every member of the family should give priority to the family, even more than work, because God gave us family before He handed over work to us.
If it's still experimental use, then they need counseling. They will need counseling before it gets out of hand. Getting out of hand, I mean, before it gets to addiction. We've helped so many people over the years. We've helped over 3,000 people, and a lot of them are still standing, and they are doing good in society. So,
World Drug Day is marked on the 26th of June every year to strengthen action and cooperation in achieving a world free of drug abuse.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, it just thought, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still, at that point, didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill. I think that point was a tipping point, really, because I remember, when I broke it to my dad that, look, I don't want to be a banker. He had interviews lined up for me, like, you work in a bank here, I know this man, I know that man. Like every African father, I want to help his kid. And then I'll go for the interview and I'll almost sabotage it because I didn't want to work there. From there, I'll walk out and go to a restaurant and tell them I'm a chef. I just came back from London. I want to show you what I can do. I was trying to get a job, but the pay was so low. And I just saw that, look, it wasn't going to happen. So I just thought, you know what, I need to set up a school where we can train chefs here. And I had to go to my dad because I wanted to go to culinary school. Because all these years, I'd never gone to culinary school. I just kind of learned from working. But if I was going to teach other people, I need to learn how it's done properly. So I went back to my dad and I said, Dad, I don't want to do this. I don't want to wear a tie. I feel choked with that tie. I want to cook. This is what I love. And he said, you must be mad. And I called my mom and said, your son has obviously run mad. After all the money we paid, sending him to university, now he says he wants to be a cook. That talk to your son, talk some sense into him. And my mom was very supportive. She said, you know what, this is what you want to do. She tried to talk to my dad. It was a little bit of a fight at home, but eventually my dad came through and said he thought it was a phase. He thought, let me send him to culinary school. Maybe after a while he'll come back and see that that's not really what I want to do. But it stuck because, I'm the stone. If I set my mind to something, I just have to do it. So, I went to culinary school and he supported it. Today he's proud of me. He always calls me, my son is a principal. He owns a school here, owns a school in Abuja. So he's very proud now. I'm glad. The culinary school was 6 months. I did a program at the French Culinary Institute in New York. And for me, I didn't go to culinary school to learn how to cook because I'd worked in 5 restaurants, some of them really top restaurants in London. So I knew how to cook, but I wanted to understand the teaching side. I wanted to understand how to run a culinary school, the business side of it. So my going, when I went to London, I studied business. It really came in handy as well. So all my time in culinary school, all I was gathering was data and knowledge. I pretty much used to talk to everybody from cleaners to receptionists because I wanted to understand everything. And with cooking of food also, I wanted to understand the whys and the whats and why are we adding this? Why are we doing it for so long? So I'm one of those annoying students that will keep on asking questions. And that's because everything I learn to be able to reteach. So for me, it was very important that I understand everything around it. Part of the deal with my dad was, look, if you're going to go to culinary school, it was going to pay half of it, and if I can raise half of it. So I did raise almost half, but it paid the rest. But in raising that half, I sold everything I had, basically. I had a car, I sold it. I started a dry cleaning business. I sold that to my friend. I borrowed money. So I came back to Nigeria, and there was no money left to start up. Even though I had these big dreams when I was in culinary school that when I get back, it's going to look like this, it's going to look like that. But unfortunately, I came back and I was broke. So I had no choice but to start small, which when I teach students about business of food now, I always advise them, look, try to start small. Big dreams are good, but it's better to grow into it. So I rented a small apartment. The kitchen in it was smaller than this office. And that's where Red Dish actually started from. It was in Egbeda, which is a remote area that I thought nobody was going to come for. But when I started letting people know that, look, I'm training people for a culinary school, people got excited. And I got my first 3 students that registered. Those 3 students still ended up working with Red Dish up on 2 of them still work in Red Dish today. One of them traveled abroad. So they were so sold on the dream back then that they wanted to be a part of it after they finished their program. But yes, it was really small, nothing like what you see here today. It was really tiny. This is our studio kitchen. We use this for recording sometimes, and sometimes we teach here as well. The professional 1-year students use this as their classroom as well. This is Chef Nikki. And this is Dami, in charge of our PR. I think when I started, I had a lot of doubts. At the point I was thinking maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should go and beg my dad and say I want that bank job, because it was tough. Because first of all, Nigerians thought, even one of my friends was telling me that, why are you trying to teach people? Nobody wants to learn. They learn from their mothers, or, why are you trying to teach people how to cook? This is stuff that people learn at home, and they're like, you're a guy, you should be working here. So I had a lot of negativity around it that, this is never going to work. People thought that after like a year, everything will fall apart. This is not a business that's sustainable. So that was tough. And then also, sourcing ingredients. I came back from French culinary school where they taught different things. Here in Nigeria, we did not have a lot of the ingredients. So I had to almost dumb down the syllable a lot to start. And then we built on that again. So it was tough. A lot of Nigerians didn't know a lot of the stuff that we were trying to teach then. So we had to come down and go back and review. And a lot of things I learned along the way about running business in Nigeria. Because while I was in the UK, I used to run a business there. It was very different. to when I got here and I saw the way things were done. You know, you don't have any support from the government, you don't have support from anybody. You're pretty much on your own. So it's been tough. All right, this is the pantry. Very, very busy. You can pass through. We call this the demonstration kitchen or the demo kitchen. And this, different classes go on here, but the continental class is currently going on here. Chef Issy and Chef Lola. What are we making today? Okay. I think for this business, it's been mostly organic growth. We've shied away from trying to get loan and trying to get finance because we find that, look, you don't want to put yourself in a corner, especially in this economy where things are not as it seems and things are very quick to, the dollar is increasing every time. If you get a finance from an American company, for example, and they give you dollars, they're going to expect dollars back. By the time you're paying the dollars rate has changed, you're losing money. So for me, I've tried as much as possible to grow as organically as possible so that we are not shackled and tied up. But, you can still get finance, you can still get capital, but we have tried as much as possible to just grow organically. So when I say organically, I mean, basically, like I said, I started small. And when I started with almost nothing. I did all the decor myself, I did woodwork myself, everything. I came from a DIY culture, living in the UK, so I did a lot of that myself. So as people paid money, as the money was coming in the business, where I was reinvesting in the business. And then when it was time to move from my home to another place, I met a friend that is now the director here. He runs the Lagos school now. So he was the only person that believed in the dream and put forward some money towards the business. But since then, what we've basically done is reinvested money back in the business. So we are not frivolous people. We're not trying to be big boys. So we try as much as possible to just reinvest the money in the business, use it to grow the business on its own.
The food service industry is growing fast, which makes becoming a chef a lucrative and appealing career path for many people. Additionally, the growth of the Food Network and proliferation of YouTube celebrity chefs have glamorized the industry. However, success in the food service industry isn't easy. 60% of restaurants don't make it past their first year, and 80% go out of business within 5 years. According to an IBIS World Report on single-location full-service restaurants in the US, 67% of a restaurant's costs go directly to wages and purchase expenses. Additionally, the average profit margin for a restaurant after removing all other costs is only 6.2%. With a profit margin this slim, insolvency is unfortunately never far away.
She's rallying around women across. In fact, I just saw a tweet from her when she was talking about a female making case for female deputy governor in Adamawa State and things like that. So we need to speak up. It's when we begin to speak up for ourselves, then we'll now begin to see how we can create those platforms and those chances for the young people and the women to come into governance and power. And I understand that women helping women, women collaborating women, these are what we need to do more so that it won't be that women are fighting women, women are fighting women, women are trying to pull down women. So all of these things, anything that could make women to come together to actually fight for themselves so that they will also be included in government, these are actions I think we should be doing. I'm not talking about the issue of feminism or whatever. This one has nothing to do with women fighting for women. You understand? This is strictly political. And political, what we do logically, politically, not that you now begin to use the tactics of feminism and propaganda and some others, you substitute whatever. You understand? Those ones they are not going to work. You understand? What will work is when you have a formidable action plan like what I've just mentioned. You understand? You come under that, and I believe it is doable.
People, Nigerian citizens, and especially young people, there's a lot of gap between them and the political class. And another way to say that is there's a lot of difference, a lot of distrust, you know, among the young persons and the ruling class. What do you think that the new age politicians who are cropping up, you vying for office, what can you do differently, or what do you think can be done differently to curb or bridge this gap and, you know, begin to build trust again among our political class and the citizens?
Well, the fact of the matter is that trust is, in quotes, it is subjective, okay? The constituent itself, the people themselves, they need to tell themselves the truth, and they need to come to terms with what is real and what is imaginative, and connect it with their expectation from politicians, okay? Because when a politician is campaigning and they are telling you what you know that it is practically impossible to achieve, and you believe them, and when they deceive you, get into power, then you are now expecting them to do the impossible for you. Of course, you know it is a two-way thing. The trust that we are trying to... There are people that you will tell the reality and the truth of what is possible, what is logical, okay, based on reality. But they will not listen to you, they will not follow you. Okay? So that aspect needs to be ironed out. That aspect needs to be, to be resolved by the people themselves. Okay, so that their hope are not dashed. But we, as the young people, the new generation, politicians and leaders, what we will do differently is when we say it is A, it has to be A. And we have to tell people ab initio what is possible, what is reality in governance, in government, and in leadership, the truth, and all of it. Then it is now left for the people to embrace the truth. So that when we get into power, our own truth, we will now make sure that they can hold us on our own truth, on what we have told them that we are going to do. If I tell you that when I become the National Assembly member from Oshodi Solo, Federal Constituency 2 in Lagos, I understand that Lagos State is supposed to have a special status. And I tell you during my campaign, when I get into the National Assembly, I will work so hard along, my other colleagues in the House and other federal constituency across the country to make sure that they support my bill to make that come to reality. And in the process of doing that, I will let my constituency and the state see that this is what I am doing. You understand what I'm saying? This is the step I am taking. I have regular feedback system with my people. Okay? So at that point in time, they will know that this is what I have told them I'm going to the National Assembly to do. Not that I'll get to National Assembly, I'll not be doing something different, or I'll just go and be doing, if you are for aye, say aye, if you are for nay, say nay, without any impact, without any bill that will have far-reaching effect on the people. Like in my own constituency, we know the challenges, and I'm discussing this thing with my people, that we know we have problem of bad roads network in the system. Is it the purview of the National Assembly? No. It is the purview of the state government. What can I do? I will make sure that I have a good relationship with the state government, that I can use my influence to attract the government to come and fix some of the state roads and some of the local government roads in my constituency. Then the aspect that concern my own purview are the enacting laws, legislative agenda. Then I will make sure that these things are judiciously done when I get to the National Assembly, without losing focus, without, a rigmaroling around. So these are the things. So that is the truth. My truth and the truth are presented before my people. So they can hold me on my truth. Then they will now know that I am totally different from every other and politician. So that they will know that this young man at the National Assembly, we can emulate him. We can say he's the true representation of the young people in the country, not just only in his constituency. So these are the challenges. So like I said, the people need to know their own truth to expect from the politicians. Okay? So if they know their own truth to expect from the politician, then we can now, move ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable, for joining the conversation this morning. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas with us. We really appreciate your presence on the program this morning. Thank you so much for coming through. It is still the run-up, and after this quick break, when I return, we're going to be going to Osun State to have that conversation. Do not go anywhere. The run-up will continue after this break. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back. It's good to know that you're still watching the run-up today. Barely 24 hours after Senator Ademola Adeleke assumed office, he took some tough decisions, as we would like to call it, which included freezing the state's accounts, reversing appointments made by his predecessor, and abolishing the name of the state. You know, at the time it was called the state of Osun, and he returned it to Osun State. Adeleke also signed 6 executive orders yesterday affirming the reversal of the appointments made by ex-governor Adeboyega Oyetola and further sacking some 12,000 workers said to have been illegally employed. Those sacked included 30 permanent secretaries, while chairman of the State Independent Electoral Commission, Segun Oladiton, and its members were suspended. The governor also dethroned 3 monarchs whose installations were allegedly controversial. What are the implications of these policies? These are what we will be discussing today. And joining us to have this conversation on the program this morning is Mr. Ayo Olugun. He's a spokesperson, Transparency and Accountability Group. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And we also have Barrister Tunji Abdulhamid. He's a legal practitioner and public affairs commentator. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
All right, let us start with you, Mr. Tunji. We're going to be getting your both reactions. How do you react, to these actions taken by the very recent governor of Osun State? And, judging, looking from the legal angle, is it legally allowed to take these decisions just at getting into office and, making such changes? Is it legally allowed?
Yeah, it is allowed for a newly sworn governor to make changes and appointments, especially in line with its administration. But if we have to the decision on ground now, it's not all the step taking that I would say has a proper legal backing, as far as I am concerned. So if I want to talk about the legal implication of all these steps, I think we have to look at them one after the other. For instance, the freezing of freezing. Let's start from the freezing of the accounts. The governor has the right to freeze the accounts, at least to prevent further withdrawal or from the account, and to be able to monitor what is in the account, pending when it will settle down. Similarly, reversing the name of the state, I think is in order, as far as I'm concerned. It is in order, notwithstanding the what's it called, the reason that the opposition from the House of Assembly, the name known to in our constitution, I'm talking about Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, is Osun State, not State of Osun. So what I'm saying that is that the name State of Osun is unknown to our constitution. It's illegal and has no basis under our law. And that are relying on any government relying on the law made by our assembly to change the name of a state is like amending the constitution of the Republic of Nigeria, and which is not within their power. So for any name of a state to change, it must be from the National Assembly. It must be by amendment of the Constitution. So if there is no amendment of the Constitution, no matter what color you give to it, whether it's out of assembly or whether governor's directive or whatever, it's not possible. It's illegal. It's not constitutional. It must be in line with the Constitution. So as far as I'm concerned, the repassing of the name. In fact, let me even tell you that in 2017, a lawyer was in court to challenge the name. The lawyer is Kami Ajibola. He went to court to challenge that the State of Osun is not known to the Constitution. And the court said yes. The court agreed with him in 2020. Yet, because we have impunity in this country, nobody bothered to enforce the judgment of the court in that aspect. So the governor coming now to say, go back to the names of Osun State, he's not doing anything untoward, he's not doing anything illegal, he's not doing anything unconstitutional. He's just trying to ensure that, look, the constitution which he has sworn to uphold is being protected and is being aligned with. So as far as I'm concerned, in that regard, it's on the right path in that sense. Because if I had to even be in position to say, look, like for example, I have to give Osun State anything from the federation, I may refuse them on that ground if they continue to use the name State of Osun because it's not known to our constitution. So that what you are giving money or whatever you are giving to unknown person, to unknown state that is not known in our constitution. So as far as I'm concerned, I give him a password in that regard. Then the issue of sacking of the permanent secretary, that one too is backed by law. It's legal. He can sack the permanent secretary. But that we must make a decision here. If you look at section 208, subsection 2C of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of 1999, the power to appoint or remove certain people is vested on the governor, and which permanent secretary is one of them. So in other words, the governor has the power to appoint them, and he also has the right to remove them. Then when we say remove here, he cannot sack them as a civil servant. He can only remove them as a permanent secretary. Because being a permanent secretary, you are at the highest ladder of your career. So if you are now removed as permanent secretary, you can on your own now say you are resigning or you are leaving the service. But it's not within the power of the governor to sack any civil servant. Sacking or punishment or punishing a civil servant is within the power prerogative of the Civil Service Commission, not the governor. So, and they must go through procedure. So you can't just wake up one day and say, as a governor, I'm sacking you as a civil servant. No, you must go through the processes. There are processes, and that is under the Civil Service Commission. In other words, so which means that the 12,000 employees that have been sacked by the governor, as far as I'm concerned, is not backed by law. It's not supported by law, because for you to terminate or sack a civil servant, there are processes that must be followed. I'm not aware those processes have been followed. I'm not aware the Civil Service Commission are the one who are saying they should go. So the governor is not within the already power of the governor to just sack a civil servant just like that. Though I'm talking about legal implication of it. I'm not talking about the morality. Because some people will say, is it proper for somebody who's going 24 hours to his time to appoint people? Yes, that is immoral. That is illegal. And that's immoral. That's not normal. But I'm talking law now. I'm talking law. Is it backed by law? What the doctor? So.
Yes.
You want to ask me a question?
Yes, I would get back to you, yeah, but I'd also like to get the reaction of Mr. Ayo Ologun. Mr. Ayo, first, your reactions to these, pronouncements made by the new governor. And do you think that these policies in any way are detrimental to the people of Osun State?
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree with a number of positions taken by the learned person who has just spoken, except for a few places where he got it wrong. First and foremost, the pronouncement within the account of the government is the norm, because when you speak about to the inaugural address, some of the decisions and policy statements that he made at the inaugural speech, some of them are hidden norms or enforcing what exactly has been the legal position. And one of these is the freezing of accounts is the norm. Any governor that comes in has the right to freeze the account, spending the time he can look into the books to ascertain exactly what the financial situation of the state is. And also talking about his decision to change the name of the state. That is premised already on a subsisting judgment, just like he made an allusion to. Barrister Kami Ajibola has taken the state government to court under the leadership of Rauf Aregbesola to challenge the use of the name State of Osun, and the court has ruled that that is illegal and the proper thing and what is known to the law is Osun State. So the Governor Adeleke was only enforcing or making pronouncement on what exactly the law has taken the position upon. So whatever the House of Assembly is doing, we get it wrong. I think the position of the House of Assembly by the release that I saw from them yesterday is not necessarily about the Osun State or State of Osun, because they made an allusion in that press statement that that is still in court. I think there's an appeal going on it and they will not comment on that. And what the Assembly talked about was the acronym of the state. You will recall that under Governor Oyinlola, the state used to be known as the State of the Living Spring. And when Rauf Aregbesola came, he, by the occasion of the promulgation of the House of Assembly, changed it to State of the Virtuous. And that is what the Assembly is saying, that if you must reverse back to the State of the Living Spring, it has to go through the legality of the promulgation of law by the House of Assembly to change it from the State of the Virtuous back to the State of the Living Spring. It's important to say that. I want to talk about the decision of the governor to sack or to make it another. In that speech, there is a contradiction in the decisions or the promulgations made by the governor. Somewhere in between his inaugural speech, he made a fiat that all appointments and contracts dated from 17th July when he was announced elected till Sunday when he was sworn in should revert back to the status quo. And somewhere along again in the same inaugural speech, he did say that he was going to set up a committee to review such appointments and contracts. And I dare say that latter part is the legal thing to do. What he can do is to set up a committee to review some of the decisions taken by his predecessor and not outrightly making promulgations for reversal to the status quo. Up until 26th of November, the immediate past administration, the governor of the state as at then, has the power. The power of the governor didn't end when he lost election. His power ended on the 26th of November. So whatever decision he took between the time he lost election to when his tenure expired, as far as the law is concerned, is still valid. So if, as a new governor, you must review those things, it has to be through the legal process. And just like the lawyer has said, he does not possess the power to sack permanent secretaries from the civil service. And I think that was the wrong use of word in the statement he issued before his swearing in, that as soon as he steps into office on Monday, he was going to stand there for the civil service. The governor doesn't have such power. But the power he has is to review and ask them to revert back as directors or coordinating directors, as the case may be, and not having the power to outrightly sack them from the civil service. That would amount to effective rascality. And I hope the governor and his handlers understand that. And also, when you speak to the issue of the sack of some obas, you can look at it from two ways. You can look at the political correctness of it, and you can look at the legality of it. And I dare say this, that our leaders, our politicians should learn that political correctness does not supersede legality. No matter how political correct decisions may be, if it's illegal, it stands invalid. And that is one of such. You will recall that the appointment of the area of Ikire, for example, followed the appointment of 9 obas in a day. The former governors appointed 9 of them. So if you are singling out a number of the obas appointed the same day, and you are leaving order, morally the question would be, what have those ones done wrong and the others have not done? If 9 kings were appointed on the same day and you singled out about 2 or 3 of them for their appointment to be reversed and you leave the others, what have they done? If you are saying the decision of the former governor is not right, then it is expected that it will affect the entire 9 and not you singling out one and leaving the others. And also, further speaking to that issue, it is known that the executive fiat or executive order cannot sack an oba. What the position of an oba rests under the authority of the local government. It's only the local government authority that have the power to sack an oba or to dethrone an oba if he is found guilty of any offense whatsoever. The other person or the other authority that has the power to sack an oba is the court of law. And that is why we have a lot of traditional institution cases has lasted 10 to 15 years over time. between maybe the incumbent and maybe another family or the term, as the case may be. So I think it's a must to executive rascality to just wake up and begin to dash orders. As much as some of those things are legal and in tune, there are some other pronouncements that are made that is not legal. And I dare say it again, that we must not sacrifice legality on the altar of political correctness.
All right. Let me get back to you, Mr. Tunji Abdulhamid. These policies that he made, most of which, some of which you pointed out to, be legally viable. But then, what would you say will, what significance will these policies have, to your own opinion? How do you think this will affect the success of, Adeleke's time as governor of Osun State?
Yeah, you see, we have to take them one after the other. If you are looking at the freezing of accounts, like I said earlier on, it is for him to be able to ensure that, look, the accounts are intact, pending when he will settle down. The issue of the state or the name of the state, yeah, it may not have any economic value, but it is to show that, look, he is working in line with the law. He's upholding the tenets of the Constitution and obeying the court order, because there is a court order which says it must be reversed. There was not even any basis for it to be done before, because you must amend the Constitution for that up. So if you talk about that, then you can say it's so. The issue of permanent secretary and the civil servant, I see it as a trap from the former governor, like Mr. Ayo said. The governor, up until 1 hour to his expiration of his tenure, has the power to do whatever he wants, to appoint or to even sack or do whatever he wants to do. So appointing them is within his power. He has the right to appoint them. But the government does not appoint up to that, I'm not aware he appointed up to 12,000 people before, within the 7 years, within the 3 years or 3.5 or almost 4 years in office, waking up in a day to just appoint 12,000 people. He just tried to create a trap for the coming government. Where would the money come from to pay their salary? Because if you look at the salary, let people assume one takes a minimum wage of 10,000 naira times 12,000. That would be billions of naira. So monthly, where would the state get the money from? He doesn't care. You want to set a trap for the state, for the incoming governor to face. You appoint permanent secretaries. When you have 24 hours to go, yes, you have the power to appoint. You have the power to do that. Then I see it as a kind of back feet. That appointment, as far as I'm concerned, was done in back feet. You have left it for the incoming governor to do that, since you have just 24 hours to go. So as far as I'm concerned, they have the implication that is that, look, the state may find it difficult to pay the salary of those people. The state may find it difficult to be able to implement its policy, because those permanent secretaries appointed may not have the same interest with the coming governor. So the governor will want to look at people and then take necessary steps to ensure that people that work with him are people that are aligned with his personal ambition and interest, or that will develop the state. Right. So as far as I'm concerned, we know that some of them they are legally correct. That there are some moral and aspect of it that will have a bad implication for the state.
Mr. Tunji, let me get your reaction now, because we're actually rounding off now, gentlemen. Let us look at it from the perspective of those who have been employed. It's been established. A sitting governor has the power to make appointments even up to the last minute of his stay in office. Fine. But look at the perspective of the persons who have been, appointed or employed at this time. And then, with such short notice, the appointment or employment is terminated. Do these people have the legal right to sue, or how do they go about it? Like, you cannot just employ me and under 3 months, you're giving me a sack letter again. What is my position as a person who has been appointed or employed?
If those people were properly appointed by the governor, they went through the normal process of appointment, I think they have a legal, they have a right to go to court, because, like I said earlier on, the governor is not within the power of the governor to sack civil servants. The disciplinary action against civil servants should be taken by the Civil Service Commission up after certain processes have been followed. So the process to sack civil servants will have to go through the civil service, and they must be given fair hearing. It's not just, you can't just wake up in the morning and say you are sacked because you are appointed by social governor or this and that. So as far as I'm concerned, they have a grant to go to court. But unfortunately, we are in Nigeria. They going to court we don't. I'm sorry to say, our judiciary is not that independent to be able to hold his ground and say, look, this is proper, this is not proper. Sometimes court also look at the economic consequences of it, and then they may, based on that, say it will be difficult for the government to implement, and because of that, we want to agree that it was done in bad faith. But legally speaking, they have the right to say, look, they have been unjustly terminated. The appointment has been unjustly terminated, or the process of terminating the appointment is not followed due process of law. So they have the right to go to court to challenge it.
Mr. Ayo, let me get your reaction too. You are the spokesperson for Transparency and Accountability Group. So I'm sure your group, has dealt with issues like this as well. How do you react to, from my question, the perspective of those who've been employed or who has been, given the appointment and with such short notice, it's being terminated? What's your reaction to that?
I think it is very important to first of all get the authenticity of the numbers that is being brandished around. The news has carried it since yesterday that 12,000 workers are being asked to leave the civil service by the new governor. And the spokesperson of the immediate past governor has come out to challenge the new government to say, look, we did not employ 12,000. So the question would be, just like it is said in law, if the alleges must prove. So if Governor Demola Adeleke is alleging that 12,000 people were unjustly employed, or hurriedly rather, employed into the civil service at the twilight of the administration of Governor Wutola, I think it is important that clarity should be sought in that line. There is a need for the government of Governor Demola Adeleke to come out and state exactly who the 12,000 are. Tell us their names, tell us the ministries, parastatals, and agencies to which they've been employed, so that we can get clarity on the veracity of the claim of 12,000. That's number one. Number two, it is also very important that we should understand as a people that if just like the lawyer said, if the process by which those individuals were employed if the process was fully followed as laid down by the principles of the civil service, it becomes illegal for the new governor to outrightly sack them, because they have the right as citizens of the state to be employed into the civil service. They applied. We must not forget that some of these people we are talking about are people that applied for teaching service job under the last administration. They went through the process of screening, they wrote tests, and what have you. So if they've gone through all this process and their employment in the civil service has been legally proven, then it becomes impossible for any governor to, by via of executive order, sack them from the civil service. What needs to be done is that what will be done is that these individuals will go to court to challenge their expulsion or their sack from the civil service even before taking up the job, and they are likely going to win because it's within the power of the immediate past administration to employ.
All right.
And so if they were properly employed, the new governor cannot really sack them without going through the laws and going through the process of the civil service employment and civil service rule.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas and your perspectives with us this morning on the run-up. We really appreciate your presence. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you very much.
All right, and it is still the run-up. The news will come up at noon. After the news, the run-up will return, and we will continue having interesting conversations. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. Welcome back. It is still the run-up. Glad to know that you're still watching. I'll be going ahead to bring you some of the trending headlines in the major newspapers across Nigeria today. And I'm starting off from the Punch newspaper, where this one says, ASU warns of new crisis and seeks intervention. Moving on, this one says 10,000 resident doctors remaining in Nigeria. I wonder how they got that statistics, how they were able to make up the numbers. But that is what you would find out if you pick up a Punch newspaper today. And moving on to this day, this one says, in tough start, Adeleke signs executive orders, sacks 12,000 workers, Monarchs, OSEC chair. If you were part of the run-up earlier, you probably would have enjoyed that conversation. We had professionals talk about it. CJN, judiciary yet to be truly independent, administers oath of office on 62 fresh SANs. Congratulations to them. And moving on to Daily Post, it says Zamfara residents pay bandits 20 million naira to avoid attacks. That is what it has gotten to in the country. And The Guardian says attacks on facilities troubling and won't deter us from conducting credible polls, INEC vows. And we have enough food for Nigerians, Agric Minister boasts. And Kudus is hero as Black Stars survive South Korea's fight back. That is a beat from the World Cup currently going on in Qatar. And beware of politicians' cravings for power. That is from the CJN. He's warning judicial officers. And moving on to the Punch, it says contractor suspends Lagos-Ibadan road construction and would resume in January. And this one says Ondo pupils allegedly gang rape female colleague inside bush. Sad story. Again, headsmen invade Enugu communities, kill 3 and fire guards 600 Anambra shops and destroys goods. These and more are stories you would be able to find if you pick up any of these newspapers today, read and find out what's happening in and around your polity. And this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of The Run-Up. Thank you so much for being a part of it. The Run-Up will return, but it will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. My name is Uchechukwu Onodo. Stay watching Plus TV. Don't go anywhere.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started, you know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, you know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we will get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty, and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 I they pay.
To study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. Rich people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversation, showing on Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take?
And we're back with Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. We're reaching you live from our studios, Victoria, Lagos S location. We're broadcasting on DSTV channel 408 and StarTimes channel 308. My name is Kofi Bartels. Let's look at what lies ahead on the program this morning. First up, the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria has raised the monetary policy rate by 16.5%. The Central Bank of Nigeria raised the monetary policy rate to 16.5%. The Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria is raising the alarm over the increasing rate of tax revenue leakages in the digital economy. Now we'll look at how important this is to Nigeria's fiscal stability, talking about the digital economy. How important is that to Nigeria's economy and the fiscal stability of the nation? Also, the program this morning, Nigeria's new monetary policy rate of 16.5% is said to be stifling microeconomic growth. We're also looking at the small and medium enterprises in the country. That also will be discussed on the program this morning. We have this and more ahead on the breakfast, plus we have a look at the papers this morning. Interesting headlines on the front pages. We have a guest joining us for analysis, and of course we cannot wait to hear what he has to say. All these lie ahead on the breakfast. Please stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
All right, we're back, and let's begin our discussions this morning. We'll first start off with a look at what's been trending on the social space, and indeed what Nigerians have been talking about on social media. We call it our trending segment. People have been talking about the looted artifacts, looted artworks belonging to several tribes in Nigeria by the white man. Let's call it that. Like it was said in Things Fall Apart, the white man. In the days of colonialism, the colonialists came to Nigeria, apart from, of course, taking away slaves and colonizing the country. They also took away the heritage of Nigeria, heritage of Nigerian tribes. I mean, then there was no Nigeria. We had the Benin Kingdom, the Oyo Kingdom, and all that, empire, rather, and all that. The most popular one of, happens to be the Benin artifacts, the Benin bronze artifacts. I think that's the one that we've seen in museums around the world, in the UK and in France, as well as other countries. Well, a small museum in southeastern London in the United Kingdom, we're told, has started the official process of returning to Nigeria the artifacts looted from Benin City, Edo State. Well, was there any Edo State in those days? I don't think there was any Edo State in those days. But these artifacts were looted or taken away in 1897, believe it or not. In 1897 by British troops. They came into the country and took away those artifacts to their country, put in the museums, and they collect money when people come to view them. Anyway, this museum is known as the Horniman Museum, which houses a collection of 72 treasured items that were taken by force. 72 treasured items that were taken by force from Benin City, and officially they handed over the ownership of the artifacts to the Nigerian government on Monday during the handover of the artifacts. Horniman described returning of the looted objects as a moral and appropriate response after a request from Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments. But we're told there are still questions and concerns about whether thousands of items which were looted from Nigeria and held at large institutions globally, including the British Museum itself, the main British Museum, will ever be returned to the country. You can see the pictures in front of you. The first 6 objects which were returned included the 2 Benin bronze plaques from the Royal Palace, which were handed over to Nigerian officials at the ceremony, marking the transfer of ownership of the 72 looted items. So that's that. I think the government has done well to have approached the British authorities to say, hey, give us back our looted items. But these guys seem to have a better way of preserving history, preserving culture, preserving such artifacts. I mean, most of the buildings and the artifacts and the things we have in our part of the world from those times are gone, because you don't have a culture, now of keeping things neatly, preserving them. We don't even see the value of history. That's why history is not taught in schools. We have a poor maintenance culture. I don't know about 1897, what our forefathers and elders had a poor maintenance culture, but in the country today, we don't have a proper maintenance culture. So who is to say, if these artifacts were not looted, they probably would have been buried in, by sand or dust or somewhere destroyed or discarded, so something like that. I mean, look at the state of national museums, in the country. You who are watching me right now, when last did you visit a museum? When we're children, I mean, growing up in this country, the museums was where you go to if you want to. You're on holiday. I mean, when you get back to school and they ask you to write an essay of your holiday, your school holidays, you write that, you went to visit your uncle in maybe Kaduna, or you went to visit your uncle in Lagos, and he took you to the museum, and then, a museum will always be part of what, where you go to. But now, people don't visit the museums anymore. I don't know if they're still intact. I don't know if they're still what they used to be, a place you could visit. You know, I've passed 1 or 2 museums around the country, and it's nothing to write home about. So I'm not here to criticize for the sake of criticism. No, that's what I'm here to do. But I do not know if these artifacts would have been preserved to the quality and standard they are right now if they were not looted. I don't know. That being said, it's good they're being returned, or they've been returned. When we talk about morality in the world today, I think this is a reminder. Whilst the West, especially the British, slamming Qatar, you know, and you have some countries saying they won't attend the World Cup, and criticizing FIFA for going to a country as bad as Qatar with all the, you know, labor infringements or infringements of rights of workers and non-acceptance of, you know, same-sex relationships and maybe some human rights issues there. I think this is a very gentle reminder that those who are playing God today were themselves morally bankrupt some years ago, and maybe still are, who knows. And whenever they want to play God with the rest of the world, whilst we want to see a world that observes and respects human rights and the rights of other people, you know, the rights of workers, the rights of people who believe in same-sex relationships, that we also remind them that they have to take it easy and not condemn, but look for the best way to get these countries to change, because they themselves were there some time ago. In fact, it was my good friend Piers Morgan who reminded us recently in an interview he had with a Qatari prince. He said that the UK was arresting people, or Britain was arresting people for same-sex marriages just some decades ago. You know, it's not to say that we must not try to work on these things, but let's also remember, let the West remember where they're coming from. And what is the moral stance, what is the position of the West on keeping these things? You went to someone's home and stole his artifacts, his culture, his heritage, his history, and took it to your own country. And it's still there today. It's not yours. But you are telling another country they can't host the World Cup because of 1 or 2 issues, moral issues. But you're still keeping someone's property. Well, let's leave it for them. I think this is just a general reminder that they also have moral question marks. I think that's the way to call it. All right, we've been hearing about maternity leave, but I think paternity leave is something that Nigerians need to get used to. We will be getting used to in the coming weeks and months as the nation's federal government has approved a 14-day paternity leave for serving male officers whose spouse delivers a baby. I think that's a good one for the men. You know, usually the toll is expected to be on the mothers. They do a lot of the work, but the fathers and husbands also do some work as well. I think we do a little work, but most of the work is on the mothers, but the fathers do some of the work as well. So, well, the head of civil service of Nigeria, Folashade Yemi Eshan, she, you know, in a circular she released, said the leave will take effect from November 25, 2022. So the husbands can go on for 2 weeks to support their wives. I think this is not a bad one. I mean, just spend time with the baby. After all, you know, these things are very important. If you kept at work every single day, you can't even have some time for yourself when your wife gives birth. I think it's not good. So it's good. This is coming in line with, I think, global best practices. Yes, global best practices to try and make, you know, give the workers a sense of balance. Work-life balance is what they call it. Work-life balance. It's not all about work till you have your 4 weeks of leave. You need to have a balance. You need to have some time to you know, for the family. So that at the end of the day, when you are gone, you know that you actually enjoyed life. You didn't, you know, live to work. All right, you worked to live. That being said, I hope that those in the private sector should also take a cue. And I think that this shouldn't just stop at the level of the federal government workers. I think those of us who work in the private sector I hereby make a case on behalf of all of us to our companies. You know, you get away with a lot in the private sector. You guys get away with a lot. So when our wives give birth, give us our 2 weeks off. That's all I'm asking on behalf of private sector workers. Don't be so. You guys should. I'm asking those in the studio. Yes. Apart from the statutory leaves, give your workers paternity leave. Some companies in the private sector don't even give their workers ample maternity leave. In fact, if they see that you are pregnant as a woman or you are newly married, they may not employ you. You know, and these are some discrimination that women face in the workplace. Some don't even want to employ women. I think one day we need to have a conversation about the infractions, you know, labor infractions by private sector employers. It's appalling, really. And they get away with a lot. Unfortunately, I mean, I've spent some years to look at Nigeria's labor laws, and I think they're skewed in favor of the employers, which is quite unfortunate. But I think it says a lot about the way things are in the country. And labor itself, that's labor unions, don't really look at these issues to try and agitate for them or to go on strike for them. These are the main issues they should be looking at, not just about those who are working in the oil and gas sector, you know, or those who are working in government establishments. But generally speaking, the labor laws need to favor the workers because they put in a lot. You look at the fact that inflation is biting hard in the country, you know, but very few employers have tweaked their salaries, the salaries of workers, to take home to reflect the increase in the cost of living. You know, because I mean, if you're taking home a salary of say 200,000 naira, for instance, 100,000 or 50,000 naira, what that 50,000 naira could buy you now is doubled. You know, these are some of the things that private sector workers could. So congratulations to the government, civil servants. But I think that somewhere, somehow, the private sector needs to take this in and ensure that the workers are given ample time to go on paternity leave and maternity leave. It's very important. I think one day we'll have a conversation on how badly workers in the private sector are treated by their employees. I think government is taking the lead. Let's leave that and go to the next top trending segment. I hope my boss would not invite me to his office this morning because I've taken a dig at the private sector. Apart from Plus TV, we're not included in that. All right. Anyway, the Chief Justice of Nigeria is been in the news a lot. I mean, he's by virtue of his office, he's expected to make the news headlines, you know, quite often. But it seems he's been hogging the headlines, you know, for the wrong reasons, and he's not received good press, you know, especially after he hobnobbed with Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State. If I say he's my good friend now, I may be doing what the Chief Justice did. But you know, except after he hobnobbed, of course, with Seyi Makinde and Nyesom Wike of Rivers State. Indeed, the G5 group of governors, he didn't receive good press. But he has been talking. He has not, you know, deterred him from making press statements and, you know, putting things out there. One of the things he's saying is that Nigerians are the most litigious people on earth, and for him it's a problem. In other words, he's saying Nigerians like to go to court too much, is what the Chief Justice of Nigeria is saying. We go to court too much. Everything is a court case. So he's lamenting this situation. Yesterday, I think it was on Monday in Abuja, he said that especially the political class are the most litigious people on earth, putting unprecedented pressure on the judiciary. I mean, sometimes you pity these judges. If you look at the number of cases they have to deal with, I mean, I've been around them. I've been, you know, around the judiciary. I have lawyers who are my friends, and they tell me that sometimes the judges have just so many cases to handle. You know, they have to write their judgments by hand. They have to do everything by hand. You know, take a pen and paper, write as you are talking in court. They are writing everything. You know, it's a lot of work, and that's why, you know, this in Nigeria, the wind. They said the wheel of justice turns slowly, but in Nigeria, I think if there's a word for that is higher than slowly, we need to apply it. You know, That's what it takes, the wheel of justice in this country to turn. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. But I think the judges themselves too. Oh, so this is what he's saying anyway, that we go to court too much. INEC has already complained. They're saying, see what we're tired. INEC has currently at some point they had more than 600 cases, at the courts, at more than 600 cases at the court. Imagine a body that's meant to organize elections, spending time and resources just to appear in court and to defend cases and all that. It's crazy. That's why they were advocating for a different department, a different agency for election matters, election offenses, I think, commission or something is what they called it. So the Nigerian Chief Justice is canvassing the need for, the public, Nigerians, to be told to do less litigation. In other words, don't go to court as much as you go. They're told to embrace more of alternative dispute resolution to free the courts of unnecessary overstretching of human and material resources. Okay, so maybe I think the government has to do more in enlightening Nigerians about ADR, alternative dispute resolution, to try and see how they can because people don't know about it. I mean, if you want to use ADR, how do you do it? Okay, will you write to someone and say, you stole my money or you refuse to pay me or something? Pay me now. Can we discuss it? They don't want to listen to you. I think because people are not protected, they don't feel protected. A lot of rights are trampled upon. You can do certain things and get away with it. People have to fight, for their rights in this country. That's why they end up going to court. Let's take a case of police brutality, for instance. I mean, I'm a beneficiary of that. At the end of the day, you're brutalized by police officers. If you don't make noise, you don't shout, the police will let them go. They will not be arraigned before the provost marshal. They will not be interrogated, and then sanctioned by the police. They will not be sacked. They will not even be taken to court to face prosecution if what they did was of a criminal nature. Even if the police takes them before the provost marshal and then they are dismissed, you still have to fight to make sure that they face criminal proceedings if what they were fired for, sacked for, was of criminal nature. All right, for your own rights. So you tell me how someone who faces such a situation, maybe police brutality, will not go to court to enforce their rights. In fact, the government, which is meant to protect the people, uses the courts to fight the people. Yeah, I can give you cases in point. The police, who are meant to prosecute on behalf of the people, the state versus Mr. XYZ, the state versus Mrs. XYZ. The police themselves are the ones attacking the people, all right? They're the ones attacking the people. So what are we talking about, if His Lordship, the Honorable Justice Olukaide Ariola wants to see Nigerians go to court less, I think the systems of justice, the police and the courts, and indeed the government, executive, judiciary, legislature, chair rather, need to protect people's rights more. And when they protect people's rights more, they won't head to court. Look at the cases we've been grappling with. Okay, we come to Lagos State now. Bamishe, who was killed, from a BRT bus, or in a BRT bus, allegedly. If the family doesn't or has not or does not follow, or the public doesn't shout about these things, they'll be left like that. So if you don't go to court, nobody would mind you. I think His Lordship needs to understand that. And when people feel they're protected by the law, and those who, victimize them will be sanctioned, I think they'll go to court less. A situation where a government just comes and pulls down your house for no just cause. What do you have? What other option do you have? What other option do you have? So I don't know, man. Anyway, thank you so much for your time. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll look at what the papers are saying in Off the Press.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
It's the 4th edition of the True Nigerians Awards 2022, where we celebrate patriotism, hard work, role models, heroes of our time. Awarding His Excellency Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, Vice Presidential Candidate of the PDP, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Sile, Governor, Nasarawa State, Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice Presidential Candidate of the APC, His Excellency Yahya Bello, Governor of Kogi State, Mr. Peter Obi, Presidential Candidate of the Labour Party, Senator Aisha D. Ahmed, APC Gubernatorial Candidate, Adamawa State, Dr. M.K. Dekwa, Founder and President, Al Ansar Foundation, Obinna Iegu, MD, CEO, Cubana Group, Mr. Allen Onyama, MD, CEO, Air Peace, Toby Amosu, Gold Medalist, Steve Abaigo, MD, CEO, Extreme Ideas and Extreme Music, and Mr. Macaroni, activist. Date, December the 1st, 2022, time 3 p.m. Venue, Nikon Luxury Hotel, Abuja. Attendance is only by invitation. This event is supported by Plus TV Africa.
Where this country they go? Corn, where would they buy 15 naira? Corn plus coconut 20 naira with ube. That corn now 200. I count them on 357 seed, 200.
This December 11th, Africa's most versatile entertainer, the unorthodox Kofi the Guru, will be clearing his throat. Get ready for another powerful edition of Classy Cool Comedy as Kofi the Guru goes live alongside some amazing guest acts on December 11th at the Terra Culture. Time is 5 p.m. prompt, no African time. Tickets 10,000 naira. Everyone is a VIP. Tickets are available at www.kofidaguru.com and www.grandtickets.ng and Sewing Executive Salon, 132 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For VVIP table bookings, WhatsApp 0802-352-7965. This is for those who want value for money. Kofi the Guru Live, powered by Fun Media, proudly supported by
Welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. We welcome Remy Ogunpito. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited.
For quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I think that we don't invest enough in our people.
You said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Timeless Conversation, showing on Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
The
Did you know that Akin Lewis graduated with a first-class degree in acting and directing?
People don't know that I read drama. Actually, I have a master's degree, first class, in acting and directing.
Did you know that Akin Lewis has been in the acting profession for 49 years?
When we started acting, drama as it were, there was no money in it. Now, this is my 49th year.
Yeah.
There was no money in it.
Did you know that Akin Lewis has been married twice?
What, you remarried?
Oh, yes, I remarried. Yes. You know, I told you I'm stable now. Calm waters, sailing. Yeah, I remarried. And I have a beautiful daughter, Ifan, now.
What's her name?
Oba.
Did you know that Akin Lewis was almost killed during the inter-ethnic massacre preceding the Civil War?
When the pogrom started, you know that thing that led to the Civil War?
Yes.
I was almost killed. Matter of fact, I was killed. I was almost killed. But in the mind of the fellow who did it, he killed me already. Yeah, because what they did was, you know, as it is, I was a lot lighter, and then I have this mark. And then, so I passed easily for an Igbo boy.
Wow.
And that's what they didn't bother to find out. This mark, which I got from a broken bottle.
I was going to say, how did that
I fell into the gutter.